Hey, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Deckin Around. My name is Tyler.
I am Steve.
And this week we are super excited to welcome Jackson Robinson to the show. But before we bring Jackson on, we just have a couple of things we want to get out. First, if you haven't already, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. We would be really appreciative for all the subs. Second up, make sure to stick around for a while. We're going to be announcing the part 1 winners of the Deckin Around contest that we ran this week. That will then lead into the part 2 to win a Brain Dead, a Mirrors V2, and a Mirrors V1 deck. And stick around as well, because later on we will be going to give away a couple of King's Wild Project decks. So without further ado, everybody, here is Jackson Robinson. What's up, Jackson? How you doing tonight, man?
Bro, man, I was waiting for that to go a little longer. You kind of like...
You look like you're doing good tonight, man.
I am doing good.
Yeah, you got the drink ready? You got it ready?
I got it ready. My monkey shoulder.
There you go. How is it so far?
Cheers. It's good.
I know you said you're not usually a Scotch guy, right? You're usually a bourbon guy?
I'm a Scotch guy if I don't have any bourbon. Or
there you go. So they're closely enough related, so I think that makes sense.
They are.
Yeah.
We just won the war. That's the only difference.
There you go.
Can you turn Jackson up just a
I can turn
winks?
Is that
Perfect.
better?
Much
There
better.
you go. Yeah.
I can also get really close to my microphone as well.
There you go. That's good.
That might be after 1 or 2 more drinks, so.
They'll be like, yeah, this is Jackson.
So we are super excited that you made it on tonight, Jackson. We've been really pumped about this episode for a while, and I think, one of the things that we always mention on the show is that we're booked out till, the end of August. So a lot of times we know who's coming on like weeks out, obviously. And Steve and I have been sitting here for like weeks being like, can't wait till Jackson's on. Can't wait till Jackson's on. So it's finally here. So
now we're gonna talk about baseball cards, or what are we talking about tonight? I don't know.
Oh, dude, we're gonna talk about everything. We're gonna talk about Legos. We're gonna talk about baseball cards. We're gonna talk about Fontaine. We're gonna talk about who else? We're gonna talk about
anything
we
want.
We're gonna talk sneakers. We're gonna talk
sneakers. I'm ready. I'm super excited, guys. We were testing out the audio a couple of days ago, and we're like, "Hey guys, we need to test out the audio, make sure everything's working okay." And 2 hours later, we were done testing the audio. So I thought that was a good test. That it was going to be a good night. And I'm gonna have to keep have a little monitor up here. I'm gonna have to keep looking because I can see people. Well, I can't really see them because they're on the interwebs. But I'm gonna make sure I'm gazing into their eyes here.
There you go.
It's all about that eyebrow, the rock brow.
What is it called? Is it the public, or is it the people's eyebrow, or something like that?
Yeah, like that. So before we even get started, let's get this out of the way. So
Okay.
you know curry or stew, right?
Who? What?
Do you know stew? Curry
Stu
or stew?
McCann.
I know.
His Instagram
I
is
like
Curry or
beef
Stew.
stew.
Not beef stew. Well, we can call him beef stew, but
Who's curry or stew?
he's a guy on Instagram. He's like in the Madisonist clique.
Okay. So I definitely don't know him.
Yeah, so he's like known in the community, and basically he has this thing
Okay.
that he sniffs cards.
I sniff
He also eats cards too, but like, so this is what we're gonna do. We usually have our guest, because he's on here asking already, and he wants to know if you could open up a brand new deck of cards and sniff it for him.
I guess I could.
Sweet. Let's do it.
Is that like a weird thing or something?
No,
I mean,
it's not a weird thing. I think
some people might think it's weird, but it is what it is.
I feel like once someone does it like the first time, they think it's weird, but then after that, they just do it like as a muscle memory kind of thing almost. Ooh, there you go.
Here we go.
This one's for you, Stu.
That was the one I was about to. It was like a first edition. I was like,
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
Do I need to like show it? Is that part of the deal? I don't know.
Sure. Ooh, yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious! No wonder
Is that the 13? The table players.
the first table players.
Nice, excellent choice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Totally somebody likes Daniel Madison would like this.
Oh yeah. There it goes. Oh, dude, you sound like. All right.
Smells good. Smells like money.
There we go.
Smells
What, is that USPCC?
Yeah.
Oh, look at the
that was beautiful. Yeah.
Dang, he can
And the nitro
Pharaoh
cover.
too.
All I can do. I don't know if I can fan or not. Right.
Nice. You got to do it the other way though, so people
Beautifully legible indexes. There we go. Was that good?
Bacon Wise said so intimate.
Yeah. Was that good enough for beef stew?
Stu says he loves it. He loves it.
Awesome.
Yeah. The top comment there is that was a healthy sniff. So I think you've appeased everyone with that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. On to the next thing.
So how have things been in quarantine for Jackson and King's Wild project?
Well, you know what? I gotta say, things have not been that much different for me. I mean, I've worked from home for the past. This thing is right in the way of my light. I've worked from home for like the past 7 years, since I started the OK Dub, and my wife has never worked since I've been doing that, and
Nice.
We homeschool our kids. We're weird, and so we didn't really get out much anyway. So it's been actually really good.
Saving money on
saving money because I'm not going out to eat. You know,
nice.
I'm not going out to eat. I'm basically saving money.
Yep.
Since I moved, I've been can kind of get a different schedule. Like before, when I lived in Austin, for some reason, I was a really early riser, and I'd get up like at 5 and then work till like 10 or 11, get most of my work done for the day. But now I'm a late hour now here in Tennessee, you know. And so it's been good though. Been getting to hang out with my family and do all that stuff, and then just hit the grind late at night and get most of my work done. But it really it hasn't been that different for me. I like it because I'm saving money and not going out to eat.
Yeah. Well, let's be honest. I mean, most creatives actually work super late, you know? So the fact that you were like going to bed at 10 is surprising to me.
Yeah. But this is the first time really in my life that at least in my professional life, where I was, I worked late a lot. So that's definitely the only kind of big change for me, but I like it. It's something different.
Yeah. I mean, with all the decks you got coming out and cranking out, you got to work late.
I don't know. I mean, I think people think I work a lot more than I actually do. I don't know what that means, but no, I work a lot. I mean, I work 8 hours a day for sure, but I love doing it. I mean, I couldn't dream myself doing anything different. So it's not really like, I know that sounds kind of like cop-outy, like it doesn't feel like work to me, but it doesn't feel like work to me. I love doing it. So.
Well, I'm sure one of the benefits of what you do as well is you can kind of pick things up and put them down and wander around the house a little bit if you're getting bored and really occupy yourself with other stuff. So it's not like you're working a straight through 8 hours, which I think always makes it a little more enjoyable.
Yeah, I definitely, I've been doing, I mean, even before I was doing playing cards, you know, I was an illustrator for a decade before I started doing playing cards. And I definitely have learned just about myself enough that if I'm not feeling it, or if I'm not, you know, in the groove or whatever you want to say, like if I'm not feeling it, and if it's not working, it's worse for me to try to keep, try to make it work. And I just stop down, go do something else, and then come back. And then there's also definitely those times where, like, you know, I'll have like an idea at 3 o'clock in the morning. That happens a lot. And I got to get up and I got to execute it. And sometimes even those types of moments are like the most productive and creative. So it's just kind of one of those things where I got to be open to the different times it's going to hit me. You know, you gotta, You gotta be
now,
ready.
do you kind of like a break off of that is like, what if you're working, let's say you're working on Robin Hood deck, right? And you got to get in like a moment where you're like, I'm done with this deck. I want to like, and then you kind of like branch off and work on several other decks the same day, or.
my wife calls it the post-project depression. And I'll do this thing where I'll get really, because I'm very one-tracked, and I can multitask and I have to multitask, but I can really only, like, I can do lots of other stuff that has to do with King's Wild, like a lot of the administrative stuff and the managing type stuff. But I can really only do the creative part, like, pretty focused. So where if I'm working on, say, Robin Hood, I got to finish Robin Hood before I get to anything else, because like I said, I know myself, and if I don't finish it, then and if I don't finish, like if I start a deck of cards, any kind of theme or whatever, I kind of have a rule, like if I can't finish it like tops, I mean, there's obviously extenuating circumstances and special cases, but if I can't finish a deck like in 2, 3, 4 weeks, excuse me, like I won't even start it, because I know that if I go push past that I'll lose interest, and then I won't even, like, I'll just start resenting the project, and I'm like, oh crap, I gotta work on that stupid Robin Hood deck again, and then I just won't want to do it.
Right,
that makes sense.
But then as soon as I'm finished, I've been so focused, and so much of my energy has been like pushing towards that one trackness. Then as soon as I'm done, and I could even have like the next concept and the next idea ready to go, there's always like a 2 or 3 day period where I like have to like decompress and then like get in the mode of the next theme and like the next style, because so much of what I do is a different style and different look that I have to like basically almost like, you know, I guess a good way to compare it is like method acting. You like when people like will become a character. Right. Like I really got to get my head in that headspace of like the theme and story that I'm telling with whatever that deck is, and nice. I can't really set it down and then go to another theme really easily.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think the one thing that blows my mind is the amount of decks that you push out, and they're not like just generic decks, you know. I mean, obviously, how many decks are you putting out a month? Like different decks is definitely, so there's every other month you do the table, right?
I think that, you know, obviously these are different editions of deck, but it's, I mean, I think we're releasing like 90 something different editions this year. You know, and obviously that's a little inflated just because, you know, one subscription deck will have 3 different editions and one table players will have 2. But so, I mean, but for sure, at least 2 or 3, I'm at least working on 2 or 3 or producing 2 or 3 different decks of different styles and themes every month, for sure.
Yeah. Which is definitely, I think, more than anybody else in the business right now. You know, I think.
I mean, I honestly really don't know, because I don't follow playing cards that much.
Yeah. No, I think that's cool.
I think it's a fair assessment.
I think it's really cool, because the more you stay out of it, the better off. I mean,
a lot of times it's just like, I mean, I think as an artist, especially a playing card artist, I definitely like to stay out of the playing card. I mean, I see what happens and I see stuff after the fact.
Yeah.
But I really try to stay out of the playing card stuff, merely from the fact of because of all the decks that I do are so much different styles and different themes. I try to run from kind of that assimilation thing that can subconsciously happen with an artist, where if I'm looking at a bunch of stuff, that stuff, especially visual stuff, that stuff is absolutely going to somehow work its way into my art, whether I know it or not. And so, especially with playing card art, I try to stay away from it as much as possible, just to make sure that everything that I'm doing is not assimilating anything that's going on right now. But that doesn't mean that everything that's going on right now is very good. But and so I try to pull influence from a bunch of different, you know, visual inspiration things besides playing cards, and that's probably the big reasons why. That's probably the big reason my 2-year-old like busted down the door and like coming to suplex me. Now
she got scooped up.
Yeah, she got scooped up by the older one. Now she's just mad.
Yeah,
be quiet, kids. Yeah. But yeah, it's like I don't even know what I was answering. But yes, that.
It's about how it just creeps in your mind, the inspiration.
Yes, for sure. Because I mean, I've seen that in playing cards a lot.
For sure.
Like people,
especially right now, it's really. This week, it's actually very prevalent. I'm sure everybody in the chat has seen.
Where can I see chat?
So if you look on the right-hand side of your screen, you'll see the comments.
How do these interwebs work?
Yeah, all the way at the top.
If you look at the live comments,
side.
they usually come in.
Live comments. Okay, I got it.
There you go.
But just so you know, they come in late, and if there's a question, I usually ask it before it comes up there anyway. But you can see what people are writing and who's in there, and now. Yeah, I mean, there's that I think that influence definitely comes up for a lot of people, but they don't do what you do and kind of separate yourself from that, which I think is smart.
Yeah.
So, and I know you said you really try and take like a divorced approach between projects to make sure that when you start the next project, you're really not bringing in a lot of that, baggage, for lack of a better word, from the old project. But do you still find inspiration or hints of the previous project sneak in to the next project?
Of my projects?
Yeah. So like a prime example, like Robin Hood to Beowulf.
I think that I did. I felt that a lot early on in my playing card journey, only because it was more of just me trying to fill out and find my own voice and how I kind of wanted to do things and how I wanted to represent myself as an artist. I definitely felt that a lot early on. But I think that as time has gone by, it's gotten a lot easier for me to kind of chameleon to a different style and different look and a different theme. And I don't feel that much anymore. And one of the things that, I talk to my crew about a lot, and I think it's, in probably the past, especially when I started doing the subscriptions, like one of the things that I kind of like, because before I started the subscriptions in 2018, like in the spring of 2018, I was in like a huge, like you hear people say like creative funk and like, and I was exhausted of basically living my life Kickstarter to Kickstarter. And I was just like, oh my gosh, I can't do this anymore. I can't, not only from just like the headaches that come with the Kickstarter, but just the uncertainty of just the changing, because I felt like I was kind of in the same river, even though I had been in it for a lot longer than most of the people that had been doing it. I felt like that I was in the same river as everybody else, like all the other playing card artists, where they, I'll have a design, I'll do a Kickstarter, and then that's it, and then I'll just this one. And it really wasn't. I mean, it was fulfilling in the beginning when it was kind of new in the Wild West, but then everybody and their dog came out and started designing playing cards, which we can talk about this later, which I'm told as many people as I like having tons of people design good and crappy decks. I think it's good because at heart I'm a capitalist, and I think that it's just going to make the good work. It's going to make the good work rise to the top, and it's going to help educate people of what really crappy stuff is. But I felt like I was just like doing what everybody else was doing, and there was no. I'd already kind of built myself a brand and kind of had brand awareness, but I was just catering to like the same core of people as everybody else was, and I wanted to tell my story and share the characters in the decks and the stories in my decks to more people that don't necessarily knew anything about playing cards, and I was in this really kind of big funk creatively in the spring of 2018, and we were about to have my fourth daughter's Olive. And my wife was like, and I was like talking to my wife, I was like, listen, I gotta figure something else out because I don't think that I can keep doing this. You know, I wasn't coming out with that many decks. The decks that I was coming out with, I don't feel like were as inspired as some of my past stuff. I was having lots of like, you know, just production errors that were just basically due to me being uninspired and me not being focused. And I was like, man, Becca, I got to figure something else. Becca's my wife. I was like, I got to figure something else out to do or some way to change up. And my wife was like, well, it was more my wife saying that. She set me down. I was like, you got to figure something out and you got to figure out how to kind of how to change things with what you do and how you're located in this landscape of playing cards in the playing card industry. And then that's kind of what spurred on, okay, take Kickstarter out of the thing. Okay, say I got to start all over and I don't have Kickstarter as a crutch. I can't do Kickstarter anymore. And so that's kind of what led to the subscriptions and the subscription thing where like, okay, what can I do? How can I utilize my strengths as, you know, being able to do different styles and efficiency of work and that kind of thing. How can I harness those strengths to create something that separates me from everybody else? And that's kind of what came up the subscriptions. And I tell you what, it was the subscriptions that really kind of like saved me as a playing card designer, because I was ready to stop designing playing cards and just go get another, you know, like an art director job or something like I've done in the past. Yeah. And because of the subscriptions that, you know, that kind of really rejuvenated my business and it started giving me an audience of people that had never, you know, that they only thought of playing cards as like the $2 deck of playing cards that they bought at, you know, Walgreens or something.
So speaking about your whole like Kickstarter origin with the playing card design, what was your actual like level set? Like, what was your expectation when you first launched your first Kickstarter? Were you expecting it to blow up as much as it did?
No. When I in 2012, I lived in Los Angeles, and I was an art director for a gaming studio, and we made like, you know, like at the time it was like PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, console games, and I'd never lived in Los Angeles before, and we had Claire, my oldest daughter, and she was really young, and we had just had Scarlett, my second, and like, you know, we had lots of debt, and we had lots of, you know, we had lots of debt, and we felt like we were just in this rat race of like, how do we get? It was expensive to live there, and I was where it's not really that expensive to live. Yeah, we were just and we didn't really like. We liked the beach for sure. We liked the beach. But we didn't like anything else about the area, and it was just not right for us. And we were like, okay, what the heck do we have to do? What do we have to do to get out of this? How do we get out of it? Because we couldn't move back to Texas because we had so much debt and all this kind of stuff. And Kickstarter literally started as a way for me to earn some extra money to start paying off debt. And my first two Kickstarters were like, they weren't even playing cards. They were like T-shirt projects. Right. And the interesting thing was my very first Kickstarter was a Kickstarter for a black T-shirt, black and a blue T-shirt for the King's Wildhead. And this is before I had even thought about designing playing cards. And that, you know, this is another story. You know, that the King's Wildhead was a skateboard deck design that I had done for a character that I developed in a class that I taught at a school of art, a school of visual art in Hollywood.
That's really cool.
And I really liked the design. I was like, hey, let's make a T-shirt out of this and try to earn some extra money. And I had like a funding goal of like $400. And like, I knew that if I could get, you know, my brother and my family to buy the T-shirt and be successful. And like, it was like, I had to make like 12 shirts for it to be successful. And you know, and this is another thing we can talk about, you know, like there's so many people that want to do playing card Kickstarters. And I think they go about it the completely wrong way. File that for later in the conversation.
Oh, yeah. So I guarantee you there's some questions probably about it for later as well that we already have.
And so I made this T-shirt Kickstarter and my funding goal was $400. and we raised like $4,000. And I was like, sweet, let's do another Kickstarter. And so we did another t-shirt Kickstarter, and I made a couple of $1,000, and I was like, man, this Kickstarter thing is pretty cool. And it was still pretty. I mean, this was 2012, early 2012, and it was still. I mean, Kickstarter was still pretty new then.
Yeah,
and especially playing cards were new. I mean, there were not very many playing cards projects at all on Kickstarter. And I still had not thought about playing cards at all. And then at the time, my brother Taylor, who lives in Birmingham, Alabama, and he owns a production company there, we would always like Google Hangout and talk, just like give each other, like talk about our ideas creatively, and like, give each other crap about them, and, just shoot our ideas back and forth. And I had on Kickstarter, I saw the pedal deck, the miscellaneous goods deck project on Kickstarter, and I was like, man, this project raised $140,000. And I literally, and what gave me the idea was literally my competitive spirit. And I was like, this is not very, I could do this. I mean, I could, whatever. I was like, this is easy. And I was like, I should do a deck of playing cards. And so at that point I was like, okay, let's try this design a deck of playing cards thing. And then I was talking to my brother on Google Hangout, and we were talking. I was like, I want to design this deck of playing cards. And I was like, look at this deck that was on Kickstarter, raised $140,000, blah, blah, blah. And we were just talking about different ideas. And he was like, you know what you should do, Jackson? You know what you should do? You should design a deck of cards that looks like money. And I was like, yes, I should. And then that's what kind of birthed the Federal 52 idea, it was my brother's idea originally. I mean, he knew that I had this fondness of currency art.
Money? Money.
What?
You had a fondness of money.
Oh yeah. I had a fondness of the art of money. And that was kind of like the origins of it. And then it just kind of went from there. And then I designed it, didn't know anything about playing cards. And then it just kind of it took off from there. I was able to pay off my debt, and I was able to move back to Texas and all that kind of stuff.
That's cool. I have to add this. If anybody wants to listen to this story in full, a little more in detail and a little more dramatic, we'll put the link in below. It's for what's the name of it? It's your brother's storytelling.
Yeah, my brother has a storytelling thing that he has. It's called Arc Stories, and he helps people fashion their stories and helps people be better storytellers. And he'll have like a themed story night every month. And he invited me to come, and the theme was like spark inspiration or something like that. And I talk about that. And you can also watch the entire story on a documentary called Capital C too, where these guys from Germany follow me during the second Federal 52 project. And it's basically like that whole story of like me being in debt, me trying to figure out how, going through the struggles of my family of how to get out of that debt and move. And we're using, basically everything I just told you, just in a more dramatic way.
Yeah, which I caught some of the Capital C documentary when we first started talking about having you on the show. And I wanted to do a little bit of background research. And I have to say, it really was like interesting to see, I think, the starting point to where you've evolved to now.
Yeah. It's because it's definitely, it's come with my wife. My wife is so much a part of King's Wild as well. And we've definitely come a long way since that. And it's changed so much. And I think the industry has changed so much since then.
And what's one of those, I guess, go ahead, Steve.
I was just going to say, I think I think there's no better way to will something to happen than to basically make money, like print money as a deck of cards, and will it happen that more money is going to come.
Yeah, totally.
That's cool.
So, like you said, you've seen the industry itself evolve so much over the time. What are some of the biggest things that you see as differences, whether good or bad, from when you first started in the playing card industry to now?
Let's do good first. We'll do bad.
Good first, did you say?
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah,
good,
good
first. Yeah.
Good first.
Well, I think this is a good wrapped in a outer bacon shell of good.
Bacon, huh?
Yeah,
That works.
anything. I mean, if you put bacon on it, it's going to be good.
Jamie Morrison's in here, and he's known as bacon. So
I feel like that. I mean, I've been doing this since 2013, and I feel like that. That shadow's really annoying me. I feel like that through that time, like there's been kind of an uproar of like, oh, we're in a playing card bubble. We're gonna have a playing card bubble, and it's gonna burst, and then whatever. And like, I've been through like 3 of those, and but what people in the playing card world don't realize is, at its heart, and I'm saying this from 7 years, and I hate to use the word data because it sounds so nerdy, but this is from 7 years of data of me selling playing cards and in the business of playing cards. Like, at its core, the people, and I'm not talking about cardists, I'm not talking about magicians, which those people are great, and those people, you know, I'm not including those people. Right. I'm including like the core group of people that would consider themselves playing card collectors over, say, cardists or magicians.
Right.
That group of people is all, you know, up until recently, that group of people is only about 600, 700, 800 people on a planet of, you know, however many billion people we have that all like something, and they're all going to spend their money on something that they like. And I've learned, and so the bad part about that is that kind of whole negativity of like, oh, there's a playing card bubble, that kind of thing. And what I've learned is, I mean, there's definitely a cycle, and I've seen that with like my own customers. There's like a cycle of like 3 years, and somebody will come in. This is not a blanket statement, but for the most part, somebody will come in that doesn't know anything about playing cards. They'll become a playing card collector. They'll get really enthusiastic about it, and they'll spend about 3 years as a playing card collector, and then they'll kind of roll off.
Then they get broke and they have to sell their collection.
Exactly. Or exactly. And and you can watch people, like, they'll come in, and then like 2-3 years later, you know, they'll do that whole thing on Facebook or eBay where like, I gotta clean out my stock and blah 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 blah. It's not bad, and I'm not knocking those people because whatever, because those people helped support me for those 3 years that they were in that whole world. But the reality is that as new people are coming in and old people are going out, there's always new people coming in. And so, so a deck, so like say like a deck of cards, like say the Federal 52 or any kind of deck like say like the Theory 11 Monarchs. Like, there's going to be somebody tomorrow that sees the Theory 11 Monarchs for the very first time and says, "Oh, that's really cool. What is this thing called? What is this thing of custom playing cards?" And then they'll see that for the first time, and then that's a new person coming into that world that they've never known. And to that person, they don't have all of that kind of, I don't want to say baggage, but they don't have all that baggage and history of, oh, there's going to be a playing card bubble. All they see is a really great thing of art or a deck of playing cards that they like, and that they spend, $12 on, or whatever it is, $15. And so you have a whole new group of people that are coming in all the time, and you have people that are going out. And I think that the playing card artists that will survive are the people, are the designers that can figure out how to tell a story to all these new people coming in and captivate these people, because that's what people want. They want to be able to relate to people, and they want to be able to be told a story. And when I say told a story, like, that's what people like. I mean, people like story because stories are what people relate to and connect to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's good.
And I mean, I think that's something Steve and I touch on that a lot too when we look at Kickstarter campaigns, and when we talk to people about Kickstarter, it's, you have to be able to tell that story so that someone gets invested in your deck. You obviously, especially with Kickstarter, you have a limited amount of space and a limited amount of attention that someone's willing to give to hook them. And that story, whether it's a personal story or the story of the deck or whatever it may be, is integral. So
yeah. And I've found with my people, my customers, you know, as I started the subscription, and the more and more I try, what I have found with my own business is the more and more I try to distance myself, and the more I distance myself from the other playing card designers, the more and more depth and width I get in the people that are like not necessarily playing card collectors, but that are people that are King's Wild collectors, almost like they want to follow my art rather than they just want to collect playing cards. And there's a lot of those people that will, just being around the King's Wild brand, they'll see other stuff and they'll design other decks. And it's not that I don't want them to buy their decks, but I don't want them to buy their decks. But I'm finding that the more I distance myself, the wider that base of those core people gets.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think you are definitely, I mean, there's different designers that fall into certain categories, you know, that they design a certain way, and you design your certain way. The cool thing about you is the fact that you're the only one in my mind, and I may be wrong, but you're the only one that designs the way you design. You know what I mean? Like, you have a specific style, and it's very, I'm sorry?
No, I was just thanking you for your compliment.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think that's very cool. And I think, you know, that's another reason why you are so successful at what you do, is because you do relate to a lot of people. You know, whether it's, you know, you first, you know, one thing is you bring everybody that you're involved with into the deck that you're making, whether it's your daughters, whether it's your wife, whether it's your grandfather, whether it's your mom, dad, whatever. You know, even the people that are in your subscription, you know, series, you know, you have them involved in certain decks. And you know, I think that's cool. You know, me personally, maybe I might not like one aspect of it, but the overall idea is really cool and different than what a lot of people are doing. You know, the way you package them up, and it's just, you're very creative and you do everything in-house, which is very rare. Like, you, from start to finish, you guys are responsible for it. And the package that I get when I get it, is usually pristine, you know. And we talked about this before, whether it was, you know, from the T42 tux to the cellophane that you guys make sure they're super tight, and you know, which helps to eliminate dings in the tux when they get to you. The tighter they are, the less movement they have. So there's just all these little things that contribute to being a specific type of designer that is not really out there, you know, within anybody else.
Well, that's nice. And, you know, and I definitely have had time to, you know, and the journey hasn't been easy, for sure. And I definitely have learned my lessons through trial and error. And, you know, and if there's like any advice, you know, like, I mean, there's lots of advice that I could give, whatever. But, you know, especially like other playing card designers, especially the new ones, like, you know, one of the things that I learned was just being, I think so many artists hold things so tightly, like their ideas and their concepts so tightly that they squeeze the life out of them. And they, like, it's almost kind of like that kind of concept, like you're only as good as your last game kind of thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like to me, that is I think that's a horrible piece of advice.
Right.
Because to me, like, you're only as good as your last game, then you're just, you keep turning your wheels to try to create this perfect game that everybody's going to judge you by, when the best way to get good at your game is just to play a lot of games. And, you know, I don't even know what I was saying, but just like the advice is, what I've learned is just like, for my business, the thing I talked about this with my crew, like my two pillars of my business are story and community. And I always, and that's really only come around since like we really started doing the subscriptions. And it took me 6 years to really kind of hone into that, to where everything that we do, like like the decks that we design, the themes that we do, the way that we interact with people, it all comes back to community and story. And the more and more people are just transparent about their ideas and about what they're doing with the community, it builds a better community. And as long as you're telling good stories with that, and obviously there's an element of you have to be able to execute it at a high level.
Right.
Those are the things that people are going to keep coming back to, because people aren't going to keep coming back to gimmicks. They're not going to keep coming back to what I call feature creeping, which is just like, oh, this is gilded or this is foiled and embossed. And that's like that's the backbone of what you're doing. Those things don't have longevity, in my opinion. And that's kind of how and going back to the thing where I said learn a lot of lessons, like I had to learn a lot of lessons of screwing up, and I had to be honest with people, and I had to learn to be more honest with people and be more transparent. It's not that I was like lying to people, but I had to be like overtly transparent and overtly honest with people, to the point now where like now I'm like, don't send me an email because I'm not gonna, because I'm horrible. I'm a horrible procrastinator. I'm horribly disorganized. If you want to get your question answered, I care about you as a person. If you want to get your question answered, do not send me an email because it's not going to get answered.
I can attest to that. I can attest to that, people.
I don't even answer my wife's emails. And so I mean, I could take a little screenshot of my like unread messages thing in my Gmail. It's like, what is it? 97,241.
Oh, no. Yeah,
I feel like
the best
a lot of people anxiety there.
Yeah. And when I accepted who I was, and it took me all this time living on the planet Earth to figure that out. When I accepted who I was and I was okay with that, and I was just transparent about that with people, and I was like, this is who I am. Let's try to go from here. That's when it really started to like, that's when I feel like it started to be successful, is when I was being honest with myself and with other people.
Yeah.
I don't know when I got to that. I don't know what that's about.
So I think one question that came through, is kind of just on what we were talking about a little bit. There's kind of like a hype deck rant going on. But Manuel asked, some of your decks could be considered gimmicky. How do you make sure they're classic and speak to people?
Well, I think that there is that's a great question. And what I have found, going back to what I was just talking about, the two pillars of my business of story and community, if I can tell a very rich and impactful story, whether it has a gimmicky element to it or not, if I can tell an impactful story that connects with somebody, whether it's through something that they have interest in, something that they have nostalgic interest in, something that they have some kind of connection with themselves that they can relate to, even if it's gimmicky, if it's done with a very rich story and that community aspect of it, and then at the same time executed at a high level, that's what can help that stay over the course of time.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I think answer that.
Yeah, I mean, and it's actually, it is a great question, and I've talked to many people about this. Jay and I, Jay Collected 300.
Yeah.
Good, super rad dude. And I talked to him a lot about it. The same thing with Matt. And when I came into the community, it was last May, so it's about a year now. I missed all your like Pi, Labyrinth, Tigers. I came into the community and I saw these 3 decks. I'm like, fuck, who the hell is that?
Mm-hmm.
Like, who's that? And probably around June or July, you opened up subscriptions.
Mm-hmm.
And I came on, and then you came out there. The decks are dope, but they were too gimmicky for me. You had the crayon, the back to school, you had the Halloween, you had the, still great decks, just not my style, And now it's funny because obviously times have changed, with what's going on and stuff. So I had to drop out because it was, just money was tight. And now this year, fucking dropping bombs. Like every deck you've been putting out is beautiful. No, I mean, all decks are beautiful, but they more were my style. So I think you're gonna have people that are gonna click with certain decks, and you're gonna have people that don't with other decks. And I think that's the beauty of the story. You know what I mean?
And I mean, that was a whole thing in the beginning of the subscriptions was, I mean, I really started it as an experiment of like, I have all these ideas for these decks of cards that I don't feel like that have a place to be successful on Kickstarter.
Right.
And also I was just like, I want to do everything that I can to not do a Kickstarter.
Yeah. I hear you.
And I knew that going into this, that some people were going to like them and some people weren't going to like them. And even like the decks from like last year, like I'm even learning because I'm working so much and because I'm and creating so many different decks. I'm even my learning curve even now is exponential compared to what it was. Like I would say my learning curve as a playing card artist in the past 2 years, I've learned more about playing cards in the past 2 years than I did the 5-6 years before that.
Right.
Because I was finding myself and the things that I could tell what people would latch onto. And like even the decks from last year, like you say, some you didn't like, some you did. Like I look back at like, say, like the Tigers. Like I think the Tigers was a great project. A lot of people liked the Tigers. But I think that when I look back on it with this kind of new paradigm or this new kind of like framework of community and story, like the Tigers kind of like, it gets there with kind of a story, but not really much community.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
And I don't think I mean, I like the Tigers, and I think that, and when I did the Tigers, it was really mainly me just like paying homage to like the first, United States Playing Card Company deck, the Tigers 101.
Right.
And I think like with this year, I think that I'm really kind of leaning into just what I like myself. And I'm finding that me leaning into that stuff that I'm really inspired by, which is story and which is characters and community, I'm just going back to the things that I really like a lot of the historical stories and the literature and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That even if people haven't read them, they've read the narratives in different ways throughout literature that they can connect with. And I think that that's one of the reasons why some of the decks this year have been so how do you say it? So better or so more well received, I guess you could say, is because I think that the concentration of the quality in each deck is better, just because I'm getting better because I'm doing so many different decks. And also,
and you're touching up on like classic, like ultra classic topics, like
and I think that's I think, sorry to interrupt you, but like I think touching on those classics, it's a unique challenge in the fact that, okay, I'm gonna do Robin Hood. Lots of people know the Robin Hood story, and lots of people already have visual furniture in their brains about Robin Hood, whether it's the Disney Robin Hood, whether it's the Errol Flynn Robin Hood or whatever. And it's a challenge to me to be able to like, okay, how do I create my own version of those characters that distances me from everybody else, and also the stories that are already out there. And then I think you're just serving it. You're serving something that already people know in a way that's brand new.
Yeah, and I think it's funny because I think that's one of the problems that you see in these small like communities of hobbyists, where like you have your Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, you have your Marvel, you have like whenever you see them, they look the same. They, like you said, they're stamped in people's minds, and this is how they have to look for people to receive it and appreciate it the way they need to for it to be successful. And I think that's the cool thing about your Beowulf, your Robin Hood, and your Lord of the Rings is like you're creating it based on your story and how you felt when you read it, when you watched it, and while you're creating it. And I think
and that was a cool. Big, speaking of the Lord of the Rings, like that was a huge stipulation going into that. When I contacted the Tolkien estate, I was very I was like, hey, I would like to inquire about getting a license to do a series of decks based on Lord of the Rings. And it was very much two different avenues. There was the New Line Cinema license for the movies type thing. And then there was the literary license of the literary works. And I was very adamant about, I don't want to draw Orlando Bloom or Elijah Wood.
Yeah, hell no.
I love the movies, but I loved the books before I saw the movies, and I love the movies. Yeah. But I wanted to put my own spin, and I wanted to embark on that challenge of like, okay, how do I make this thing that tons of people know?
Yeah, I mean, basically, it's like you're creating your own movie. Because before people saw Lord of the Rings in the movie, they had to envision what these people look like, and they didn't know. And then the movie came out, and that's what that's what they look like. So when it comes, like, you're basically creating this whole new avenue for people to see. Oh, this is another way. This is a way where we can see what they look like without having to use people that are already available.
Right. And I think that, and I don't want to put myself in a place where I'm like, like inspiring, but like those are the kind of things that inspired me as an artist when I was a kid, was seeing other people's perspectives of how they created things and told stories and the characters that they created in such a way that captivated me. And it made me think of like, man, I want to make my own stories. I want to make my own characters.
Yeah.
And because those stories like Robin Hood, Beowulf, Lord of the Rings, those stories are going to be around
forever.
And they're going to have to go through iterations. Like eventually there'll be another Lord of the Rings movie down the road. Like 50 years or something, because more people, just like with the playing card community, the new people will come in and then they'll go out. And then all these people that have never heard of who J.R.R. Tolkien is or who this Robin Hood is, they'll come in, and the way that they see it in my decks of cards might be the first way that they are ever introduced to Lord of the Rings or Robin Hood.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
It's an amazing legacy.
I remember when I was reading, I can't remember what it was, but when I was originally reading the books years ago, Lord of the Rings, for some reason I was listening to a specific music, and like, I want to say, what was
do you have it on you have it on play already? You can play it right now.
No, I don't. I could. It's funny though. Like, you remember the band POD?
Oh, hell yeah.
For some reason, when I was reading, I read them when I was a kid, and then I reread them like later on in life when I could actually like really get into them.
Yeah.
And I remember I was reading Lord of the Rings while listening to POD. And so for some reason, like when you smell something and you're like, oh, and it like brings back memories. Like for some reason, when I think of Lord of the Rings,
I think of POD.
Like POD starts playing in my head.
That's so funny.
And it's only because, and this is before the movies came out. This is before all that stuff happened. It's just because of that. And I think that's good to say, because it's those elements of people's brains and memories that go back to that question of like, how do you make something that could be gimmicky? How do you make something last that's gimmicky? And it's all about connecting with those people, with people's stories. And like me telling you that I listened to POD when I read Lord of the Rings, and I always think of POD when I read Lord of the Rings, like that's a story.
Right.
That's like my story. And like, if I can figure out ways to connect with those types of stories with people, then that's how people really like, lash their teeth into the cards.
Yeah. I mean, like someone said a little bit ago, I think it was actually, I think it was Manuel after we were talking about the gimmicky question got answered. But I think the smart thing, like I said, is maybe I wasn't connecting with the crayon in the Halloween deck, right? Which they're still brilliant because first, I don't have a kid. I don't have any children.
Right.
If I had children, 100% different story. I guaranteed I probably would have been all about that Halloween and the crayon deck, So I think for, kids love cards. Kids love playing with cards, and I think it was a brilliant although not my taste, I think it was brilliant in the fact of, buy a deck of crayon cards and give them to your damn kids and let them play with it,
and like the different styles of decks and the different stories that people connect with has really helped, because early on, like I was real susceptible. I haven't drinking that much yet.
Keep drinking, bro.
Susceptible to like negative comments, and I would let those get under my skin. I don't know why, because I've been a professional artist ever since I got out of college. But doing all the different decks and connecting with more people's stories has helped with the negative comments. And it's not necessarily negative comments. Like for you may have not liked the crayon deck, but there's a whole group of people that's their favorite deck. And then there's people that's like, oh, the Maduros are my favorite deck.
Yeah.
Then there's a whole group of people that are like, I hate the Maduros, they're stupid. And then so there's all these different people that like different stuff, which ultimately, when it gets down to business, because that's ultimately what it is for me.
Yeah, right.
It helps me sell the wider range of decks of playing cards when I can like get different groups of people to like different decks of cards.
Yeah, no, of course. And the cool thing about this community is if you don't like it, you fucking sell it. That's the cool thing.
Yeah. And I think that's why I always talk about feature creeping and stuff like that. And that's something we can talk about with like playing card designers that like stick to a very specific style or kind of way of doing things, or they rely on things very much. Like there's only going to be one group of people that like that. And yes, you're going to get new people that come in.
Agreed.
There's only going to be that little group of people is going to stay pretty tight. And you'll be able to sell them to that group of people, but it's not going to have longevity, because I can't imagine myself doing anything else right now. I can't imagine myself doing anything 10 years from now besides designing playing cards. I can't do it because of the mental freedom that has given me to work things out and to do things. I couldn't do anything else, and I got to figure out a way that gives me longevity and to be able to do it in 10 years.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, just like anything, I think the number one thing that speaks to people and keeps people around is vulnerability, right? Is like sharing your story, like bringing people into your life, telling them, about POD, like Brad said that he won't be able to hear. I won't be able to think of Lord of the Rings now without thinking of POD, but
snuff the punk.
I think so. I think that's very important. For me, I'm kind of a softie when it comes to, and a lot of people in the community can, understand. But when someone's going through something, I'm like, for me, I thrive on connecting with that person and trying to create more than just we collect cards. I'm not here to just sell fucking cards. I'm not here to just whatever, obviously we're here to, create community and share different stories and highlight things good in the community, and I think doing that with vulnerability is the best thing. Admitting when you're wrong, admitting when somebody gives you an idea rather than just stealing someone's idea, or, just don't throw people under the bus that are your neighbor, like certain things like that. I think is what connects people to you. Is you're constantly doing lives. You're telling people your stories. People know your family. Your family's involved with your decks. Yeah. You do a lot for your workers.
Even like my crew now. Like, it's gone past just me now, and I think that a lot of my recent success and that the way things have grown is intricately tied to my crew, and the fact that people that are my followers and my collectors are now seeing, oh, there's more. It's more than just Jackson. Now this thing that I'm supporting is now affecting, we have like 12 people that work for Kingdom,
which is huge. That's huge.
Awesome.
And it's like we have like 12 people that work for us, and like 4 of those people are full time, and like and like this community affects those people's lives. And going back to the vulnerability thing, like, I mean, like, yes, we're total nerds. We're total nerds. We collect stacks of playing cards in paper boxes. That's what we do. But like, I think there's so much like negativity and just crap in the world right now that who cares if we collect stacks of paper and the playing cards? Yes, there's going to be some dill holes in the industry, but like, if we're able here to talk and talk about stories and talk about, you know, me tell you how stupid I, you know, when I read Lord of the Rings, I listen to POD. Like, that's a lot better than a lot of other things that most people in the world are talking about right now. And I
totally agree. I agree fully.
And not to like to mystify playing cards, but yeah, to totally mystify playing cards. Like, it's just anything else. Like, when you can connect people through community and story. And I'm going to say that all night long.
Yeah.
Like,
all night long. Who sings it?
All night long. All night.
Come on, who sings it? Quick.
Is that Lionel Richie?
Hell yeah, Lionel Richie. Yes.
So we had a good question that came into the chat, and I think this ties into
on the scene is my jam.
Aspect is how do you decide to integrate your faith into the work, i.e., your Bible verse on every deck, and does your staff lean towards those same values?
That's a good question. I think that I mean, my own faith is such that, you know, if people ask me, I talk about it. I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus Christ. I have personal relationship with him. But like that verse, Thessalonians 4:11, it's work with your hands, mind your own business, and let your daily life win the respect of outsiders. And I try to do that in the way that I am vulnerable with people, and the way that I talk to people, and the way that I try to do my best to communicate with people. No, I'm not going to sit here. I mean, yes, I'm going to make a Bible deck eventually, and a lot of people are going to buy it. I don't care. I've always wanted to make a Bible deck, but like, it's been encouraging for me, at least, that because I'm transparent with people, and also because I'm not like shoving it down people's throats, that people are like, all right, whatever, that's cool. Because at the heart of it, I just want to create really beautiful playing cards that have story. But I find a lot of my own inspiration through that faith and through that kind of stuff, with all that kind of my faith in that. And, you know, go to answer the stuff with my crew. All of my crew are believers, and they share the same kind of beliefs that I do. And I think that going beneath the two pillars of King's Wild of community and story is that faith. And I tell them that I'm like, this is who we are, this is what I am, and King's Wild is a direct extension of me, and this is how we're going to do this. And then they're on board. I mean, they're on board anyways, because I know that they're all believers, because most of them are close friends of mine from Austin when I lived in Austin.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think the cool thing about it is, and I mean, I don't know, there's never a way to know how many people think this way, right? But I think if you're a true believer in any faith, you care about love and not hate, right? And I think I'm not a religious person, I'm a spiritual person, you know, and I really appreciate the fact that you are strong in your faith, whether it's something that I'm very educated in or not, you know, and I think, you know, you could see it in your deck. You can see it in other decks that are maybe like Persian style, or, you know, certain things like that. And I think, again, it's the story and it's the emotion that it brings across, because it doesn't necessarily have to relate in the same way. It just has to relate in that same emomotional way, you know. And I think that's what's so powerful.
I try to run from religion.
For sure.
My own personal experiences, and like, there's so much, you know, going back to like all the negativity and stuff like that that's in the world right now. Like, you know, I can love somebody and not shove my faith down their throat or anything like that, and that's going to be something that people relate to, because whether people are, you know, of the same faith as I am, they can relate to love and that kind of thing. And so I think it's easy to be able to be in a space where I can, you know, put Bible verses on the bottom of my decks of cards, but at the same time still have lots of people that don't believe like me that still enjoy what I do and are happy supporting me doing what I do.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm a man of principle, right? And Tyler can back me up.
Sometimes to a fault. Sometimes to a fault.
No, I totally agree. 100%. Yeah. If you fuck me over, fuck yourself. Like totally. That's what it comes down to.
You're dead to me. You're dead to me.
And I'm okay with that. I'll be cordial to you, but you can go fuck yourself. So what it comes down to though is we won't get too much into like religion because obviously it's not what it's about. And but like have you read the book Conversations with God?
No, I actually don't.
Oh my God. One of the
Did you just say you don't read? Hold on.
I don't read that much.
Okay.
I just
want to make sure I heard that right.
I was on this huge reading kick a while ago, like a few years back. And I read it got recommended to me by a good friend of mine.
On good like,
Conversations with God, I'm not really religious. He's like, just read it. Yeah. So I read it, and one of the things that was said in there, I recommend this book to everybody. You don't have to be religious. It basically, I think it's by Neil Donald Walsh. And basically what he talks about is he's basically writing on behalf, God came through him and wrote the book. So he's having this conversation with God. And, in the book, God goes back from male, female, and different things like that. And one of the parts in the book was, he asked, why don't you show yourself? And God comes back and says, because if I show myself, then that's the only way you'll see me is that thing. Mm. So to me, which is my belief, is that God's everywhere. Mm-hmm. It is what it is. You can believe in whatever you want. You don't have to believe it. Doesn't matter. I'm going to love you anyway. You know what I mean? Because what you believe is different than me, and it's not going to affect me overall. Do you know what I mean? So
totally.
I
know what you mean.
And in theory, it shouldn't affect his opinion of you either, or anyone's opinion of each other, which I think is an amazing thing of people who really, again, see the love and see the humanity as being, their connection there. So
yeah, for sure.
Dude, we got deep here. I'm not gonna lie.
We got what?
we got deep here. I liked it. It was good.
Oh, yeah, I love it, man.
We're gonna get deep on Deckin Around, talking about faith. Oh yeah.
I feel like super weird though now, pivoting it back to cards because I'm like, man,
let's talk
back to paper.
So I do have.
Go ahead, Tyler. Go ahead.
So I actually had a question that I was like, oh, this is a great one. Like before we were talking about Robin Hood, we got off on such a great tangent there. I couldn't break in with it. But this is actually from Mike, who just did incantation cards on Kickstarter. And his question was, based on the literary motifs that you use in your decks recently, and you're also kind of underlying American themes in a lot of your decks as well, have you considered doing decks based on some of the like great American literature, like The Great Gatsby, or of Mice and Men? Yeah.
Oh yes, I have a list. I have a book. You could call it my black book of deck ideas, pages, and that's something I'm gonna do. I mean,
yeah,
you can take that deposit in the bank. I'm just gonna go through those public domain literary classics and just knock them out.
Do it, man.
I'm sure the Lord of the Rings licensing definitely made the public domain seem a lot more appealing.
Oh yeah, for sure. And that's the thing. The only reason why I did Lord of the Rings was because it was because it was like the most pivotal, most influential piece of creative thing in my life. And I learned so much. I learned so much what I didn't want to do when I did the Sherlock Holmes project, that I was like, I'm not gonna do this again unless it's like a bucket list type thing that I have to.
Yeah, that's cool.
So yeah, public domain is where it's at.
You wanna give any of us a couple of ideas on your next couple projects that you'd like to work on within that public domain? I know you mentioned one to us when you and I were doing a lot.
Public domain?
Am I allowed to say it?
I don't know what I told you. I probably could told you 3,000 different things.
You told me, hey, I'll whisper it. Ready? Nobody can hear. Okay. It's the Lego one.
Well, that's not the public domain.
No, I
Yeah,
know.
they're still licensing on Lego.
Yeah, that's not public domain.
Listen,
I'd love to do Lego. I'd love
Lego
to do.
would be, yeah.
I'm
That's
a Lego.
awesome.
I mean, that's like
Is there any other ones that you'd really love to do that you're working on?
I would like to do the ones that I want to do that are not public domain. I want to do a Lego deck. I want to do a Dune deck.
Oh my God, that would be awesome.
I would like, I have a license to do the Mistborn series.
It's a great series. Absolutely great series. Yeah.
Unfortunately for that series, I got the license for Mistborn from Brandon Sanderson.
Yeah.
And then I got the Tolkien license, and I was like, I'm sorry, Brandon.
Poor Brandon.
I've been waiting all my life to do Lord of the Rings.
Oh my God.
Back burner.
I mean, Mistborn's not going anywhere. You got some time. Brandon's still a young guy.
I technically have another year because that's when my license is up, but I can.
Well, according to how long it takes you to bang out a deck, 3 to 4 weeks is all you need.
Well, those types of deck were a little bit longer. Like Lord of the Rings is going to take me. Like I'm trying to finish all this year's subscription decks so I can take like 2 or 3 months off and do nothing but work on Lord of the Rings.
Nice.
Because it's like 4 decks. Anyways, let's see. Non-domain, like I want to do. Here's the big problem that I've learned with historical stuff and public domain stuff. And everybody be like, oh, you should do blah, 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 blah deck, this and that deck. The problem with a lot of historical literature and also historical stuff is that there's never hardly ever any female characters. And you gotta have at least 4 that are impactful enough that you can make them queens. And that's just a nature of the beast of making a functional deck of playing cards.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Like when I did the Independence deck, the Revolutionary War deck, there really wasn't that many influential. There wasn't that many. I'll say high profile, but like, okay, here are these female characters that are on the same historical level of people like recognizing them as like Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, King George, those types of people, that it was hard for me to come up with the queens because I had to come up with like 8 queens.
Yeah,
that's tough.
And when I originally did that, people that were in that Kickstarter, when I originally did that, I was like, what can I do for queens? And then I went this route of like doing like naval ships from the Continental Navy and the British Navy, because you always refer to ships as her and she and that kind of thing. So I was doing ships, like long ships from the navies, and then I got a big backlash of like, oh, you're not putting any women, and it wasn't because I didn't want to put women in there.
Yeah, but it's hard to find. It's
just hard to find. Like I want to do a pirate deck. But I'm not going to do a stupid, not thought out pirate deck just like everybody else does.
Yeah.
I want to do a pirate deck that's thought out, that has a story, that has characters that people can relate to. And like
Treasure Island, man.
Island deck, but there's like you got the kid's mom that dies, and then you got somebody's distant aunt that is mentioned in one line. I mean, I even had that problem with Lord of the Rings, where just Tolkien didn't. I mean, if I had the license to do the Silmarillion, then I would have 15 million female characters to do. But my license is for the trilogy and the Hobbit. And in the trilogy and the Hobbit, there's really not that many. There are, there's Galadriel, there's Shelob, there's, Eowyn, Arwen, all these confusing names that sound the same. Even like in the Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring deck, like I had to reuse Lady Galadriel twice. Like I had to use Lady Galadriel as her regular self. Yeah. And then I had to use Lady Galadriel as her possessed self when she's tempted with the ring and she becomes like this demon and you would see a horrible queen. And I even had to cheat a little bit just to get enough, because I had to get 4 female characters just in the Fellowship of the Ring. And so that's one of the big roadblocks to doing all these classical literature is there's just not that many female characters. Like I want to do, Treasure Island, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, Gulliver's Travel, all these kind of like literature things.
Gilligan's Island.
But like, that's one of the big like hurdles for that kind of stuff is just like finding the queens, and that's like the biggest problem with a lot of the decks.
Yeah,
and I may I'll probably do a Treasure Island deck, and I may just have to, and that's one of the reasons why I don't want to do Kickstarter is because I think there is a level of community involvement that I have now with people where they get to be a part of what I'm doing. But I think with Kickstarter, there's a lot of times where you're kind of like, you're at the whim creatively to that community involvement just because of the nature of it. And I learned that with like the Independence deck when my original idea was like to do the long ships. Now it turned out good, and I liked the way it turned out, but it wasn't the way that I had pictured it to be in my head. That kind of thing. I don't know if that makes sense or not. Because
it makes total sense.
I mean, because I'm not doing the Kickstarters. It's very much like, okay, I'm going to pay for these, and I'm going to produce these. And if you don't like it, you don't have to buy it. But I'm going to do my best to make it meaningful enough that it's warrants you wanting to buy it.
Yeah. Now, do you think that there are times? I'm sure you know what I'm getting at. There are times where it would be. There are times where it'd be more beneficial to do Kickstarter rather than.
Absolutely. Like I will be. You can guarantee that I'll be doing Lord of the Rings on Kickstarter. Only because if you take the pool of people that love Lord of the Rings, but that don't know what www.kingswildproject.com is,
right? Yeah,
the pool is small. But if I do Kickstarter and then pump some advertising into it, that was my pump the advertising into it. The ability for those people that like Lord of the Rings is going to be the possibility of them finding it is going to be way, way higher.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It on my website, and I'm not going to. It would be a business mistake for me to like do Lord of the Rings as like a subscription deck.
I agree, 100%. I totally agree.
Because if I'm like the Lord of the Rings is like literally like, and I'm not exaggerating, like the top of my bucket list type of decks of cards.
Yeah.
And if I limit like that top list bucket list of things to just like the subscription, and I'm not like devaluing the value of those subscribers, like it would just be it would just not be a smart move.
It would be stupid.
From a business point of view. I mean, at the end of the day, you still run a business. From a business point of view, it's Lord of the Rings. I mean, there's already a significantly larger sunken cost into the Lord of the Rings than probably most of your other decks. So it makes the most sense.
Alone. Like just the amount of time that that's going to take me to create the entire thing is going to dramatically overshadow the kind of business model that I have for the subscription.
So just a nice little tidbit here, because this just came through on the chat. So Courier Stu, who at the beginning of the show was like, all right, I'm pulling over so I can listen to this while I'm at work, just said he's turning off his work radio and he's not going back because he doesn't want to miss out on this. So I think we're doing something right here.
Yeah, you got him with the sniffing. I'm glad we got you to sniff it first thing.
Yeah. Sniff early, hook him for a long time.
Exactly.
That'll have to be like one of the quotes from the show, sniffing our decks.
Yeah.
So it's funny because the two questions we always get are, have you ever sniffed a deck, and do you have any cats? I feel like you probably don't have cats. So
well,
good. Jackson,
so you and Steve are best friends.
You and I are the only two people ever on the show that hates cats.
Here's the thing about cats. I hate cats. However, I only have one lung, and we can talk about that in a little bit. Yeah. I have one lung. I have severe chronic asthma, severe respiratory things. Like the whole COVID-19 thing has not been a non-stressful thing for me. I've been on lockdown in my house. So I'm very allergic to cats. However, when we lived in Texas, we had a really bad rattlesnake problem.
Oh, jeez.
And and the way we solved it is I got literally, we lived on like 3 acres. I mean, we were in the country and lived on 3 acres. And I got 5 feral cats that lived outside. We didn't feed them. Like the way that they ate and the way they survived was by killing mice.
Yeah.
And if you kill the mice,
if
you kill the mice, you get rid of the rattlesnakes, and that's what happened. And so,
dude, that's what they do.
In that part of my life, I like cats. They're gonna stay outside, and I'm not gonna feed them because they need to do their job around here. I hate cats. What was the other thing?
The sniffing of the decks. So,
oh yeah,
yeah, which you locked that down right away, so we're good there.
Lock it down.
So, did you kind of have any?
I can tell your manufacturer from the sniff.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's what we actually had Stu do when he came on. He blindfolded, did a sniff test.
Vintage of 2013, maybe the JN finish with a little crutch lock.
Well, speaking to the J, I'll let Tyler ask this question, but we'll get onto the JN finish when he's done with this question.
So I just had a kind of, speaking a lot about the earlier mentioning you were glad to get off of Kickstarter, and obviously seeing the business value in bringing Lord of the Rings to Kickstarter. Did you kind of have internal turmoil to finally be like, all right, I have to go back to Kickstarter for this one, or was it a pretty easy decision?
It was an easy decision, and I knew it from the beginning. Well, this sounds really bad, but it doesn't. Made it way easier decision. But
dude, that's a no-brainer.
It's a no-brainer, really.
Yeah.
Dude, there are great things about Kickstarter. There are great things about Kickstarter, and there are bad things about Kickstarter. Just like there's good things about my subscription, there's bad things about it. There's a host of headaches no matter what you're doing, because you're dealing with people, and when you deal with people, you're going to screw up, and they're going to screw up, and you're going to be a jerk sometimes, and they're going to be jerks sometimes. It's just dealing with that, no matter what you're doing. But it was a no-brainer for the Lord of the Rings stuff. Now, with that said, I feel like that I've gotten to a point to where, almost in a satirical way, not really satirical, like I want to I've had ideas to experiment with Kickstarter in a kind of like, what's the good way to say it without cussing? No F given kind of.
You can cuss.
You can cuss.
I'm not gonna cuss. I'm not gonna cuss. My kids are probably watching this, but like I've had ideas, and we've even talked about ideas, but we're not gonna talk about those ideas.
Yeah, no. We won't.
But like I've even thought about going back to Kickstarter in ways that, like, okay, I have these ideas that I could go back to Kickstarter and do things completely different. Do things completely different than the way things are doing. People are like playing card designers are doing things on Kickstarter. Like, I wanted to go to Kickstarter and like design a deck and like
don't give it away.
Print like 25 decks and like sell them for like $25. And like, because I can design a deck this weekend and like print it with MPC. Yes, of course, MPC is not the best. Who cares? Whatever. It doesn't matter. I could make a designed deck and print it with MPC and make like 25 of them, and go on Kickstarter and have like 25 slots just to like experiment with stuff and see what works, And and I think that a lot of people that want to be playing card designers, they have like this idea of what a playing card designer looks like, and you have got to do these specific things. Oh, I've got to print with United States Playing Card Company. I got to print this many decks. I've got to put my funding goal at this. I got to have foiling. I got to have embossing. Like, all you have to do to be a playing card designer is make a deck of cards. And you can say, I mean, think about how many people that you've met in this industry. They'd be like, I've been working on this design of a deck. I've been working on this deck, and I've got this deck idea, and they never make it. They never make it. They never make that idea.
99% of the people in the community advise
to do it.
Yeah, and like I want those people to make those decks, because like if this person has an idea, make that idea, make it into something, even if it sucks. make it into something, because that's going to make your next thing even better.
Dude, sometimes, let me tell you something. Some people do make it, even though it sucks. And then their next one, it doesn't make it better. That sucks too.
You know what? But you know what? It's yes. Things can suck, and things can continue to suck. And the market will weed those people out, because then you're separating things like, okay, here are these people that are actually trying to make a business out of it, and there's these people that are just like, what if this guy that works in a cubicle all day long that has an idea for a deck of cards, but he has no aspiration of like becoming a playing card designer, but that's what he's thinking about, and that's what he thinks about. Like, go for that. Like, make that happen. And who cares what these like pajama reviewers are saying? Who cares what they think?
I agree.
Like, take your idea and make it, because there's so many other things that you could do that are worse. And just like the thing that you're putting out in the universe, and that sounds real, existential. But like I like my daughters, for example. If I say, if you've got this idea, what's better? Like, you figuring how to make that idea a reality, or you just like continuing to do the normal thing that you've done for always.
Right.
And even if that person is not successful, and even if that person is it's not the greatest deck of the century or whatever, who cares? I want to look at those people and like, great job. Awesome. Yeah. Look at all these other people that have been talking a lot of smack and that say that they have all these ideas for decks of cards and then haven't done jack squat. Like, even if it sucks, at least they did it. At least they tried to do it.
They bettered themselves through experience, which is the best way to live your life. Yeah.
Rather than like Tyler and I have talked about, like, a lot of people talking shit about certain decks, and we don't see them create the deck, But so let's touch on the JN finish. Not exactly
the JN finish. Let's talk about JN finish.
Let's dive into like some Jerry's Nuggets.
Oh yeah, Jerry's Nuggets. Let's do it.
We're gonna talk about Nuggets on the Deckin Around. Okay, so
do it.
Pretty cool that you got asked by Bill to be included in the Jerry's Nugget relaunch, I guess we can call it. So that's pretty cool, and the deck you designed was pretty dope. Obviously, everybody on here knows what the hell it looks like, but
I have two of them.
Yes.
You have two of them?
How many did you send you?
I think I bought them on eBay. I don't know. Whoa.
So I remember seeing you on live once. Somebody asked you, are you going to reproduce or are you going to make another one? And you said yes. You talked to Bill and you were talking about it. How is that going now? I know there's been a lot of other Nuggets floating around recently, like the past week or two. What's your take on that? And are you going to make another one?
There's levels to this question.
Let's get on all levels. Let's hit the level.
Let me unpack this answer. I think that the Jerry's Nuggets has a place in the furniture of playing card history, no doubt about it. Whether that place is artificially fabricated or not, it doesn't matter. It's got a place. There it is. It's got a place.
It has a story.
It has a story, I think. And then my original interest in that was that story.
Yeah.
But as time went on, and that I really kind of recognized, and I don't want this to sound like selfish or conceited, but I really started to find and really cherish the value of my own time. And in the sense of like, if I'm sitting behind my computer designing a deck of playing cards, am I spending that time in a way that's most valuable to me? And it goes past valuable in a monetary sense of the word.
Right.
But a lot of times, and I'm finding this out over doing this over and over again, I'm finding out that that monetary value is very closely related to if I feel like that I'm spending my time in the most valuable way. I mean, that was really, I mean, people may know that we just canceled the bicycle subscription, and we can talk about that later. But I was finding that time, and the thing that sucks is like I'm already finished with all that artwork. But the time I'm trying to unpack it like I was telling you. At first I wanted to do my own Jerry's Nugget. And when Bill Kalush asked me to do his Jerry's Nugget, I said, yeah, I'll do Jerry's Nugget. But my own stipulation is that I get to do a Jerry's Nugget my own way. Because I think, I mean, even though that it's a very influential deck in terms of the artistic merit of a Jerry's Nugget, it's pretty uninteresting to me and uninspiring to me. And I think there's production aspects of it that make the Jerry's Nuggets, the functionality of it different and interesting, but that you can't reproduce now. And everybody knows that, knows what a Jerry's Nugget is. Yeah. But for me, the artistic merit of it wasn't that inspiring and is not that interesting. And that's why I said, okay, if I'm going to do Jerry's Nugget, I want to do my own. I want to take this thing that people, going back to that story, I want to take this story that people know and that can connect with, and I want to put my own spin on it. And that's kind of what birthed the King's Wild Jerry's Nugget. And I totally have the freedom to make my own Jerry's Nugget. Right. But really, when I go back to that thing of like, I think about the value of my time and what I find inspiration in. Like I find exponential more inspiration in doing like a Beowulf deck or a Robin Hood deck, just because of my own sensibilities and my own likes and things like that, than doing another Jerry's Nugget deck. And so I may in the future do a Jerry's Nugget deck, but it's literally like on the bottom. Like if you take that big black book of deck ideas, like it's like in the appendices in the back. Kind of a thing.
Yeah, and
that's not enough. What's that?
No, for sure. What do you think of all the just different colorways coming out? Do you think?
I don't know.
Well, like not just with Jerry's, just with like all these other deck designers, rather than creating new decks, they're just recoloring and pushing those out.
I think that there's an element of it that is. There's a successful element in the fact that there's these entrepreneurs that are capitalizing on a brand or an idea. Right. And I can't knock that, because if I knock that, then I am at the same time handicapping myself to building my own brand in my own way.
Right.
Like, does everybody need an iPhone? Does everybody need a new iPhone every year or every 2 years when they come out? No, they don't need a new iPhone every year. But they're capitalizing on an idea and a brand, and I can't knock them for doing that.
Yeah.
Right. Now, does that mean that if you keep printing a different colorway every year, does that mean that you are going to have longevity as a playing card designer? I don't know. You may have longevity as a playing card producer in a specific market that does it. But in the market that I want to be in, and in the market of people that want to buy my decks of cards, those types of things do not have longevity.
Right.
And I've recolored stuff. Absolutely, I've recolored stuff. And the only things that I recolor or reproduce are the decks that are the really, really successful decks that people that, because I get emails now. I get like 4 or 5 emails a week of people for the first time finding the original Federal 52. And they're like, hey, bro, I saw this Federal 52, and I think it's pretty awesome. You got any of these for sale? And I'm like, no, I don't have any of those for sale.
Where's that guy from?
That guy is from Ohio.
Yeah. Ohio? That ain't Ohio.
Have you ever been to Ohio?
That is not Ohio. That's more like Alabama. Like that's like Steely, Alabama, dude.
Yeah. and like going back to the subscription thing, like that's something that, I mean, that was one of the reasons why I started the subscription, because I wanted to like take all these ideas and test them out and see, and I was upfront with it about that. I wanted to test all these ideas out, and then the ones that got the greatest reception, the ideas that really connected with people, I was going to then take those decks and then like make them into like the King's Wild flagship decks that I was going to keep reproducing, so that this wave of people that come in every 3 years or whatever, I can always have a Federal 52. I can always have a VHS. I can always have a Maduro or whatever. But going back to the original question of like the Jerry's Nuggets, like, no, I mean, it's not, I see its place, but it's not interesting to me and it's not inspiring to me. And I've learned, when I value my time, I know, knowing myself, that if I get into something like that, or if I try to do something like that, I will quickly lose interest and lose inspiration. And then it'll just become a job to me.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Luke actually has a cool question. Luke is a playing card designer. Luke Wadey. He's the one that did the Grid series. He did Arrow. Now, his question is, what equipment and software do you use for your designs? Do you spend time sketching, or do you grab a tablet and work in Photoshop until you're happy?
I can draw with pencil and paper if I need to. I mean, I did that all through college. I did that professionally for a while, but it's just not efficient for me. I have found that my most efficient time spent, going back to that value of time, I use Photoshop and Illustrator, and 99% of everything that I do is hand drawn digitally in Photoshop.
Yeah.
And then if I'm in Illustrator, it's only because I'm doing something that is very graphic in nature, like a spot color design of like a standard court card set.
Yeah.
Which, and that being said, you do a lot of your drawing on your YouTube Live as well, which we can also, link to in the bottom here. But I know one of the cool things that I always see pop up on the Instagram feed is like, come watch me draw this card today on, YouTube Live. So
every Sunday night at 9:00 p.m. Eastern.
There you go. All right, so Steve, we definitely need to get like a soundboard here for future episodes. I'm just throwing that out.
We do.
Yeah.
I think the one that I have is not going to work every time.
Yeah. You also forgot to mention one of Luke's other crowning achievements of being a guest on Deckin Around. So I'm going to throw that out there.
Of course.
So we actually have another kind of tradition on the show, and before we get too deep into it, before we get to hour 3,
is he even on here? Is he in here?
So I haven't seen him in a bit, but I figure we can knock out the Kyle question so that he at least doesn't have to watch.
Winding down, are you?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Hell no.
Honestly, hold on, Jackson. These are my questions for tonight.
I'm just warmed up, bro.
Dude, I got a lot of questions here, so no worries.
You aren't going to bed tonight, bro.
But I like to make sure we hit the traditions from time to time, especially for the people who like to watch the show. So one of Kyle's things, and this started probably on like episode 3, was that he always tries to come up with a question that's either very like oddly deep or stumps the guest. So I think this is.
Hold on,
this goes back a little bit to Kyle's.
Wait a minute.
We'll get him here. If you
Hold on 1 second.
Take your time.
He's got daddy duties. Dude, look at that shirt. Dad.
I know. I love that shirt. That thing is so fresh.
That's so dope.
My daughter wanted to use my Prisma colors.
What up, nerds?
So one of the the Kyle question, as we like to call it, is kind of always a unique out of the box question. Kyle McIntosh, he actually designed the Hinode deck. Hinode deck. It's a Japanese inspired deck. You may or may not know it.
He doesn't know it.
Yeah, well, I know we've had this discussion, but I feel like I still have to put the caveat.
Has nothing against you, Kyle. I'm just
no. That's good.
But so Kyle's questions are always a little bit outside the box. So his question for you tonight is, you have to. This isn't even a question. I'd say is more of like a command, but you have to choose 3 different animals to swap your body parts with: torso, legs, and arms. Yes, torso, legs, and arms. What animals do you choose?
Arms.
Yep. What animals do you choose for each and why?
Okay.
Just so you know, Jackson, just so you know, there will be a photoshopped image of what you say. So just be prepared.
I know, I'm going to make one.
Kyle may beat you to it. Kyle may beat you to it. Yeah.
I would go with gorilla arms.
That's what I was thinking too, man.
Not everybody say? Does everybody say gorilla arms?
So it's a different question for every week. So, but when I was writing this down for the show, I was like, man, gorilla arms are where it's at. So
gorilla arms. I mean, just come on. I mean, the guy in the gorilla system is like.
I agree, man. They're strong too. Strong.
He just eats vegetables all day long. I go gorilla arms, and I'm gonna go a black bear's torso.
Okay.
Because like if you think of like, okay, in a cage fight, who's gonna win between a gorilla and a black bear? I mean, it's gonna be a nasty fight.
Yeah,
it is.
I might as well go ahead and dip into both of those nugget sauces if I'm gonna do this.
Yeah.
So we go gorilla arms, black bear torso, and then I've got to do legs.
Yeah, and then legs.
Oh man, legs.
Oh, dude, it's got to be something quick.
It's got to be something quick. What you gonna say something? What?
So I think here's the thing that I was thinking.
Don't say anything yet, Tyler. Don't say anything.
So say what you're gonna say. Yeah. So not as an animal, but as kind of a thought process along the legs aspect, because like with the gorilla arms and the bear torso, you weigh a lot. So if you get like gazelle legs, you're not moving anywhere. So yeah.
Bro, I've been through this. This is not the first time I've thought through this kind of scenario.
I'm glad to hear that, but also a little concerned.
I'm gonna say, does it have to be like does it have to be non-extinct?
I think extinct is fine as long as it's a real animal and you just don't make something up.
I'm gonna go gorilla arms, black bear torso, and velociraptor legs.
That's
a
solid call right there. All right.
Clever girl.
Dude, you want to know my answer? You want to know my answer?
What? What?
Velociraptor
arms.
Torso.
Okay.
Those fuckers are smart. You want their brain.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but the head's not technically part of the torso, so you're just stuck with a small lizard body.
Dude, they're jacked.
Clever girl.
But the head is connected to the torso because obviously you only have three parts. It's not gonna be a headless velociraptor.
Well, I think you'd keep your own head is the premise here.
Oh, okay. I take that back then.
Yeah.
It's not a head.
All right. Whatever. Forget it.
Because then otherwise you just have like a man bear pig. So.
Man. Oh, that's what I'm saying. I thought the torso was actually.
We'll give you the head and the torso. We'll just go ahead and give you the
No. I'll do it again. I'll do it the right way. I'll do it the right way. I'm gonna say for the arms, I'm definitely gonna agree with the gorilla because they're ridiculously strong. For the torso, I'm gonna have to say.
You already said velociraptor for the torso.
No, I started over because I don't get their head.
Okay, so you're gonna take a mulligan and start over. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm gonna say because somebody said just be Al Gore. Dang.
You obviously have not thought through this out before.
I haven't thought through it before.
My brother and I.
I'm gonna say
a whole book.
I'm gonna say
what would win in a cage fight.
I'm gonna say Tyrannosaurus legs.
Not their arms. Not their arms.
Yeah, not their arms. So you definitely
not their arms. Not their arms. And for the torso, an eagle.
To scale.
Yeah, to scale.
Yeah.
But again, though, eagle wings are technically their arms, so you're not getting their wings. You just have an eagle body.
Yeah,
that's okay. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I just want Kyle to create that.
I've had this idea for a deck for a long time. When I was in elementary school, did you guys ever make those like shoebox dioramas?
Yes. No. Yes, I know what you're talking about.
You took a shoebox, you turned it up on its side, and then you would take like construction paper and then create environments inside the shoebox.
Yeah.
So my dinosaur deck is basically a whole deck of construction paper shoe dioramas of dinosaurs.
That's dope. That would be so dope.
Yeah. And if you're going to steal that idea, you better do a really good job, because when I do it, it's going to be dope, and I'm going to lay waste to your crappy idea.
You want to hear Beef Stew says arms of a T-Rex, body of a koi, legs of a caterpillar.
To scale.
Oh my god. To scale.
That would be scary as shit to scale. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So, and it's funny because Luke did drop a banger of a question in the chat earlier, but I actually have another Luke question that I think was a really good one and kind of along the same, out of the box vein, but still card related.
Let's say out of the tuck case.
All right, out of the tuck case. There you go. So the question was, in a parallel universe where your brand is eternal, if you had to choose one other designer to carry on your legacy and keep designing decks under your name, who would it be?
And is this future or can this be past?
And dead or alive?
Yeah.
Do they have to be a card designer?
No, Luke specified designer, so I think we can go outside the realm of specifically cards.
Okay.
I think that's fair, especially because I think a lot of non-card designers become card designers for like certain projects, like, you know, just regular graphic designers.
My intuition is it defaults to like, okay, who are the most influential artists in my life? Like, who would I want to carry on my legacy? But they're all dead for sure.
Right.
My favorite artist of all time is an illustrator called N.C. Wyeth.
Okay.
And put that down below.
N.C.
Yeah, we'll
Wyeth.
drop that in the comments.
And he was like pre-Norman Rockwell, pre-J.C. Leyendecker, and he did all sorts of things. He did Treasure Island. He did Last of the Mohicans. He did Robin Hood. He did all these. Yep. Let's see. I think I've got an old book. 1 second.
Okay.
This is a book from like 19. Let me see. What is this? I mean, he lived like in 18-something, early 1900s. This is from like 1950, but this was a book that he did of Robin Hood.
Oh, wow.
Let's see if I can get to focus.
There it is.
Yeah, right there. Yeah.
Oh, sweet. Awesome. Yeah. See, now that's a Robin Hood that looks good. None of this, like, I don't know. I don't want to say it, but the like Robin Hoods you see nowadays aren't cool looking at all.
A Kevin Costner with a very American accent with a bunch of people that have British accents.
Yeah, right.
What is that song, that Bryan Adams song that always comes in my head? Everything I do for you.
Oh, God.
Illustration of N.C. Wyeth. But he did lots of stuff. Like, let's see. Like, there's one painting in here that's like one of my most enjoyed, or like one of the most impactful paintings. Let's see. It's when Robin Hood is dying and he's been bled to death by this evil nun. And she's in the deck of cards. He's bled to death, and he's dying, and he's in the bed, and Little John, and I think Will Scarlett, or
wait, is that Little John or Lil John?
Little John.
Okay.
All right. Well, anyway.
Okay.
I wish I could find it. He tells Will Scarlett, whoever is with him, to like lift him up so he can like get up, and he's about to die. And he gets the bow and arrow, and he says, "I'm going to shoot this out the window, and wherever the arrow lands, that's where I want you to bury me." Mm. And Little John is like Robin Hood's best friend.
Yeah.
Going back to the story and characters, and Little John is like, when you die, can I burn this monastery to the ground and kill everybody in it because of what they've done? And then Robin Hood, in a total like Robin Hood fashion, goes, "I've never heard a fair maiden in my life, and I'm not going to start now, even after I'm gone." And he makes Little John, I can't find the picture. He makes Little John swear to him to not burn the abbey to the ground and kill the nun.
Yeah,
but I wish I could find it. I want to find it, but I don't want to sit here and flip through this book. But N.C. Wyeth, to answer the question. The question will be N.C. Wyeth.
You know, we'll drop some N.C. Wyeth information down in the comments below, whether it be a Wikipedia page or something, or some links to his art, so you can all check it out.
Can I make comments? Oh yeah, it's YouTube. I've done this.
You're absolutely able to make comments.
Say whatever you want.
I'll find the picture and post a link to it.
Dope.
Cool.
Dope.
I know how the interweb thing works sometimes.
So
Listen,
you
every day.
mentioned the VHS deck a little while ago. And one of the actually, I got several questions come through about the sneakers that you had made.
The sneakers?
The sneakers. Hold on, let me say this again. The sneakers. Okay. So
sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but here's a I found that image. I'm posting a link to it right here. All right, there you go. Anyways, the sneakers.
We can't see it, but that's okay.
What, you can't see the YouTube link?
We could see it. Yeah, we could see it.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll. Oh, where's the link?
Yeah, I don't see where you posted. Did you post it on the right video?
I posted it in YouTube on the live. Deckin Around episode 15.
Oh, it didn't come out yet. Oh, yeah, you probably posted.
Yeah, I see that's perfectly fine.
Yeah,
It'll be
good job.
Did I not?
Good job, Jackson. Good job.
Rules or whatever.
No.
So the sneakers. Now I know you only have a couple size 12s, but is that something that you're willing to or thinking about maybe making? Or
the truth about that is I'm always just looking for interesting, creative ways for me to like do different things.
Right.
And I have been looking into the whole like custom sneaker world.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's going to be something that I try. I have a pair of white Reeboks and black Reeboks over here that I'm going to try to paint and see what happens. But those are a pair that my friend Benjamin Moon, that I've known for a while. I mean, almost like 20 years.
Does he work for Reebok?
No, he doesn't work for Reebok.
Okay.
Those are just like custom that he paints. He's a big cosplayer guy, and he makes all kinds of costumes. They're really awesome. And he paints a lot of really fun custom tennis shoes. And he really liked the VHS deck because he's about my age. And he was like, "Hey, can I make some sneakers based on your stuff?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, whatever." And so he made those. And of course, I'm like looking at them, and I'm like, and then I'm like, because I'm one tracked about things. Then I start researching this custom sneaker world, and
it's a whole other world.
Oh, it's huge, and like 90% of the stuff is just like dog ugly and not very good. And I'm just like, man, I could at least try one of these things and see what happens. And so it may be a thing that I like, but I've recently found kind of another thing that I'm developing that it's not sneakers. That's another kind of a way that I can develop my art in a different way. Because I've always wanted to have an aspect of my art that was more kind of like, I guess you could like define it as like fine art or gallery art type stuff. Mm-hmm. More one of a kind type things. And so I've been trying to find different ways that I could take my playing card art and push it towards more of kind of a fine art, gallery art type thing. And so, and that kind of happened at the same time that I was like looking at the sneaker stuff. And I think the sneaker stuff will end up losing in terms of the interest. But I already have 2 pairs of shoes, so I'm at least going to try maybe.
Nice. That's sweet. I mean, worst comes to worst, you can always auction them off.
Well, they're on sale on the website right now. I mean, it's like a thing like, I mean, they're expensive because the guy worked for them and he spent like.
Yeah, they're hand painted. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's impressive.
Are they on your site right now?
Yeah, they're on if you go to the VHS collection, they're on there. And I told him, I said, if nobody buys these in the first couple of days, I'm going to buy them because I told him to make size 12 because I wear size 12.
There you go.
VHS. Oh, nice. There they are.
So I think one of you talk about like you're kind of, again, we're actually even looping back to way earlier in the show. You talked about, kind of when you end a project, you kind of separate yourself from it to start the next project. Are there any decks that for you at the end of it, you really either just didn't have that same connection with that you've had with other decks, and maybe you just didn't keep, like, I'm sure creating decks, you have a bunch of your decks, if not all of them, but were there any where you're just like, meh, I don't really care if I have any of these?
Like of my own decks?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of them. And And I think kind of going back to what we were talking about earlier, especially like say like the 2018 subscription decks. A lot of 2019 was like, literally was just like me trying to keep my head above water in terms of like making sure that I could produce enough work in the time frame that I needed to produce a deck of cards every month.
Okay.
So a lot of that was like me just like trying to keep coming out. And in 2019, I kind of set myself kind of a framework that I thought that I could achieve where, okay, if it's 12 decks a month, I'm going to try to do 6 decks that would have like custom unique court cards.
Right.
And then 6 decks that were like using my Kingswild standard court cards. So like decks like the standard cards would be like the thoroughbreds. So decks that used my standard court cards.
Yeah.
Just only from a standpoint of like, this is how I could see myself being able to handle the amount of work that it takes to make this many decks of cards in the time period.
Right.
And I think that, and what I've found is that the new customers that come to my site and the people that come to my site, the decks that they buy are the decks that have the story and the characters, not necessarily the ones that are just like all the other decks. Now, I think that the table players are I think that they're different because I started out being very transparent about what the table players were. And I said, these are going to be standard decks of playing cards that are inspired by cigarette packages, basically. Yeah. And I was very upfront with it. And I was like, this is what this is going to be. And I think that people responded to that. And I think that's why that's why they've been successful. And that's why we're going to continue to do the table players decks. But with the Kingswild shorts, yes, I've had a few decks this year that have used the Kingswild standard court cards, but I have had less decks this year that I've used the Kingswild standard court cards. And that's not a bad thing to use those standard court cards because I designed those and I worked hard for them. But I'm finding that the people that come to my site are coming to my site for those stories and those characters. Yeah. And the more of these decks that the more of the decks that I've done and the more efficient I get in my work and my craft, that I'm able to produce those more unique decks with those custom court cards in a faster way, still at a high level that make them worth, whatever. I don't know. It's kind of
right.
Train of thought. Whatever.
No. I mean, that makes total sense.
If I had it my way, like I would like it to be. My whole hope and goal is to get far enough ahead on the Kingswild shorts that every deck is unique and custom, different than the other, and then I can keep the table players there for me to like. The table players is like just like an exercise in design.
Yeah, right.
Like let's mess with typography, let's mess with composition, let's mess with color scheme. That's an exercise in design, and I want the shorts to be like the premium flagship thing that Kingswild is known for. That's different than anything else, and so the goal is to get it to where every deck, all 12 decks, are very, very unique, very, very custom, different than anything else that you can find, kind of a thing.
Yeah, nice.
So, and speaking about kind of what you held onto in like collections on your end, this is just a random question that came in from an Instagram handle, the Congress guy. You may know him, you may not.
I know the Congress guy. He's a nice guy. Yeah.
So Kevin wanted to know whether or not you would consider selling your Congress geometric deck.
My Congress geometric deck? Which one is? Oh, is that the one with the gold circles and the Dundry G Joker? I can't remember.
It's a geometry deck, so I assume it's a circles on it.
Everything. Everything.
Let's see if he answers us.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's still in here, but
No,
he wasn't here.
I like that Congress deck. They use a metallic ink on the back of that is definitely toxic that they don't use anymore because it looks like they painted the back of the card with like liquid gold.
Oh, that's awesome.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's why Kevin wants it.
Liquid gold.
You want me to grab this Brad question, Tyler?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, we'll see if Kevin chimes in. If not, we'll tell him to reach out to inquire as to which deck it was.
Did he already answer it? Did he move it?
What am I?
Brad?
Oh, there
Yeah.
it is.
Okay.
Do you all? Brad wants to know, who's also a designer. He says, does he always work through a deck in the same order, like tuck back courts, or like what order do you work your decks in?
For the most part, I'm very methodical in terms of like, I do the King of Spades first, and then I'll either do the back design or Ace of Spades. No, I don't do the Ace of Spades, not necessarily all the time. I'll do the King of Spades first. I'll do the back design second. And then usually when I have the back design, that gives me enough graphic elements that I can extrapolate the tuck design.
Extrapolate.
And then once I've done the tuck design, I then just, by that time, I've got the style and my method down, because a lot of times different styles, I have to develop a method of creating those styles. And by the time I've got to that point, I've got the method down, and then it's just going at it and knocking out all the cards at that point.
Now, why the King of Spades?
There's really not a specific reason. There's really no reason behind it. It's just that's the one I always start with for some reason. And that's just what I've done. And it's not that I'm superstitious, because I'm not superstitious. That's just what I've always done.
I'm a particular fan of the King of Spades, to be honest with you. That's my jam. That's my card.
And the funny thing is, my logo, the King's Wild logo, is not the King of Spades. It was originally the King of Hearts, because it has the sword through his head.
Oh,
that king.
That's interesting. So I guess one question kind of I have that stems off your saying that, it takes you time to get in the mentality and build out the style. I think one of the things that really stood out to me was the kind of cloth texturing and stitching that you used on the Robin Hood deck.
Mm-hmm.
Was that difficult for you to kind of, well, first off, how did you kind of come up with that idea? But was that something difficult originally to figure out how you want to approach it?
I knew that I liked that the original bow. I'm not sure quite of the correct French pronunciation, but I just call it the bow tapestry.
Yeah.
And the bow tapestry is a tapestry that was done right before the Saxon, the Saxon invasion of 1066. That's not this. It's the Battle of Hastings. Excuse me. Was done before, right before that. And it tells a story leading up to the Battle of Hastings. And just like a frame of reference, if you've ever seen the 90s Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, the beginning credit scene where it's like that whole thing in the beginning where they're showing that tapestry in the background, that's the bow tapestry.
Okay.
That they're showing. And I knew I liked that. And time period wise, it kind of fit because I like to, based on the historical, chronological place of a story, I kind of try to fit the style to go with the story. And that kind of fit the story in terms of timeline of history. And once I kind of latched onto that, and I remember watching that as a kid. I remember that. I mean, the Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves was like the first movie that I remember going to multiple times when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I mean, that came in like 93, 94.
94, yeah.
And I remember,
I was old. I graduated high school in 93.
Yeah. Anyway.
Dang.
I probably, it was 93. I was, let's see. I was, I think like a I want to say like a 6th grader. I can't remember.
Dang, that's insane. I was playing second base for high school varsity.
I was a varsity baseball team in '93. I was throwing footballs over mountains. But I remember that was the first movie that I went back and saw multiple times. And I remember watching that whole credit scene in the beginning really was impactful to me. And then as I got older and I started learning about art history through college and stuff like that, my 6 years of worthless college experience, learning about all that stuff, like I got to go back and like fill in the blanks of all that stuff that I had seen visually and learn about it and do research about it. And in terms of answering your question of like, once I've kind of locked in on that style, the stitches and the fabric, that's kind of what I was talking about in terms of like method, like creating a method to create the style. And that was really just, I mean, one of the reasons why I can do different styles is because, for 10 years after I got out of college and before I started doing playing cards, I made my living being like a stylistic chameleon as a professional illustrator, because I would do, most of the stuff that I did was like work for like Hasbro toys for like toy packaging, and doing like different, intellectual properties, whether it was Star Wars, Marvel, Indiana Jones, Transformers, and all those had different styles, like Coca-Cola and stuff like that, that I just leaned on what I knew of how to like, okay, I've got to have this client wants this thing and they want it to look like stitches and fabric. Here's my tricks that I know and the, trade secrets, you can call it, whatever. The things that I know from having to do all these different types of styles. And I just utilized those methods to create that stylistic look in that thing. So I'll get a style and I'll do like a test and I'll do like a test card. And then once I kind of feel out the test card and it gets to a point to where I like it and it fits what I want, then I can just go back and retroactively like create the method of how I create it. And then that's what allows me to be able to like efficiently produce things quickly. Hopefully at a high level that I've got the method down. And the method is not holding me back of how to create it, make it look like that, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. One way that people can check out some of your various styles is they can check out your website.
My old
I love this website. I always am like
onelunglewis.com.
Yeah, I just posted it in the YouTube for people to check out. We'll actually add it below as well. So that'll give you an idea.
It feels like a lifetime ago that all that stuff was.
But I don't think there's ever a time where we talk and I don't bring up the samurai Ronin.
The samurai warrior.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Man, we need a samurai deck. I've said it 1,000 times. I'll say it 1,000 times more. We need a good samurai deck. There's some samurai decks out there that are just crap.
We will have a Ronin deck. There will be a Ronin deck one day. There will be, because I think just visually just the armor itself visually. I think what I need to make a samurai deck is I need to do more research on those cultural stories. And I have thought about doing, and one idea and one concept that has always fascinated me is that kind of like, and I'm probably going to butcher it and I apologize to anybody from that culture and that, but like the Oni warrior, demon and the Oni warrior and like the Ronin, that whole samurai culture. I think that stuff has always fascinated me. And what I want to find is something that is grounded in history and literature that is from that culture that I can then assimilate into my, just like with everything else that I've done. I don't just want to make a samurai deck and throw some, Japanese characters and some, black ink brushy black ink and
right.
done. Because that would be lame. You know, I want to find a story that is from that culture and from that heritage and history that I can then like assimilate my own style to as the samurai kind of thing.
Yeah, look up, just dive into samurai and bushido.
Oh yeah, like Art of War. That's one thing that I have thought about is like taking like the Art of War. I don't know,
and building a deck out of the principles. That would actually be pretty interesting.
I know, and I say this to everybody: if you steal my idea, you better do a really good job because I'm
gonna tell you right now, I can't draw, so you're safe, man. I can't draw stick people, so
I'm just gonna take this damn Ronin picture and slap it on the back of the deck, and I'm good to go.
So
I'm gonna gild that shit in red and call it a day.
This will show you how bad I am at drawing, Jackson, and I'm gonna see if I can find this. We actually just released a new logo for the show, and it might take me a minute to find it. But the concept sketch that I sent Steve of this from my office desk before quarantine was literally the worst thing you could possibly imagine. And thank God we found an amazing artist who turned it into something like usable. But my stick people look like they are a crime against humanity. So
kind of like his. I won't get into it.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
I'll stop while he's ahead.
Yes. But there's so many pictures in here. I gotta find it if I can. But yeah, it's funny. A brutal one. So
I have a question. I know you're not like super in tune with the, what's going on in the cardistry, world. I mean, the card world, with other brands and stuff like that. What's your opinion on like hype brands? I know the hype brands that are out there and the hype around them and the, limited editions. Cause I mean, you have limited editions in a way, but what's your take on, I missed it. What's your take on that whole, I guess, sector of the card community?
So your question is, what is my take on the hype brand sector?
Yeah.
I think, I'm going to first lay the foundation of this answer with what I've said before of the capitalist entrepreneur in me. Can't take away what some of those brands have done in terms of being able to build a brand and build a hype around a brand. Because whether or not the deck of cards looks good and whether or not the deck of cards is designed well is separate than whether or not a person can create a brand in terms of, and it goes back to story and community with even those hype brands, because at the heart of what they are, they're just telling a different story, and they're telling that story to a different community.
Yeah.
And some of those hype brands, like the big ones would be like, like Fontaine and Anyone and those types of hype brands. They do a really good job telling a specific style of story and telling that specific style of story to a specific community. And they do a really good job of doing that. And so as an entrepreneur and as a capitalist and as a person that owns his own business, I can't knock those people for doing that, because then that in it itself is a mirror knocking back at me, and it would be hindering my own, it would be putting the kibosh on what I do as a business owner, because I'm trying to do the same thing just in a different way.
Right.
Now, from an artistic standpoint, I want to make sure that I laid that foundation first.
Right.
I think from an artistic standpoint, I think it's the same reason why I don't want to do any more Jerry's Nuggets, or I wouldn't want to do Jerry's Nuggets. I don't find anything interesting about it artistically, intellectually. There's nothing more to it than the hype story and the hype community that's it. That's all there is to it. Because once you get to like the design and the artistic, there's absolutely nothing there.
Yeah, there's no depth there.
There's no depth there. And so you can't even really go there. So that's where I live. And so for me, if I was a playing card collector, which I am a playing card collector, and we can talk about that too. Like I find no interest and no inspiration and there's nothing there that interests me in the artistic side of that stuff. And at the same time, I don't think that now those guys, their target audience is a completely different target audience than my target audience.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
And the thing about, and just like with my target audience,
I don't want to interrupt you, but Brad said, I like fontaines because I have a wobbly desk.
I don't even know what that means.
He probably uses them to put under his desk so it doesn't wobble.
Okay. I got it.
That's what I got out of it.
Like with my target audience, I have to, and kind of that, what I was talking about before of like new people coming in, older people going out. And I'm not saying older people as an age, just age of these people in the industry and in the hobby. Like I've got to do what I have to do to keep my target audience interested. Their target audience is completely different. Like it's like, I don't know, ages 13 to like, I don't know,
21 maybe.
21 maybe, if they still live with their mother. I don't know. Yeah. But like, and so they have to keep doing the things that target audience connects with.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're doing the right thing. They're doing the right thing to connect with those target audience. And it's not a bad thing. And I'm not gonna say that what they're doing is stupid or meaningless, because it's not meaningless, because it's been able to create careers for people. And at the heart of what I do, I want those people to succeed at doing that, because if they can't succeed, then I can't succeed.
I think one of the things that we've said a lot on this show too is, there really is a deck of cards for everybody's taste. But on top of that, I think what these hype brands do is they probably, like you said, it's a different target market. They're expanding the amount of people who are interested at its core in playing cards, whether it be for cardistry, for Magic, or whatever. Like someone who is a hype brand collector now may mature and in 10 years be like, you know what, I really miss cards. Let me go see what's out there now, and discover Jackson Robinson, King Wild Project, and just go with it. So it's interesting.
Because all those 21-year-olds have got to, they got to leave their parents' house, and they got to get real jobs, and they got to live and actually have real lives later on, and get jobs and take care of families.
Yeah.
Whatever.
And then the nostalgia stories hit better. They actually are looking for that depth.
Yeah. And then so what that means is like in maybe 10 years, 10, 20 years, I'll make a John Tane deck or something. And connect.
Just to give them some nostalgia.
Dude, so you said that you collect cards. What specific cards do you collect?
The main
and let me add to that. Do you have like a white, like a rare deck that you'd want? Some people call it a white whale, which
it's not really a white whale because it's not really hard to get.
Right.
But I've had it before, and I've had it twice, and I've given it away twice. The types of cards that I collect are mainly decks from like 1880 to like 1945.
All right.
But mainly right before the turn of the 19th century, like in the 1880s, 1890s, like right at the beginning of like Russell Morgan, New York Consolidated Company.
Nice.
And coincidentally, the same time period that like the currency style engraving artwork was at its height. That same time period, like 1860 to 1900. And so a lot of the decks that I collect are decks that are from that time period that have those kind of sensibilities. And then just like a random assortment of other decks that I think that are artistically superb, and that just hold a place for me that may not fit within that time period, or that hold a place for me artistically and inspirationally. And I think this leads into advice that I give people that are getting into playing cards is,
which is definitely a question we had. So
yeah. So like what happens a lot is people will get into playing cards and then they'll just buy everything that comes out.
Yeah.
And they'll quickly learn that they can't afford that. And that there's a lot of crap out there that they're wasting their money on. And what I try to tell people is pick something specific that makes the collecting aspect interesting and like a hunt. So that makes it interesting for you.
Yeah.
And so like, if your thing is like Coca-Cola decks, like pick something and just search after that. And it makes that interesting. And like for me, my thing that I picked was I collect old Steamboat decks. I collect in the beginning I collected Congress decks, but and the Congress guy's not gonna like this, but I quickly
Kevin, he's on here now.
What?
Kevin's on here now,
so
the Congress guy. He still wants to know how much for the Geo deck.
Okay.
It is the one you were talking about.
I quickly found that the Congress decks didn't interest me because it was just they would just take a bunch of oil paintings and repurposed oil paintings of like classics and stuff like that and just repurpose them on the deck.
Okay.
But the thing about the Congress decks that originally got me was more of like the patriotic style Jokers, the patriotic style Ace of Spades, where they would have like the Capitol building and engraving style or whatever, that kind of thing. So I collect Steamboats. I collect those types of things. I collect decks from that time period that has specific types of Jokers, specific types of Ace of Spades, and that's the only thing I collect. And then if I buy anything else, it has to be a very, very artistically anomaly in terms of like, wow, this is incredible. I want to have this.
Is there any current designers that fall into that category with any decks that you've seen lately?
Current, I would say that I say, and everybody asks me this question every time, and I never pronounce it correctly. And I'm going to look it up while I'm doing it. And I call this guy current because he created the decks within the past 20 years. And I feel like that's pretty current.
Yeah, but that's current in the scheme of how long playing cards have been around.
Yes.
Would you say Grimaud?
What?
I would say, is it Grimaud?
No, this is my favorite deck of all time there are actually two decks. And it's by a Ukrainian artist. And his name is
this is that. You have that deck too.
I do. I have both of them. Urko.
Yeah, you showed it to us.
Urko is, oh my goodness gracious. I mean, I basically have a 4th grade reading level, and I never can remember how to pronounce his name. It's like Urko. I don't know. And I want to be able to say it because everybody always asks me this question, and I always go through this fumbling phase of like trying to find him.
Does anybody know the name of?
How do you spell the name?
I find out.
That's the problem. You can't figure it out.
I'd use Hooked on Phonics and figure it out. I think it's named Urko. Like it. Okay, here it is. No, like I think it's like IRKO. I want to say something like that. Let me see. No. And somebody's got
Vladislav Urko.
That's it. Vladislav Urko. He made two decks.
That's not that difficult, bro.
Yeah, I saw that a couple times, and I was like, that can't be it. That seems too simple.
You have to realize how much art that I ingest on a daily basis in terms of like assimilating stuff visually. Vladislav Urko, like he created two decks of cards that I think are the most beautiful decks of cards ever. And
Steven Kryko got it. He's the one who got it.
And nobody's ever, and I've never been able to find anything and this is just my own personal taste, my own likes and dislikes. Like
that's pretty.
Cards. And since then, like when I started telling people about this, and this was like 2012, 2013, I hadn't met anybody at the time, and I'm not like taking credit for it, whatever. But I had met anybody that had seen this guy, and people would always ask me, what is your favorite deck of cards? And I would say, this Vladislav Urko guy, and he's made 2 decks of cards. And if you're a playing card collector, you are doing yourself a disservice if you don't have these cards in your collection. And since then, like, most people know it. Like, somebody was able to go, yeah, it's Vladislav Urko, you know.
Yeah.
Because I've been this guy's like evangelist for like the past like 10 years. I've even researched like his like illustrative agent, and I've contacted him. I said, hey, can Kings Wild reproduce these decks in the States? But I mean, I've never got a response from him. But
these cards are beautiful. We'll definitely link these in the comments so people can check them out, because they're amazing.
They're really cool.
And like, just like the element, there's 2 decks. There's one deck that's like fun and very like, it's a beautiful, there's awesome characters. And like the Joker, like the first Joker, he's got like a full bottle of vodka and he's playing like a lute. And then the second Joker, like the bottle of vodka is empty and it's on its side, and he's like, he's just like sloshed. And then the other deck is much darker, and it's got like, you know, it's got like this guy, it's got like a guy's head with like black tar that looks like blood on a platter, and like this old lady, like this beautiful lady that's like looking in a mirror, and in the mirror it's like this old hag. Like,
oh, wow.
There's just like so many elements to it that's just like awesome.
That's cool. A couple people have asked if you would get into the One Lung story.
The One Lung story? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
It's a pretty short story, but when I was
We'll just move into something else after that.
When I was 2 years old, I choked on a corn dog, and I aspirated on a part of that corn dog and it aspirated into my right lung. My right lung subsequently collapsed. I got pneumonia. I was in the hospital for 9 months straight. They had to amputate. Is that what you say? No.
They had to remove.
Yeah, they removed my right lung, and at the same time, that is when I started to draw, because I remember it vividly, just like I remember POD when I was reading Lord of the Rings. When I was in the hospital when I was 2 years old, my mom gave me a piece of paper and a pencil, and I was in like this, what they called a croup tent. And it was just like this big tent that they put over you, and they pumped like medication into the vapor that was in the tent. Oh. And I remember like it was yesterday, and I don't remember anything about my childhood. Like, I don't remember anything like before like my 7th birthday party at McDonald's. But I remember this like it was yesterday. I was like 2 years old in this croup tent in the hospital for like 9 months, and I would watch nothing but old James Bond marathons on the TV in the hospital. And my mom just kept feeding me paper and a pencil, and that's when I started to draw.
Nice.
But that's
when you created the website.
Well, the website came from just a fun nickname, like
right.
Like no part of my name is Lewis, but during like high school and growing up, it just One Lung Lewis came off the tongue a lot easier than One Lung Jackson. So they just everybody started calling me One Lung Lewis. And then when I started my business, I had to like create an LLC just for like tax purposes, and that's kind of what it was.
Dude, that works.
Yeah.
So no, I think that's an awesome origin story, and I know it's something that you're again, it ties in the humanization and the story of you to your art. You know, I think it's probably a much more interesting origin story for your artistic talent than most people have.
Yeah,
oh, dude.
What?
One Lung Lewis deck.
Well, the interesting thing is it's funny how it all is connected, because, and a lot of people that have followed me have heard this story because I've told the story a lot, but the origins of the King's Wild logo was, if you go to my One Lung Lewis website, up at the top, there's like this character that has this little kid character that has red hair, and he's got a sawed-off shotgun, and he's wearing red Chuck tees with duct tape, and he's got a skateboard and a backpack and duct tape. His name is Tugsy, and he was just a character he was just this character that I created for a class that I was teaching at the time, because I taught a game character development class where I would teach, students that were going into the gaming industry. I would teach them how to create 3-dimensional characters for 3D games. And we would, in every class, every semester, I would create a character and they would do it. They would create their own character alongside mine. And I created this character named Tugsy. And he was like a 12-year-old orphan, lived in a zombie apocalypse, that rode around a skateboard with a sawed-off shotgun killing zombies.
Nice.
And the original Kingswild logo came as the skateboard deck design for that skateboard of that character Tugsy. And the T-shirt that Tugsy wore was like a green raglan cut T-shirt.
Nice.
And the shirt had a pair of like screen printed lungs, and one lung was filled in, and then the second lung was empty. It was like a one lung.
Dude, that's dope. I'm looking at it right now. This is awesome.
That was the original. That was like the original. That was like the first ever occurrence of Kingswild. And I don't know why on earth I haven't made a skateboard deck with that design on it yet.
I have no idea.
I feel like
considering this is like somewhat of the origin, why not? That would be awesome.
It is the origin. Like,
yeah.
It feels like it's like I need to do this. Like after we talk, I'll probably go to Google and find some commission or like some guy on Amazon that can make custom, or I'll just paint it myself because that's easier.
There you go.
Do it, man. That'd be dope. Yeah, I'm sure, because you don't even have to be a skateboarder. You just do the deck without wheels. People will put that shit on their wall any day.
Yeah.
So
Jackson's Origins deck. One Lung Lewis.
That would be dope.
Dude, I have an idea. It's actually not my idea, but you can just create a deck that has all your stories.
Oh my gosh. I have so many. I mean, just like anybody else, I've got so many stories. I do have my dad, who like the Edgar deck, who is after my dad's granddad. My dad has so many stories that he would tell that like the guys that I grew up with, they would call them Robisms. And my last name's Robinson, and they would call all the stories Robisms. And my dad would tell all these stories of himself growing up, that I've been wanting to like make a book of just all these stories. And like the whole Edred theme, the whole Edred deck is based on one specific story that my dad told when he was a kid. There was his dad named Edred had a nickname around the little West Texas town that my dad grew up in, and all the kids called his dad Edred the Gizzard. Nice. Because his dad had a rooster that was like so mean and just like terrorized the neighborhood. And we've talked about that arc stories that my brother does.
Yeah.
My dad, like when my dad tells a story, it's like usually my brother will give people like 10, 20 minutes to tell a story. But when he has my dad on, and he's had my dad a couple of times, when he has my dad on, he just lets my dad go as long as he wants, because the entire time my dad has got like all these people just like in
nice.
And
dude, you gotta share one of your dad's videos with us.
I'll find the link, because there I don't think it's video, but I think it's audio.
Nice.
There's the audio clip of my dad telling the Edred the Gizzard story about that freaking rooster when he was growing up, and just like the turmoil that rooster created with my dad. And it's just like melted butter. All these people are like melted butter in my dad's hand. And he's just this old guy telling this old story. And you're just like, yes, please give me more.
That's so funny. What was your favorite? What was your favorite deck / story that you've created?
It may be just because it's one of the most recent ones, but I had a lot of fun with the Robin Hood deck. I had a lot of fun doing the Robin Hood deck. One of my favorite decks has been the Arthurian deck. It's not necessarily the most successful in terms of like, oh, we've sold this many decks of cards. But I feel like just for my own thing, like, and it's also the reason why the Robin Hood is one of my favorite decks. Is just because
that style.
That whole like medieval. I mean, it's a
Yeah.
big range, but I feel like just for myself, if I had to like, if you gave me, like, if I had to choose, like, okay, I had to choose these time periods, these styles, like, it would be something medieval, some medieval story and some medieval style, and that's why, like, that's why I gravitate towards Lord of the Rings. That's why I gravitated towards the Arthurian stuff, and I think that, you know, the Arthurian and the Robin Hood. And I've only done one card of Beowulf, but I know that Beowulf is going to be a lot of fun. And I know that I'm going to start going more that direction with creating more decks like those and less decks like the things that are not kind of story based or whatever. And I'll still create story based, I mean non-story based stuff. I just find more interest in the stuff that's like that. And at the same time, as we get more new customers and new King's Wild collectors, not necessarily playing card collectors, but as we get more King's Wild collectors, those are the decks that people have been gravitating towards. So it's like a natural evolution of my own art / business to go that direction.
Nice.
And that's why I'm going to the Arthurian deck is going to be one of the decks that I remake because the whole idea with that one was like, I mean, that was like illuminated manuscripts from like the Book of Kells. And when I made that originally, just like I did with Legal Tender, I'm reprinting Legal Tender because at the time I created it, I had this idea for the way I wanted to design it with like the holographic security foil that I couldn't really do at the time. And I'm reprinting it now that I've got the ability. And I'm going to do the same thing with Arthurian. Is like I'm going to go back and like add the things that I couldn't do, like the illuminated foil and illuminated gold that went with that style, that I can now, you know, like reprint that the way that I kind of originally envisioned it.
Nice.
Yeah, it must be really cool. Being able to look at your old designs and say, how can I make them better? How can I, add these new methods, whether it's holographic foil or these different types of like speckled gilding and like just these different things that weren't available when you first started making cards or, didn't even know about. I'm sure it's really cool to, I mean, like that new, image of your Legal Tender deck with that holographic foil seal was ridiculous.
Yeah, I think that I can't remember another deck that I've been more excited about than this new version of the Legal Tender, because it's literally like when I originally made it, it was kind of a watered down version of my original idea, and it was like me fighting to try to use like holographic foil in a way that what happened? Where'd he go?
We lost Steve for a quick minute, so you're Steve for the moment. So
Hello.
he'll be back shortly, I'm sure.
I'm wicked awesome, and I'm gonna play some CAD.
There you go. I see him coming back in.
Right. Am I gonna be Steve for the rest of the night?
No, we'll switch you back. Here you go. There you go.
Where'd it grab it?
Steve's new internet is problematic, we'll call it.
Okay. Well, you lasted that long.
Yeah. Hey, 2 hours and 38 minutes.
Right? 2.5 hours. We're good. Not bad. I haven't had one problem. All of a sudden, I saw one circle go, and then Jackson's circle went, and then my circle went. I'm like, oh shit. So I just closed out. And logged back in.
Yeah.
It happens.
So like,
all right, where were we?
No, I was talking about Legal Tender, like the original. Like I felt like when I originally made that, like I was just scratching the surface of what I wanted to do, and even that wasn't possible, and then we had to just kind of punt it in terms of like the holographic foil and the transparency, the CMYK printing transparency over the top of foil and stuff like that. And that's why I'm so excited about this new Legal Tender, is like, not only do I get to scratch the surface, I get to now like do all of the things that I originally had an idea for in the beginning, of like not only printing holographic foil, but it being able to print, being able to print ink on top of holographic foil to create different types of, effects and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not just saying like, oh, let's make a cold foil deck or a foil deck and then just put some gradient colors on top of it. No. I mean, we can get into that if you want to, but
well, who does that?
I actually don't know because I don't follow the playing card.
It's funny because it's just like,
and those aren't even cold foil. Like I don't even know. Maybe the Invocation deck by Cardamonde was cold foil. I can't remember, but I haven't even done a cold foil deck yet.
Dude, that invocation deck is fucking so sick.
Yeah,
it's shiny.
Invocation is gorgeous,
dude. It is So this is coming.
But here's the thing, like people, and that's a good example. I don't want to interrupt you, but I think I learned a lot of lessons on Invocation because, like, when I was creating that deck, I was like, man, this is an awesome deck, and I think people are gonna love this deck, and I think people are gonna buy this deck. Like, but the thing about Invocation, I struggled with the story. I really struggled with the story of what that deck was in the beginning, and it ended up just being kind of, oh, I'll just create this deck that's really beautiful. And that's what it is. And I think it's a beautiful deck, and I think that it executes really well. But what I've found is that out of the decks that we have for sale, the Invocation deck doesn't sell very much because there is, and this is just me saying these things, like, I don't think the Invocation deck sells very well, not because it's not beautiful or whatever, or not that it utilizes foil good, because I think it does, but I don't think that it sells well because there's just not a depth of story to it that people connect to. Yeah. And that's kind of what I was saying, like being transparent and being like able to learn from not necessarily mistakes, but just being able to learn from the experiences that I have from the different decks of that I've created in the past.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, it's funny because, I have, one of my favorite decks is Stockholm 17's, Room 17 deck, you can say, the gilded version of his Rising Spade deck. And that's like the gold, like, nugget, right? Like this gold, beautiful gold deck. The artwork is gorgeous. It's just
that was
a beautiful deck for me.
Monday, wasn't it?
Yeah, Cardamonde. Same. Yeah, it literally is the gold version of your deck. Different artwork, obviously.
Right.
But I'm more of a silver person, so it was really cool when you came out with that. It's kind of like the counterpart. I have them in a 2-deck display case with those 2 decks because it's like, I just think they're both beautiful decks. For that reason.
Yeah, and and I think when speaking of the Invocation specifically, like I just had such a bad experience with Cardamonde that
right.
It's just like a bad taste in my mouth that I like. I don't want to get that behind me.
Yeah, well, we won't get into Cardamonde because that's a whole different story.
They're an interesting one.
And the thing about like the Invocation, like I did one of them with United States Playing Card Company, and then one with Cardamonde. And then I did the subscription version with Expert Playing Card Company. I thought it was a really cool experiment to like, okay, these are all the same. This is all the same kind of artwork generally. Now I know that the Cardamonde version had all the bling and all the silver foil.
Right.
But I think for some reason, and I don't know what it is, but the color combination and the way that they printed the Expert Playing Card Company shorts version with like this incredibly saturated red and blue color scheme. Like I haven't seen another deck that it's printed like this vibrant red and vibrant blue, the way that that Expert Playing Card Company printed the Invocation, like subscription version of the Invocation. And it was really weird because when I designed it, I was like, oh, I'll use Pantone 200C, which is like the red that I always use, and the Pantone whatever blue that I always use. And I've used those colors before, and I know what they look like when they're printed. But for some reason, the way they printed them at that time, when they printed those decks, the red and the blue just came out just like it just punched you in the face. And this is just for me. This is just me talking about it. But
right.
I got those. And I was like, man, this is awesome.
I mean, it's just like anything though. Like when you're involved with printing anything, the stock could be the same stock, but it's different. It's going to feel different, and maybe the ink, takes differently to that stock, and just looks a little different.
Yeah.
So
now,
go ahead, Steve.
No, all you, buddy.
So I feel like Luke's been supplying a lot of the questions for the night. So because
does the designer guy?
Luke's the designer, yeah, and he's actually based out of London. He's still on the call right now, even though it's 4 a.m. for him right now. So I'm going to entertain his question here, and then I actually, he's going with it. So I have 2 questions from him, one from earlier and then one from here. This one is, if you were a material, what would you be and why? I feel like the sleep deprivation's kicking in a little bit.
Yeah,
but we'll entertain it.
I hate to break it to you, Luke, but you're dropping off question-wise now.
That's a good question. Let's see.
I have a circle. Jackson's circle. Oh, he's back.
What's a Jackson circle?
It started to go circle again. I thought I was going to drop off.
Oh, I'm still here. I can still.
Yeah, I know.
We'll keep it running if you drop off, Steve. Don't worry.
I think if a material, I've always been fascinated with radioactive stuff.
All right.
I remember I'm sure you do, Steve. And you do too, Tyler, because you're old enough.
Fucked up.
Yeah.
Remember Reader's Digest?
Yes.
Hell yeah, I do. It was in the bathroom of everybody across America.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I was going to say that I would used to read this when I was a kid and I would go to the bathroom, but I didn't know if that was appropriate or not. But
it's
anyway,
100% appropriate.
I remember when I was a kid and I read Reader's Digest, and it was about the time that Chernobyl happened. And I was fascinated by the whole Chernobyl story thing.
Yeah.
And it just, and then I went through this phase when I was a kid, and I would just like research fusion reactors and nuclear power and all this kind of stuff. And then on top of that, when they came with that new HBO came with that Chernobyl thing, it was just like, I was like, all right, we're going to binge this like 6 times.
Nice.
And I was just so fascinated with it. So I feel like that I would be like, plutonium, what is it? U-223 or something like that.
Nice. Sweet. What would you be, Luke?
Yeah. Asleep.
Yeah, right.
So
he's like, I'll be Egyptian cotton. That's what I'd be.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Luke's other question was
100 thread count Egyptian cotton.
He said, sorry, Booze, it seemed like a good kick-up, interesting convo. In a note on the colors, Katamundi printed his zeros in the Pantone 199C pop so much.
The 199C, that's just a little bit tangier of a red.
Which
his are tangy. His are tangy for sure.
Yeah.
So Luke's other question, and we actually had 2 people who asked similar questions, so I'm gonna kind of combine them. And the other one's actually Nick Nisco, which is Luke's secret twin. So
what?
It's not a secret. They're the same damn person.
So Luke Wadey and Nick Nisco are 2 designers. Nick Nisco does the Elemental playing card series. So like he just came out with the Oxygen deck and Hydrogen deck. But they're also very close friends. One of the jokes that was going on when Luke was on our show was everyone's like, "Oh, we thought you were the same person, so it's good to see you're actually a different person."
Oh, okay.
But and they're both very close. They talk a lot. So and they're both
in London.
So no, actually, Nick's in the U.S. Luke is in London. But they're both very they're both very similar in their like career span in the playing card design industry. So I think they kind of just bonded over that. But so they both kind of want to know.
You also have to add that every time everybody takes a picture of like random decks or something, Nick's deck. This is going to sound weird. Nick's deck and Luke's deck are always touching.
Yeah.
They always touch decks.
You could have said they were always close, but yeah, they're always touching.
They're always touching.
Yeah. So
I don't like my deck touching.
Yeah. But so that being said, as both kind of aspiring designers, they were both curious if you had any advice for someone who was looking to make playing card design a like primary. Steve's gone again. primary like form of income, and if they and when you did it, was it scary or unnerving?
It was. I mean, it was definitely scary in the beginning, but and I think I did it at a time where, I mean, when I made the plunge and became a full-time playing card designer, was definitely not at a good time where you would historically say would be a good time to take risks. We had a 3-year-old daughter.
Yeah.
My wife didn't work. We just had another baby. But it was just kind of one of those things of like, I would have shot myself if I didn't try to do it.
Yeah.
But in terms of like, was it hard in the beginning? Yes, it was hard in the beginning, but not necessarily say from like financial standpoint. It was more hard in the beginning of like, because of my personality. And this has to do with like specifically my marriage and my relationship with my wife and my family, but just my personality, and the way that I work is very, very unorthodox in the sense of like the way that I think about things, the way that I approach things, and even like the timetable in which I work was very unorthodox. And that was definitely something that put a lot of strain on my marriage and my relationships in the beginning, because I worked a lot. I mean, when I did the Federal 52, I worked in the gaming industry.
Yeah.
And in the gaming industry, we would have a thing called crunch time, which crunch time was basically 7 days a week, 7 to 7. And it was basically like, oh crap, we have a deadline to get a game released, and so we got a crunch time, and so everybody worked 7 days a week, 7 to 7. And so I did the Federal 52, the original Federal 52, during crunch time.
Oh wow.
And so basically I would work from 7 to 7 at my job, and then I would come home, and then from like I'd go to Trader Joe's and get me a bottle of $2 Chuck and come back, and I would work from like, I don't know, like I'd watch Battlestar Galactica on one screen, and I'd work all night and draw Federal 52. So the hard part was the relationship and emotional strain that it had on my family. And anybody that's going to do something like that, anybody that's going to do something abnormal out of the general norm of things is going to experience that kind of thing no matter what, because not only are you going to get your friends and family saying, you want to be a playing card designer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, buddy. Go design your playing cards. And like,
yeah,
that kind of like, and people that would talk like that, there's two types of people. There would be the people that would discourage. And then for me, that would just like literally like piss me off and just like pour fuel on the fire of me. Like,
oh yeah, doubt, man, it's the best.
You ready for this? I'm gonna do this thing, and I'm gonna show you that I can do this. I'm gonna be able to make a living at making these playing cards.
Right.
And that's why I'm like, and I don't want it to be like, I'm cocky or whatever, but that's why I'm always positive about, like, I don't care that there's a lot of playing card designers out there, and I don't care that I want there to be tons of playing card designers, because if it's easy to see, and this goes past just playing card design. This goes like with artists in general. The artists that will either remain starving artists or not be artists in 5 years are the artists that say things like, oh, there's too many designers, or there's too many of this, there's too many of that in the industry. There's, it's this market is saturated, or this, that, and the other. Those people will not be artists in 5 years. They will go back to be doing what they didn't want to do in the first place when they tried to be an artist. But It's not easy. It's not easy, and there's gonna be a price to pay, because you're paying the price to do things differently than everybody around you is saying that you should be doing it.
Right.
But with that comes, if you want to make a living at it, and if you want to do it full time, you are going to have to do everything that you can do to make what you do rich and deep and inspired, and that what people can connect with, because I would love to do like a deck throwdown with all kinds of playing card designers.
That would be dope.
Let's do this. Let's make
this. We actually didn't we talked about this. And listen, we'll host it. There's the deal. We'll host it. We'll do the Deckin Down. No, I'm just kidding.
Deckin Down. Okay. Down. No,
we'll do the deck showdown.
Touching decks.
Yeah, we'll do the deck showdown where, like you said, like we have this, like, there's so many like competitions that are like, oh, who's the best cardist? Who's, you know what I mean? I think it'd be really cool, like you said, like you mentioned it, to have 8 different designers.
Yeah.
You know, and put them in a competition and have all these different obviously rules.
And I like that idea. And I like that idea because, not because of like, oh, let's figure out who the best designer is. And that's not what it's about.
Right.
But I think it's more effective to like help teach people that it doesn't really matter what anybody else is doing.
Right.
It doesn't matter what anybody else is doing in the industry. It doesn't matter if people think that the playing card industry is saturated. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if there's 4,322 decks of playing cards on Kickstarter every month. None of that matters. If you can create a product that is interesting, thought out, and is well executed, then people will buy it. Because you go back 10 years and you're saying the same thing. Oh, there's nothing new. There's nothing new that's interesting. But then in the past 10 years, there has been so many things that have been incredible that have been created, you know?
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with playing cards. And it's not so much like, let's do this deck throwdown to like figure out who's the best designer. But it's like, it goes back to that thing of like the guy that has a deck idea that prints his deck with MPC and prints like 5 decks. That's a deck designer. He's more of a deck designer than the guy that he has a beautiful design that just stays on his stupid hard drive all, a year.
Yeah. It's funny. Luke actually just mentioned it, and I was literally going to say it when he mentioned it, is you have the same topic / story, and you have these 8-12 designers have to create their own design based off that one story / topic. And then maybe when the designs are done, they get created. That's one thing. Another thing I really would love to see is have 6 to 8 designers, like really well-known designers, like your Lautrec, your Gio, your Lorenzo, your Jackson, and your Luke.
Hey,
it's like different.
Giovanni, Third Way Industries.
Third Way.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So like just all these different designers, even if it's fucking Zach, which I don't know if he designs anything, but like I don't know if whatever. But I think all these different designers create a Fontaine.
Oh, okay, yes, that's right.
To create a deck together.
I'm just rolling. I'm sorry.
I know. To create a deck together, right? Whereas like one designer creates a certain part of the tuck box, then it gets passed on to another designer to like add on to that. And then another designer adds on to that. And then eventually you have all these different styles collaborating together for the community. And I think it'd be really dope that all the funds maybe.
Cool. I don't know what this. I think it was like 2014 or something. I can't remember. But I think it was me. Randy Butterfield, Chris, I can't pronounce the last name. Ovachenko. The guy that did the black, was it the black ink? No, I don't know. I'm horrible. I'm sorry, people. Chris, he did the what's that deck? The Seance deck that was the
Dead on Paper. Is it Dead on Paper?
Yeah, Dead on Paper. Chris,
Caria, Beef Stew got it.
Yeah, Chris, and I can't remember who the last person. I think it was either Paul Carpenter or Lorenzo. I can't remember. But we had talked about doing something like that. But
I just want cross.
No, I like it. I like the idea. Here's the roadblocks that we found. I like the idea, and I'm not being a negative Nancy or whatever you want to call it, a Debbie Downer.
Right.
But what we found was, and this goes back to just different people, different styles. Like what we found is trying to bring together 4 different artists that work completely different timetables, different styles, all that kind of stuff. Was just like, it was basically like trying to align the planets in dark crystal. You know,
but see, that's the cool thing about artists is like to put yourself, or maybe you have 8 people and Jackson, you're assigned to design a cardistry deck that's geared towards a certain whatever.
Sure.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, it allows, I mean, it's kind of like actors and actresses. It's like they're put in a role and they have to like create. A good designer can like manipulate the style.
Like that. I mean, there's been a few decks that are like that whole that Stranger and Stranger deck that has like every card that's different. I think that's a cool example of like doing every card that's different, a different art style and everything. But they did that more of like, hey, let's take art that we've already created from different spirit labels that we've done over the years and make a portfolio piece out of it. But I like the idea. I like the idea. And I'm always open for that kind of thing.
Right.
It literally just comes down to, I mean, even for me, just like on a realistic basis, like, okay, how do I fit that into my schedule? How do I fit that? Blah, 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 blah. But I like the idea. I think
Tyler and I. So you on board for that? If we can make that happen,
what's happening?
Would you be on board for that? If Tyler and I can make that happen, if we pull together 8 designers, would you be into that?
Maybe.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's a better answer than no. I can deal with that.
No,
it's not a no.
No, I can deal with that.
Yeah, and it's kind of a thing of like, you know, I think more at the heart of it is like, I want to do something that can like help inspire people just to get off the couch and to do something, even if it's something little. Even if it's like even if take their crappy deck design and make it. Because that propels them forward to make something the next thing, make it different. And even if even if the second thing, and even if the third thing, and even if the fourth thing is just as crappy as the first, it's going to move that person forward and help them learn lessons that's going to help them.
Right.
Yeah. And then that goes back to the community aspect of like, those things are helping the community move forward, because then you have one more person that has experienced what it's like to design a deck of cards, all the things and facets that go into designing a deck of cards, dealing with people on the back side, as in, okay, I have, if I'm selling these decks of cards, I got to deal with all these people and these relationships, those things.
Yeah. So
another.
Yeah. No. I totally agree. I think since we're talking about giving, you know, in community, and I think it'll be a good time to do one of the giveaways.
Oh, nice.
Since we're at 3 hours, we'll do one of the giveaways.
Oh,
maybe at 6
already.
Yeah,
bro.
I'll play some music in the background.
Okay.
So,
all right, go for it, Tyler.
Well, do we have an idea of how we want to do the giveaway? Are we going to announce our giveaway winners first, or do we want to do the KWP portion of the giveaway first?
let's announce our winners for our giveaway, and then we're gonna give Jackson is
going to be so kind as to give away
a mixed half brick. Actually, he's giving away two.
I've already totally forgot what I told you guys I was going to give.
We said we were going to do 2 mixed half bricks. So we're going to do one person.
No, sir. We said mixed 12 bricks.
Three mixed grosses.
So I'm going to make this super easy. On the bottom of the screen right now, you're going to see the 10 names of the people who entered and won our part 1 contest.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
If you see your name down there, reach out to us on Instagram within the next 24 hours. So basically,
tell me that name Nougat Deck is not awesome. I want to see
that.
Are
those like little
the little celebration? Yeah.
Tacos.
They're celebration emojis.
Look at that. Look at that deck. Nougat Deck.
Nougat Deck. Man, the interwebs are great. The interwebs are great.
So that being said, this was a part 1 of the contest. Part 2, if you have not, you all saw it because you shared the picture. Part 2 of the contest is you have until Sunday night at midnight Eastern time to identify as many of the decks. There are 11 decks on the table that you can on our new logo. Obviously, the decks are a little bit blurred out, but if you can, whoever identifies the most decks will win the Brain Dead, the MERS V1, and the MERS V2 decks. So
what's
for anyone... the latest Fontaine. Explains a lot,
Fontaine. Right? Yes. So there's 11 decks on the table. There's actually another deck that you can get kind of like a bonus. So
bonus
technically
point.
There's 12. Yeah. But if you guys can figure out which decks are on the table, whoever gets the most right wins the contest.
And we'll post this on Instagram as well after the show or early tomorrow for anyone who's not on right now so that they're not shorted any sort of time. So again, this is going to run till Sunday night at midnight. DM us on the Deckin Around account when you think you have your list of answers that you want to submit.
Is congratulations a winner? Or
what's that?
Is congratulations a winner, or is that just you?
No, that's just me putting the word congratulations in there because it looked weird just starting with a name, and I was like, all right, we'll go with congratulations. So congratulations.
Kyle was on there. That's cool.
Yes,
all right,
Kyle. Yeah.
So that was one. Now we're gonna give away 6 a mixed brick of a mixed half brick of Jackson's decks. Not we're gonna give away. He's gonna give away.
So Jackson, do you have a preferred method of us giving this away? Okay.
I have no preferred method of anything that I do.
So I want to say that makes it easier, but that kind of makes it harder. But we can do why don't we do like a Jackson trivia?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be fun.
I think Steve and I before the show were like, we should ask Jackson a fun little known fact, but we forgot to do that. So we're gonna have to go with a Jackson general fact.
Okay. Wait, we need our music back.
Yeah. Give our music. Actually, we can do Wheel of Fortune. Is it Wheel of Fortune?
Do you have thinking music? That's what I need right
Jeopardy.
now.
It's Jeopardy. It's Jeopardy
on YouTube.
But let's say oh yeah. Time's up. So let's think about the I don't know, all the things we've actually this is going to be a good one. We'll think about all the things we've talked about today. I want to pick an interesting one, but I know Steve vetoed my idea of a quick one, which I was going to say, how many backers did the original Federal 52 Kickstarter have? But
that's an easy lookup, though. It takes
it's an easy lookup, and that's the problem. For anyone who's curious, the answer is 2,798.
And it was $152,000. Fucking awesome, dude. Congratulations.
Thanks.
It's actually still one of the top 10 highest funded decks, which I think is amazing. You have actually, I think, 3 or 4 of them in there in the top 10, Jackson.
I have an idea.
What?
All right, let's hear it.
How many versions / decks has Jackson created?
I don't even know that answer.
Yes, you do, because there's a hint.
I don't know.
There's a hint. So
we're not going to give the hint.
List. Huh?
Yeah. There's a list.
Oh, yeah.
There's a list.
But there's things on that list that don't exist yet.
So it's a quick lookup and then some math.
You got to know. Yeah. All right, well, we'll count that one out because you don't even know.
I don't even know.
Okay, so we can't use that one. Sorry, guys.
I'm sorry. I'm such a horrible giveaway guy.
That's funny.
A lot of people already started dropping answers. So
Deck Hunter says it's 286. He
286
put the number.
is the total. It's the total list. 286 is the total list, though. So there's like a handful on there that are not out yet. So I had his spreadsheet out. He knew what was going on.
I think I've got it. Let me see. I may have a good answer. I may have a good question.
Okay.
Because my go-to is like, what did Jackson choke on?
Yeah. Okay.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I think I have a good question.
Let's go for it.
Out of all of the different decks and stupid additions that I've done, because I've done a lot, and of those decks, which is the smallest addition run that I've done of any of those very small, weird additions? Does that make sense?
No, I'm lost.
No, yeah. Well,
okay.
I think we need to drink a little more to understand what he said. What is that?
I'm a long way from anywhere.
I know. I'm totally kidding.
Okay,
Matt. So first of all,
I gotta say, Matt
is on it.
At least on the YouTube comments, Matt Remerl.
That's Bayou. That's Bayou
playing cards. Yeah,
you got it right. He got it right.
Of course, he got it right because he's the freaking.
Figure out what I'm talking about.
He's a legend.
So I say, because they're my cards anyways, and I get to mail them whoever I want to mail them to. Matt wins the competition.
Hell yeah, because he understood what you said.
The question was, what was the lowest edition number? And it was the green gilded intaglio printed 6'5" decks. I only made 7 of those.
Oh,
so here's the cool thing. So there's 2 reasons why he should win. One, because he got it right.
And he knew what I was talking about.
And second, he knew what the fuck you're talking about. Because everybody else was no numbers came up, nothing. They're like,
someone said blue version. So I appreciate the effort, everybody. That again, just a reminder, if your name's down below, DM us on Deckin Around. You have until Sunday to figure out the 11 plus bonus decks on our new logo, which you already shared as an Instagram post. So I hope you've been looking at it recently.
Now,
and let's
Jackson,
get back to
how do you want Matt to reach out?
Matt, realize you've won.
Don't email him.
You've won a drawing that I am doing, so you can expect to get your decks in probably circa 2020.
Probably sometime after you stop collecting playing cards.
So Matt, this is what you should do.
Email support@kingswildproject.com, and that will go straight to Amy, who is my customer service lady, and
tell her to look at 3 minutes and 11 seconds. 3 hours and 11 minutes.
Just
3 hours and 11 minutes.
Just email support@kingswildproject.com and say, I want to give away on a random show with Jackson.
Fucked up.
He owes me. That punk owes me a mixed half brick.
Yes.
There you go.
And Amy will make it happen and hook you up.
Awesome. Good job, Matt, for knowing that.
Also, Diesel just got here. So Kyle, make sure to scroll back like 3 minutes where we talked about the fact that you won part of the part 1 giveaway for the Deckin Around logo contest thing.
Did Diesel pull over? Like, is he in British Columbia, somewhere in the woods, pulled over on the side of the road?
Dude, he's never in Canada. He's always in America, like broken down.
I'll be like randomly like at 11 o'clock at night doing something, like going to the bathroom or something, and I'll go up on his Instagram lives and like I'll be like one of 5 people on there, and he'll be like, he was like on British Columbia. I always go to Diesel random lives. I love going to Diesel Illusions live.
So you know what? You may know Stu then, because in the past couple of weeks, Kyle's been doing random lives. Yeah, he's the Australian guy. Yeah,
I know.
Yes. So they eat cards and like do weird stuff. Last week I saw one of them rub their nipples with playing cards. So it gets weird.
It just better be a table player's deck. That's all I got.
That's beef stew for you. That's beef stew for you.
No, it gets fun and weird. But so one of the questions that I did have to ask, because I promised I would ask it, but so with the recent announcement of the cancellation of the bicycle subscription, do you plan on doing any future bicycle branded decks, or is this like done there for that?
The honest truth is, let me see, how do I answer this diplomatically?
No, don't be diplomatic. Just say it.
Well, here's the thing. The more nuts and bolts thing about the bicycle subscription is we did have subscribers to the bicycle subscription, but when you compare the number of subscribers to the bicycle subscription to the number of subscribers to like the shorts and table players, it was vastly a huge difference.
Okay.
And the production runs for the bicycle were comparable to the production runs of like the King's Wild shorts. We would have like 400 limited editions, 300 gilded, and then the rest would be standard. However, the big difference is, and I'm just arbitrarily saying numbers because I'm not going to tell you how much I spend on playing cards, whatever. But like if a King's Wild shorts deck, and it's going to be pretty close, if a King's Wild shorts deck cost me like a run of 2,500 decks cost me, let's say $10,000.
Yeah.
The same exact run of bicycle decks using everything the same type of playing card stock, same type of tuck case, same type of foiling and embossing, the same everything. The thing that would have cost me $10,000 to do building a King's Wild brand deck would cost me $16,000 to make a bicycle deck. Not so I'm spending $6,000 more building somebody else's brand of a product that people aren't on my side. I'm not going to say people aren't buying because I had to clarify in that video that I did, because there were subscribers, and I'm not going to knock those people because I appreciate those people that subscribe. But I was like, let's say I'm losing $6,000-$7,000 a month on a product that the majority of the people that are coming to my site are not buying. And
yeah,
so
that's crazy.
So basically, I'm losing $7,000 a month to build somebody else's brand.
Yeah.
When I could,
that's crazy.
When I could pay for 2 decks to build 2 King's Wild decks.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's
and build your own brand, which makes a ton more sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Since we're talking about bicycle decks or USPCC in general,
okay,
can we squash this?
I'm ready to squash whatever you want.
I'm scared of what we're going to squash.
I like crushing dreams and hopes and everything.
USPCC. I have several. No, I don't want to say a lot because I'd be lying. I have had several people come to me recently and ask about this Q1 control, right? This
Q1.
This Q1 shit at USPCC.
That's cute. That's cute. There is no Q1. There's no Q2. Like they have one standard of quality control that everything goes through. You can't like, hey, I want to buy a crappy deck. Can I order a crappy deck Q2 and get me like 25% off on that deck odds and go through Q? You can't do that. They have one standard of quality control that's Q everything. And
it's called off. It's called off.
They may have had Q1, Q2 like ages ago.
Right. Back when those decks were created.
Yeah, back when those decks were created. That is something that has been done even before I got there.
Right.
And I'm only saying that because of what I know. Am I making an official statement? No, absolutely not. I don't work for a playing card company. But ask them if you can get a Q2 deck and see what they say.
Yeah, it's called forget it.
Because that's the importance of what that's the importance of what they have. They have a specific feel, a specific finish, a specific unregistered. Oh, wait. So, they have a specific feel, a specific finish that is part of their brand that they have. That is their brand, and there's only one quality control. Because if they send something out that's not that quality, then they're diluting their trademark. They're diluting their brand. So there is no such. There's really nothing as a Q2 or a Q1.
Right.
That's a wash. And there's really no difference in the paper stock. It's all the same paper stock, and they just mess with it a little bit differently. But don't tell anybody because it'll get it all up.
Doc said casino decks maybe a level up, and I'm like, casino decks are usually full bleed. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. And the real casino decks are not even made in the same spot as all the decks that we produce as custom deck players.
Yeah, it's like going into like Federal Reserve Bank to get into that spot. It's like it's locked off. It's in its own area.
You got to wear like surgical gloves to even touch the machinery.
Yeah, it's crazy. So Kyle said Q1 was an Ohio thing.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, and they tore that building down like a couple of days ago.
Yeah, which was interesting. So I actually had another question. I feel like I've heard you say the answer to this several times throughout, and I think it's just like almost like a Jacksonism at this point.
I'll repeat it. If it's repeat it all.
So the question was, have you ever had a deck idea where you were really excited about it, but then found out it had already been done? And so go ahead, but I feel like your response there is going to be, I'll just do it better.
I wanted to thank you for reminding me. I actually wanted to bring this up.
Well, I think there's two sides to that. I think there's the side of, if I had an idea that I realized that it had been done before, I'm trying to think. Like there's been pirate decks. There's been pirate decks that have been done before. I haven't done a pirate deck yet, but because the fact that there's been a pirate deck is not going to stop me from doing a pirate deck. I'm just waiting until my pirate deck comes to the surface of the water.
Nice.
That was a good analogy right there.
I'm trying to think. There was kind of a maze deck that had been done before. It was like a green hedge. I think it was called the hedge.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I think I did mine better. Sure, whatever that sounds, whatever. I feel like I did mine better than theirs. But I think that's one of the only real ones that I think.
I think what people are referring to is the VHS deck.
Oh, the VHS deck. I knew that there was a VHS deck before, but I think I got to a point to where I just did mine differently than they did, and I'm even gonna like even the VHS deck is a deck that like its original form was it manifested itself because it was a subscription deck in a specific way that, just like with Legal Tender, like I have an original idea in my head, the way that I see the VHS deck being.
Nice.
But it's more work than I could have done on a subscription deck. So most likely in a few years from now, I don't know, there will probably be another VHS deck that's not a subscription deck that I just create on the side, like I do some of my other decks, like I did with Tinder and stuff like that. That is the original way that I saw it in my head, and that has more to do with like the court cards themselves than anything else.
Okay.
Where did Steve go?
I have literally no idea. I would guess probably the bathroom.
Well, yeah.
This is uncharted territory for us at this time point. So,
well, I've had like 3 glasses, so I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom soon. But I'm not gonna stop talking.
That's perfectly fine. If you want to take the mic in with you, I think he just got food.
No, I didn't get food. I'm not gonna eat while I'm talking. Come on,
I don't know what are you doing? You just vanished.
I gotta plug in. I just spit on my microphone. Thank God I got the screen.
I got a dongle. I gotta plug in over here.
I gotta plug my damn charger in.
Oh, for your laptop? What kind of amateur hour is this? You didn't have your charger plugged in,
bro. This is for my headphones, dog. My headphones died.
Oh my God.
I wasn't prepared. Sorry.
So that,
So I think
I don't even know what I was answering, but yeah, that's my
The VHS deck you finished, but that's all good.
how it came to a different kind of culmination based on the fact that it was a subscription deck, which
and I think that I put my twist on it that was unique in and of itself. And going back to like the whole story connection thing, like there's a specific connection with that. I mean, I was born in 1982. It's called VHS 1982. There's a story aspect of that connects it with me. And so I don't care what anybody else thinks. It was connected to me, and I was able to connect it with other people.
Do you find that you connect the most, you personally connect the most with those decks where you can add a personal touch about yourself to it? Like, again, like Edred and the VHS 1982 and all these little things where you can add a little bit of yourself to it. I
mean, it's definitely a different category of deck just mentally for me.
Okay.
Where, and I find myself, when it's a very specific connection to me, I find myself pushing those decks to be very, very connected with the community as well. Especially like with Edred is a good example of like, I was able to connect that to myself in a lot of ways with like putting my family members in the deck. And so I wanted to do the same thing with my community, the community of people that were supporting me for the subscription last year. And so I find myself trying to do that in different ways with the community with those specific types of decks.
Nice.
Okay, I've got my connection. Okay, here's my granddad, here's my dad, here's my uncles. Okay, let's get the subscribers, family members in it. And I think that's like a connection in a very like rudimentary way where like, oh, you've got a connection because your granddad's in the deck, and that's the connection,
Right.
But I think that at the same time with like Edred, like that whole like idea and concept was like there to like evoke those nostalgic memories of family and those types of things. And I think that's kind of why I put those like in a special kind of compartment in terms of like, that's a different kind of story and that's a different kind of connection with the community. And I think like this year, I think that at the end of this year, one of the ideas that I'm throwing around a lot for like the 13th deck for this year's subscription is, now that people are like getting to know my crew and the people that make all of Kingswild what it is, like the idea for the 13th deck for this year is like a Kingswild crew deck where the whole deck is all the people behind the scenes that makes Kingswild what it is. So we'll have like, Delaney, Parker, and Desi, and JT, and Justin, all those people that are part of the team as the deck, because I mean they've been working. I mean they work. That's what they do. Is they're a part of the playing cards and the behind the scene. And I think that by that time, people, especially the people that are in the subscription, they will have been emotionally connected with those people in a way that by that time, when that time comes, that story and that community will connect with them. That it'll make it interesting for them. And they're going to get it free anyways if they collect all the stickers. By the way, you can get your sticker paid.
I think it's great, just how you include them. And I mean, even your monthly tip jar that you have, that all the money that, is raised, in the tip jar goes to them. Basically people buy decks. I mean, they get a free deck from you, and all the proceeds go to kind of your crew, which is really cool.
Yeah, that's
it was so funny. Like they would like, I was like, what's in the tip jar this week or this month? And they were like, and they were like promoting the tip jar decks more than they were the Kingswild decks. I was like, hey guys, relax now, come on.
That's awesome. There's Steve said, is the Kingswild gift card a plastic card designed by you, or is it an online email card?
It's an online email card.
And
Get with the program, Jackson.
However, I think that this month, you know how this month we've been doing that iPad giveaway with the Scarlet Tally-Ho back design?
That's so dope. You got to create those bad boys.
I can show it to you if you want to see it.
Yeah, we want to see it. We want to see it.
I think that next month we're going to do I think we're going to do like a $400 or $500 gift card to the Kingswell website, but I'm actually going to create like a fun little certificate thing.
That's cool.
That's really cool. Thomas also wanted to know in the chat if you will be releasing a sticker pack with just the classic logo in it, but in different sizes.
So you want a sticker pack that just has the logo, different sizes?
Yeah.
Sure.
I have a better idea. Why don't you just grab all the different size logos and just send them one?
I don't think that we'll make a sticker pack that just has the King's Wild logos on it.
Right.
Different sizes? I don't know.
Can you show us the iPad?
Oh, those. Yeah. Let me see.
Yeah. Let's see it. It looks dope. The skin.
Yeah, that is a really neat idea.
The deck skin.
This is not a done deal thing, but I think that in December, you see, like November, December, like for the Black Friday, I think we're gonna do like a laptop with the skin on it.
Nice. Oh, wow. That'd be dope. I just got a new laptop, dude.
Oh, I haven't opened this up since I did the first video. This thing is so cool.
Dude, you should create like a bunch of those, like different ones.
And I don't even like Mac.
What's wrong with you?
You're a genius. Oh, that's awesome. That is so good looking.
That is so dope. Cool. Yeah.
That really is just so good looking.
Dude, you gotta sell those. I'm telling you, people would buy those in a heartbeat.
They'd be too expensive to make.
Yeah. Yeah, unless you're really making a lot of volume.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to order 5,000 iPad skins.
The problem is, but can't you have like just do a pre-order and whatever you get, you get?
Yeah, but it would probably end up being like as much as like a protector, and it's literally just a skin. That's tough.
Yeah, and like, yeah, I mean, I could totally do that. I could totally do a pre-order, but like, it would be like. This sounds so like micromanaging, but it's like I could do a pre-order, but that would be like 4 hours of 3 people's amount of work, and we would make no money.
How much does one of those cost? Like, how much would one cost if you were to sell it?
I mean, like if I were to sell that, I would have to make it worth it. I would have to sell that thing for like 30, like just a skin for like $35 when you could buy like an Otter box that could actually protect your iPad.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, like dude, but some people. No, I hear you, but some people don't have Otter boxes. They have them in those stupid leather cases. But whatever.
I know.
Steve says
we're totally gonna make more of those, but it's gonna be like they're gonna be like total like fun giveaway type things.
Yeah, you gotta do like stickers, like the backs of some of your cards. And
we have thought about that.
That'd be cool.
We've had an idea. I was playing with it last year, but I was lazy and I couldn't get my act together about it. But I've been playing with the idea of like in the early 1900s, playing card salesmen would go around to different like businesses with their playing cards to sell playing cards, and they would have what was called a sample book. Basically like an accordion folded piece of paper that they would fold out, and it had the different back designs of the lines of decks that they sold.
Like a carpet salesman, basically.
Yeah, totally. And like like a sample book of all the swatches of the carpets, but it was like a little accordion book. And I've had a few of those. There's little booklets, like little pamphlets that would fold out and have like, say, like 8 or 9 different back designs. And then I've had even like the books. The books would be like this thick, and they would have like 100 back designs, and they would have like various tuck cases and finishes and gildings and sizes. And they're really cool, and they're really cool collector's items.
Kevin has one.
What?
Supposedly.
Congress guy has one.
Of course the Congress guy has one.
So there's actually a magic trick that was circulating on Instagram for a while too, where they would use obviously a much smaller sales pamphlet of the rider backs, and it would be like several of the rider back editions, and then you'd like shake it, and a full deck would pop out of the last picture as like a gimmick, that's what that reminded me of, the idea of like the pamphlet or the accordion book of all the decks.
And the idea we had was to take the place of like the little the certificate that you put the 12-month stickers on for the subscription. Instead of doing that for a year, we send people, or now they have to buy them because we got to pay for shipping and all that kind of crap. But whatever. You get the blank pamphlet. You get the blank salesman book pamphlet, and it looks very similar to the way they used to look in that time period, way that they kind of constructed them and stuff. And then every month, instead of sending you the holographic sticker, we send you a card size sticker that's the back behind, that you peel off and then you put in the pamphlet. And we may do that for 2021. We definitely have the bandwidth and the people to do something like that now. So we may do something like that. So create our own. And that'd
be a great idea. That'd be cool.
We've even thought about doing that, like making like a sample book of just like, of all the decks that we've made Kings Wild over the years.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool. You guys should take a picture and do like basically like a gallery on your website that you can just go click on it and it'll bring up the back design.
Yeah, we're working with a company that has been helping us with our cleaning up our website and cleaning up our website speed, SEO, that kind of stuff. And they're also going to help us, eventually within the next year or so, we're going to hopefully have a new website. And one of the specific requests that we made with them was the fact that we have tons of people that are new. And that's why we created that little list, that spreadsheet list on the website that said like decks of cards. We have a lot of new people that don't know, but do want to know all the decks of cards that we've created. We had like this out of print gallery that was basically just a collection. If you know how Shopify works, it's a collection page, and they're all just pages, but they all said sold out, and everybody would get off like, "Oh, your cards are sold out. Why are you sending me a play?" I didn't talk like that. That's just the way I talk like in my head. But anyway, but one of the things that we've talked about is like creating like what you're talking about, like a gallery, that exhaustive list, but more interactive where, I can click on this and see the back design and whatever. So that's something we are working on.
Nice. That's cool. Yeah, Luke said good night, by the way. It's 4:30 there, so he has to go to bed.
Good night, sweetheart.
It's pretty cool. I really dig when other designers come and support and hear what other designers in the community have to say rather than just collectors. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I have to say, I think that's, like Steve's saying there, and I agree. I definitely echo that. I think one of the cool things too is a lot of times I think a lot of the designers try to build each other up. It's really a very collaborative and supportive community versus like, again, it's good to have a competitive nature, and I definitely think there's competition, but it's like friendly, healthy competition.
Yeah, I think that with all the COVID-19 stuff, it's kind of up in the air, but like I always talk about like the 52 plus Joker convention.
Yeah.
And I can never stress enough how fun and how interesting it is as just an experience. Even if you can only do it once, just as an experience as a playing card collector / designer, just being able to interact with people that you've been talking on the internet for years and you may have never met, whatever.
Yeah.
Just interacting with people that have been collecting and living playing cards like 10 times over the length that you've been alive or whatever. I mean, there's not even that old, but
right.
People pretty old I'm talking about.
We're definitely going to be there this year. That's for sure.
Pittsburgh this year.
This year it's off. Yeah, we'll be there.
Yeah, we'll be there.
I'm not sure, but my hope is I'm going to try to bring the entire Kingswild crew to the playing card convention this year.
Nice.
Sweet.
I mean, it's going to be a party.
We're going to be doing live all weekend, like nonstop, and we'll have to just we'll see if we can go the distance.
We'll have a version too. I mean, listen, that's like an 8-hour, 10-hour day.
Distance. There's no trouble in going the distance.
Are we allowed to drink at the
have
convention?
people in England having to go to sleep because they lost the war and everything.
Oh, he's not even here to back himself up.
I probably shouldn't do that if I can't back him up. They shouldn't attack him with that representation. So
there you go. Good little dig. Good little dig. Oh my god. So I actually had another question from another designer who I don't know if Mark is still here, but
Mark who?
Mark Doc.
No, not Mike.
Phallus.
Yeah, Phallus. He's designing the Broken Crown playing cards.
What? Wait, what did you say? Phallus?
Fallis.
Okay.
Mark Phallus.
Yeah,
Mark,
yes. It is.
This
is what the broken. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I promise.
No. So he's very new to the scene.
I'm not that guy. I'm just trying to figure out who we're talking about.
We will asterisk all of this by saying Jackson is not a collector of modern cards for the most part.
He's still there. He's still there.
I haven't bought a deck of modern playing cards. I don't know. I think the only deck of modern playing cards I have bought in the past decade are 2 freaking King of Jerry's Nuggets on eBay.
Bill didn't even give you those.
He did. He's got a bunch for me, but he just has not sent them to me yet. But that's okay because I haven't sent him a bunch of stuff either. So
it's holding hostage there.
You guys are just being spiteful. I'm not sending him because he didn't send me.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey Jackson, I have a Jerry's I could send you.
Nah,
the pink nugget.
I told him I'm not going to send him his decks until he stops printing different Jerry's Nuggets decks.
So Mark's question was, do you adhere to...
You're really close to my soundboard, aren't you?
Oh God,
dude, we need to get one. We're gonna have to step it up.
Right, what does Mark have to say? I'm sorry.
So Mark wants to know again, Mark's a graphic designer by trade as well. Just getting into playing cards. He wanted to know if you adhere to any particular method during your concepting phase. In other words, how do you go about ideating and choosing which concept you actually move forward with?
That's a good question. I think basically 95%, if not more than 95% of everything that I do is basically by the seat of my pants. And I go back to what my dad was telling, like my dad telling stories. I have 9 uncles. Well, I did have 9 uncles. Most of them have passed away. But I had an uncle named Ray, and he was the second oldest uncle. He's since passed away probably 8-9 years ago. But Ray never had a job. But Ray always had work, and Ray always had income, and Ray did all sorts of different things. And Ray had this thing that he did, which was Ray believed that you could give him any topic whatsoever, and Ray could BS about that topic for 15 minutes. No matter what topic it was, and he could BS it. He could BS about that topic in a way that made it sound like that he was knowledgeable in that topic. And I really equate that kind of process to the way that I approach my design. Like, I'll get an inspiration. I have a long list of ideas and concepts of different decks that I want to do, and it's literally. If I get inspired and if it's the right timing of between different projects, or I have got to go to the next project, I'd literally take an idea and BS my way through it long enough to like find it. And then if I can BS my way through it long enough to find it, and then I find it, then I'm like, oh yeah, this is going to be good. And I can tell really quickly I can tell within the first card if a deck is going to be a great deck, a successful deck. Well, let me word it like this. I can tell within the first hour of working on a deck if I'm going to be interested in it or not. And usually that interest level directly impacts whether or not that deck is going to be a successful deck. And when I mean successful, I mean the parameters of I finish it. Enough people will buy it that it pays for the production of that deck. Type of thing.
There you go.
But in terms of method, there's really no method. I have a list of ideas, and then when the time comes for me to get a new idea, that I have to have a new idea, I look at what's been on my mind or what's on my mind that day that I got to pick a new deck, and then I just BS my way through it until I feel like that I've got something.
Nice.
There's really
no, I mean that makes sense. I have a couple of questions. So, what is the worst selling or worst response that you've gotten from a specific deck? What deck was that?
Let me see.
Like, is there one deck that you're like, damn, that deck bombed?
I think that there's different answers to different scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
I think, let's say, if we take the least selling deck, I guess you could say. Let me think. I would say probably the least successful deck that I've had was probably, I'm trying to think. A lot of, I think was the thoroughbreds didn't have people didn't talk about the thoroughbreds very much.
Okay.
And I think that's because there was no story, there was no connection type thing. I think that one of the worst receptions has been only because of just like screw ups on my part and like things that happened that didn't go well. I think the worst reception was the worst reception of a deck that I thought was going to have a great reception was like the legal tender, because that was that happened at a time in my life that I was like,
bacon.
Like I was like that was like right in the time period where I was like going through that huge funk of like me deciding whether or not it was a culmination of like a bad time in my life times the fact that I wanted to make this deck that we couldn't do technically wise. And then it just pissed a lot of people off that there's just a lot of promises that were not met. And so I think that it was not met well because there were a lot of broken promises that were met. But that's also why that I'm so excited about reprinting it. Because I'm actually I was able to work my way out of that. I feel like with I guess you could say my reputation or whatever you want to call it. But I was able to work my way out of that. And then I'm able to like do it again with the way that I originally intended it to be.
Nice. Yeah. That's awesome.
And what this is kind of like a build off on that as well. Like, what deck did you have the most problem with? Like it could be the green, the green gilding. It could be the Equinox gilding. It could be, what deck were you like, the old Ironside, the original Ironside's deck.
Mm-hmm. Like what I had the most problem with production wise?
Yeah, that when you got it, it could have been like maybe it took 5 runs to get, or what was the biggest like?
Well, I think early on in my career, I made a lot more error. I made a lot more errors early on in the career because it was just me. It was only me proofreading stuff, and I can't. I mean, I can't spell. I can't proofread. I mean, for anything. The original Moriarty deck.
Somebody mentioned that.
the Moriarty deck where I literally put a K in a corner and a J in a corner of a king.
Yeah, that's what they said.
I mean, luckily with that one, I was able to do another Kickstarter to pay for the reprint of the mistake. But the one that the two that hurt the most, not only financially but also just like, oh my gosh, this sucks, was the Texas deck where we on the ace of hearts, the two little pip indexes on the ace of hearts were diamonds. And literally those two little diamonds were like a $14,000 mistake.
Oh, jeez.
That I basically had to like pay for out of my own pocket.
So
that hurt. That hurt really bad.
Is that just like a copy and paste error where you just forgot to change it, or?
No, it's like one of those things of like, if you think about how many decks of playing cards, and this is not an excuse at all.
Right.
It's just the way that it works. If you think about how many decks of cards I've made over the years, times how many court cards and how many index cards, that's just a lot of cards. And and a lot of things like that are just, you have to create a method of creating those things just to make it, it's just to make it to where you're not making one-off cards every card you make. You have to make a process to it.
Yeah.
And then the errors usually happen in the process rather than the proofreading part, because you'd be amazed at how much stuff doesn't get caught in the proofreading thing. Even when you have like 4 or 5 different people looking at it, there's so much stuff that gets missed in the proofreading part, because what I found with playing cards is like, even like with my crew now, they're getting better at it because they're getting acclimated to playing cards. But like I've lived, breathed, and digested playing cards for the past 7 years. But so all the aspects of playing cards I'm very comfortable with. But at the same time, I am a horrible person to proofread anything. But because of that, I'm the best person to proofread everything, because I know I got to know that these two numbers have got to match. I know that the pips have got to match. I know that these pips have got to be in this kind of, orientation. There's got to be this many. It's got to look like this. And so with my crew, the people that have the skills that are the right people to proofread, they had to go through this learning process of like learning the language of playing cards to know what to proofread. Right.
Yeah. I'm sure that involves everything, whether it's even like sealing the deck. It's definitely the process on how to do it properly.
Yeah. Like we've got
doing like 2 an hour compared to 100 an hour.
Yeah. And like now, I don't want to do a pride goes before the fall type of thing, but like I've been burned enough times by myself with the errors that I've developed processes of being able to proofread stuff a lot better. That takes I'm going to misspell stuff all the time, and that's given. But the stupid functionality errors, like the wrong pips, the wrong indices, those kind of errors have gone down a lot. But the spelling errors have not gone down, and we have to correct all kinds of stuff all the time with spelling.
Those are the easier errors to catch. Those, right?
They are. They're easier for other people besides me to catch.
Nice. So one of the questions that actually has come up in chat several times from Jamie, and we just keep slipping by here, but
Bacon is very persistent.
Is that Bacon?
Yeah, he's persistent. So his question, I guess it's kind of a 2-part, because I'm curious about the first part here. Do you follow the aftermarket kind of value in all of your decks? And if so, which deck of yours surprised you the most with its aftermarket appreciation?
That's a good question. And a lot of people always ask me about this. And this is probably me, devolving more. Devolving, is that even a word?
Sure.
Devolving's the word. Yes, you
like
killed
devolving
it.
more information that you need probably should.
Yeah.
Is that the word?
I think
No, devolving is like when you break something down. Something instead of evolving, it devolves.
Okay.
But
So this is
divulging,
probably
you're
more
looking for
information.
divulging.
Yeah,
So when I started, I feel like that all my answers are like these really long answers.
that's
Dude,
it's a talk show, man. Yeah, like you're doing everything right.
So I have found that when I started King's Wild, I wanted to control three aspects of. I wanted to control the supply. I wanted to control, and if I control the supply, I control the demand, and if I control the supply and the demand, I can control the value, the value of it, and that's just law of supply and demand, and the aftermarket. I didn't like necessarily like plan for the aftermarket to be a part of what I do, but it's definitely something that I follow. And what I mean by like control the supply and the demand and the value is I've never really wholesaled my decks to very many people. And I think, and then a little bit later in the answering of the question, you'll realize what I'm saying when I say devolving more information than I should. I've never really wholesaled my decks to very many people because I wanted to be able to control the demand, because I could control how many decks are out there and where people can get them.
Yeah.
And then that would ultimately be able to control the value of what I could charge for them. Right. The aftermarket stuff is interesting. I would be lying. And any designer is absolutely lying to your face if they say that somehow the aftermarket doesn't affect the way that they create cards, even if they don't make any money, or if they don't see any money from that aftermarket, like speculation, revenue, they would be lying to your face. You can't find one designer that says that doesn't affect the way that they do their business. And if it doesn't affect if it doesn't affect the way they do their business, then they're a horrible business person.
Right.
Because you have to look at those things, because part of that aftermarket value can affect the way that you decide in terms of like how to price your decks going forward. Because I've had a lot of people say, well, why don't you just sell your own decks on eBay? Which I've sold some things on eBay that are mine, but it's been like weird. Oh, this tuck case didn't have any foil on it. It was a mess up, that kind of thing. But I haven't like sold like legit straight up decks on eBay ever before, because I don't want to be in that. I don't want to be in,
because I'll tell you why, because it's fucking douchey. That's why.
It's definitely douchey for a designer to do it, I think.
Yeah, because it's very, very douchey.
If they can't create a product, if you can't, as a designer, if you can't create a product that you're proud of, that you stick a price tag on that you're not proud of, that you don't think that what you've done is worth that, then that's a douche move to do.
I mean, I think it betrays the trust, though, too, that you have as a designer with your clients who are buying from you. You know,
absolutely, I think so too. And and like even like with the subscriptions, like yes, the subscriptions are like, if you like compare apples to apples with other decks of cards, yes, they are more expensive on a per deck basis based on the subscription price. But at the same time, there is I feel like that the value of that subscription meets the effort that I put into those decks. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure.
Now, if I like saved like 50 subscription decks to specifically sell on eBay after the fact for twice the much, total douche move.
Again, douche move.
Total douche move. Now,
that's douche move.
Now, to answer the second part, the deck that has surprised me the most with the aftermarket, and now looking back on it in its place in like playing card history and the things that it did, the thing that's really surprised me of the aftermarket value, and still the aftermarket value, has always been the Scarlet Tally-Hos. Especially like the Scarlet Tally-Ho legacy decks, because I mean that was the first like what I called the premium Tally-Ho series that I did. It was the first time that I did like a legacy deck, and then everybody started doing legacy decks like Blue and everybody else.
There's a lot of that in the industry. That's for sure.
There's a lot of that in the industry. We can talk about that.
I see it in the playing card world too, like the retailer side. Like someone comes up with something, and then you see another retailer, all of a sudden, boop, he pops up, and then it's like really? Come on.
Yeah, it's only midnight on my time, so we have lots of time to talk about all that kind of stuff.
Dude, it's only 9 o'clock here. So
is it 9 o'clock? Wait, you're in California.
Yes, Pacific, yeah.
You're in the land.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. No, I think that's been the deck that's been surprising in terms of the aftermarket stuff, because I mean it's done really well in aftermarket.
Yeah.
That's the one, and it's also the one that's hard to find, I think, as well.
Yeah, but you're gonna put like 5 or 6 of them on eBay when we leave.
I'm gonna totally do that. Buy it now for $600.
You got to pay for that laptop in December.
Can you put out a douche deck?
Bro, you would be amazed at how many douche deck concepts I have in my book.
We'll keep our eyes peeled. We'll keep our eyes peeled for the douche deck. King's Wild.
The douche deck.
So, speaking of concepts, and I think, not to get away from the douche deck, but actually something that dropped in chat earlier that I thought was really interesting and I meant to mention. I think it was actually Steven, who's in here still, was asking if you ever had the idea of doing like a coffee table book of all of your decks or some of your designs. All right. I mean, I personally think that would be something awesome. I am guilty of buying coffee table books and never looking at them, but I think something like that would be so unique. And obviously
nobody looks at a coffee table book.
Well, you look at them once when you're in the store when you buy it, and that's the end of it.
Buy the coffee table book, and that's what matters.
Exactly.
You show 3 people, and then that's where it stays until you drop it off again.
I have tons of coffee table books. Like my whole bookshelf is nothing but coffee table art books. We do want to do a coffee table book. At this point, it's kind of a thing where we're trying to figure out what that looks like in terms of how we break that down. Only because there's so much art we want to put into it that right now, if we kind of make it the way we want, it's like a 352 page coffee table book, like full color, every page full color of stuff. Jeez. And we're just trying to figure out how that works in terms of production, and like, okay, do we need to make like 2 coffee table books and split it up or whatever? But we do want to.
400 pages, like that's ridiculous.
It is.
I mean, no one's ever going to read it, so who cares?
Right.
Yeah, but dude, you'll never get through the first half of it. It'll take you like 6 years to get the book.
You'll get to the gold certificates and be like, I hate this playing card.
Oh my God.
The queen that has a K on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Has a Q on it.
What was this idiot thinking when he put this K on the drag?
Oh, that's fun.
I love the people that are coming on 4 hours later being like, oh my God, I can't believe I actually caught the show.
Yeah, I know. I'm messaging people on Instagram being like, we're still on. Come by.
Yeah. I'm probably like 10 minutes away from a bathroom break, but I'm not going anywhere. Like I got a lot.
We should take our breaks like at different times.
Yeah, we can stagger them. Yeah. Steve and I talk all the time. So whenever you want to go,
bottle, and it's like it's going down.
Dude, you know how many? Have you guys seen how many drinks Leslie's brought me?
Oh my God, yeah, dude, I've been watching. I don't know how you're doing it. You got to be hurting.
Who, me?
Steve's on like 8 whatever he's drinking tea, and you have
sparkling water.
That wasn't fresh when you started, Jackson, was it?
No, it was like, I mean, I think we were up at the label. We started.
Oh.
And Steve's over there drinking Canadian Dry.
I feel like your wife's going to be thrilled with you this evening.
Oh, she's fine. She's fine.
Awesome. You know, it's all about community, and we don't want to.
Belligerent. I'm not getting belligerent or anything in here. Anything I'm beating my daughters up.
Let's get belligerent though. I have a topic. So let's talk about Kickstarter.
All right.
Yeah, you know, we mentioned earlier that people need to, and Tyler and I talk about this once a week. We go over basically Kickstarter breakdowns, we call them, and we go over all the.
Is that what you were telling me about, guys? You were just like, you troll through the Kickstarter, not troll.
Yeah,
yeah.
We troll.
Yeah,
but yeah. So we'd love to have you as a guest sometime.
Yeah, we do it once a week. We'll definitely have you on as a guest. When my deck comes out, we already talked about this. When my deck comes out, you'll be the one.
I feel like I need to wear a mask and like do a voice.
Perfect.
If I do something.
Perfect. It'll be perfect. You'll have to change the background so nobody knows it's you. Yeah. But yeah, like there's a lot of campaigns on there that it's like people don't do their homework, right? They don't put information in there. They don't create that story. They're like, their tiers are all fucked up, and like some of them, like it's just they're charging $40 a deck for a deck that's made, who even knows, for Zazzle. And like
early birds.
They have early birds that are more expensive than their regular deck. Like it's just a mess.
Yeah.
School the Kickstarter campaign, man. Like tell people what it needs to be.
Well, and I think to even bring this to an even bigger tangent, you mentioned earlier that you think people are doing Kickstarter wrong at this point in time for the cards.
I think wrong is a different terminology that I should use. They're doing it wrong from the way that I think they should be done.
Okay.
And I think that this is like, because what'll happen is you'll get a deck designer that has looked at all the other deck designers before him on Kickstarter and feel like that's the way that they should do it.
Right.
I need to have me one or two editions. I need to have a coin. I need to have a dealer coin because everybody and their dog wants a dealer coin.
I don't want a coin.
I need to have a thematic brick box. I need to have early birds. I need to have stretch goals. I need to have all these things that everybody has done before on Kickstarter.
Yep.
And they spend all their time doing and like creating the framework of all that crap. When they fail to, now this is not a blanket statement,
right? But
it's a pretty big blanket. Almost big blanket.
It's a sheet statement.
It's a sheet statement. This is a sheet statement. Like one, it's like hot summer night. You got one leg out on the sheets. You know, it's like one of those things. They spend all their time and effort trying to do all of those things because they think that's what people want.
Yeah.
And they also do it because that's what people are telling them that they want. Like, oh, I need a coin. Do a coin or do this, that, or whatever.
Yeah.
When they don't put the time and effort in to making the backbone of the project, which in a playing card Kickstarter project, the backbone of a playing card project is the deck of cards, one deck of cards.
Yeah.
And I've even fallen prey to the same thing. I'm not immune to that. And I've learned my lessons from that as well. You know, I've done a coin, I've done poker chips, I've done this, I've done t-shirts, this, that, whatever. But if you go back to I haven't done a Kickstarter in like 2 years. If you go back to my latest, whatever you want to call it, the most recent Kickstarters that I've done, if you go back through those, you'll see that it's basically just a deck of cards or 2 decks of cards. There's not like all this other stuff that goes with it and other things like that. Like if you want to be a deck designer, make the best deck of cards that you can. And until you can get that until you can get your mind wrapped around that and do that successfully, don't waste your time with all that other crap, because all that other crap, the only thing that's going to do is going to raise your funding goal and going to create because you're going into a business and a production timeline that everything could go wrong and everything could screw it up. And especially if it's your first time, that is the wrong time for something to screw up your reputation and going forward. And the more stupid stuff that you put in it, like coins, here's my cool big box and the coin and this and that and the other. I don't know why they talk like that. It's just how they talk in my head at that point in time. You're just adding more things that could go wrong.
Yeah.
You don't want your dream and aspiration of being a playing card designer to get screwed up because the random dice maker that you were having your limited edition bone dice with your laser engraved logo on it screw up. You don't want that to be what screws your dream and aspiration of being a playing card designer screwed up. You don't want that to happen. So like if somebody came to me and said, what do I got to have to do it to have a successful Kickstarter project? My simple advice to have a successful Kickstarter project is make the best deck of cards that you can make and make as few of them as you can, only to make the production cost of those decks as small as you can. If you can make the best deck of cards that you can, and you can make 30 of those or 10 of those at MPC, then you will have made a deck of cards, you will have had a successful Kickstarter project, and then you will have been able to easily fulfill 10 orders to 10 people.
Yeah.
That then when you do your second project, you'll then be able to sell. You'll be able to say, I have had one successful Kickstarter project, and here are the 10 people that are satisfied with the way that I performed on that first Kickstarter project. And then that second project, do the best deck of cards that you can do, and then make 30 of them or make 100 of them.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think one of the things that Tyler and I consistently talk about is the goal. Like the amount of money that some of these people are asking for is astronomical compared to, how much it costs to actually make the deck. And it's because they're bringing all this other stuff in. Yes. 2, they're bringing it. I don't mean to bash anybody, but the fulfillment side of it, there's totally different costs associated with that, and you have your, Lamborghini version of fulfillment, which you're going to pay for. And then you have your Honda Accord version, which will probably outlast the Lamborghini, and it's half the price, and I think in people's minds, they're like, yeah, but if I go with the Lamborghini, it will look cooler. You know what I mean? And your goal is gonna, hurt because of that, is because you're asking for so much money for something that doesn't cost that much money.
And I think that and it was one of the big reasons why I wanted to get away from Kickstarter was the audience of Kickstarter has also been trained to view Kickstarters a specific way, to where like a project not even funded yet, and you're getting messages of can we see a list of your stretch goals? Can we see a list of the free add-ons that you're going to give, and that kind of thing of it's just not only are the creators shooting themselves in the foot, but the backers are also shooting themselves in the foot, because they're expecting these projects to be a certain way, because that's the way they've all been done in the past, or the majority of them have been done all the way in the past. But if I go straight for it in the beginning and say, look, I'm doing this to design a deck of playing cards, and I'm going to make 10 of them, and my funding goal is $500. That's it. That's all I'm going to do.
Yeah.
I don't have any stretching goals. I'm not going to do anything else. All I'm going to do is work really hard to make that $500 to make that that med deck of cards. Now, if that deck of cards looks like a pile of crap or a poop emoji or whatever you want to call it,
Dude, that fucking deck sold so much.
I know it did. But,
Hold on. I need to know this. I need to find out. If anybody in this fucking chat is one of these people, you can leave now. But like, so here's my thing.
Please don't leave now. Steve is only joking.
I'm definitely not joking. I'm not joking. So you ever see those decks? Sorry if I offend anybody. You see those decks on Kickstarter that are super tacky, like women decks, like naked chick decks that are like douchey camera guys taking pictures of like women that are like all naked and stuff. Like, and they fought for like $30,000. What the like? I don't understand.
I mean, it's just like the hype decks. There's a specific crowd of people that's what they want to buy.
Steve, again, there's a deck for everybody. There's a deck for everybody.
There's a deck for everybody, and if you tell that story correctly, and you get the right community, you're going to sell the decks of cards.
And sometimes visuals tell a great story.
Just like the poop emoji deck, they made a deck of cards. They told a really stupid story, and they connected with the right community that wanted to hear that stupid story, and they sold a bunch of. Are we talking about?
Well, dude, everybody poops.
Everybody poops.
It's a good book.
Not only is there one poop deck, there's two poop decks.
Yeah, that's we're not talking about Nox, are we? Oh,
Steve loves Nox. Steve loves Nox.
Fucked up. That's fucked up. I love Nox, man, and I'll tell you why. This is my reason. I'm not a fan of Nox because they're artistically amazing. I am a fan of Nox because they're very simple, and they're like $6 a deck, $10 a deck tops.
Yes, absolutely. They're $6 a deck because they printed a metric ton of them.
No, for sure. And I'm not saying
it's totally cool.
I
can't.
If I had a choice to pick up my $45 gilded KWP deck and Pharaoh that shit. I mean, I might Pharaoh this KWP gilded deck.
Is that the crappy gilded?
But I'd rather Pharaoh a $6 deck of Nox that just look clean and I can use for Magic.
Absolutely,
it's two totally different things. That's why I dig them
every time.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Nox for sure.
Yeah,
but not because it's artistic.
Yeah, and I think that and I'm not saying that this is not what my decks are. I'm saying this is what I try to make my decks to be.
Yeah, for sure.
Like the decks that I like, the decks that I collect right now are the decks that were made 140 years ago.
Yeah.
And that I am now finding, and that artwork that was 140 years old has the staying power that I'm able to enjoy it now. I'm trying to make decks of cards that in 140 years, someone that no matter what artistic fad or something like that. And there are questions of like, will the VHS 1982 deck hold up in 140 years? Probably. Yeah. Probably not.
It probably will because well, obviously
you'll lose the story of people who, once people don't know what VHS it loses it.
I feel like you get the idea of what I'm saying. Like, I want to create decks that in 140 years, I want to create Times New Roman decks.
Yeah.
You know what Times New Roman is a very old font that still holds up. It's why the black suit, like a men wearing a black suit, holds up now as it did 100 years ago. I want to make those types of decks.
Yeah.
I don't think the knock decks are those decks.
No, for sure.
Knock decks are those decks. But at the same time, I'm not going to knock them because of what they're doing. Because just like I said with the Fontaines, if I'm degrading that, then I'm turning that back on myself and saying I can't build my own brand.
Here's my thing, and again, Tyler usually has to talk me down off this rant, but one thing I'm huge on, like I've said before, I'm a man of principle. One thing I'm huge on is the person that runs the brand, right? Yeah. And the fact that you are constantly on lives, you're constantly integrating with the community, even though you're not like engulfed in the playing card side of it, you are integrated with the people within the community. The fact that Bacon, the fact that Kevin, Congress guy, like all these people is really more important to me than what you're selling. Obviously I like your stuff, so it's different, but there's some brands that I don't like how they do business, so I won't even carry their shit in my store,
Yeah.
and because they don't integrate, they don't answer messages. It might take you like a few hundred years to answer a message, but you at least answer it. You know what I mean? And you go live with people all the time. You're on the show. Like, you're all about that community and building that story where other people, whether it's Alex Pandrea, I'm a big fan of his videos and stuff like that and his decks that he does. But as a community member, he's not part of the community. He's very untouchable. He has, in my eyes, he's in that ego clique. The people that I really have respect for in their craft, but not as individuals that are really like
they're not
creating like that tribe that we are in. You know what I mean? And I think that's the most important thing for me.
Yeah, and and when I speak, I only speak from like my point of view of what I've been able to learn through my experiences. But like even with like my own business, going back to what I said about like that core group of people that are the playing card collectors, being like 700-800 people. Because a good way to show you that is go to when you're doing your next Kickstarter troll crawl.
This Sunday.
Sunday. When you're doing your next Kickstarter crawl, your Kickstarter crawl.
Yeah.
Not every deck, because not every, like when you come across the decent decks that are worth backing.
Yes.
Look at the number of backers and you'll find that it's about the same number of backers on all of those projects.
Very true. Very true.
And what was I going to answer? What was I even answering? What I've learned from my own experiences is maybe I can't even remember what I was going to answer.
You're talking about like look at the differences and the similarities. Like, it doesn't matter. I think what you're saying, it doesn't. I don't know if you're going out like the amount of stuff that you're putting into the campaign.
I can't remember what I was saying. I'm blank. I'm so sorry.
We were talking about like the building a community and
like what I have found that when it wasn't until I really latched onto that whole those two pillars of community and story, that I was able to break past that kind of like, and it's not that core group of people aren't important, because they're very important, because they were like the bedrock of everything that I've done. But it wasn't until I kind of like really sunk my teeth into those two pillars of community and story that I was able to push myself past that core group of people and then grow that group of core people into a bigger group of only, and it sounds like I was able to grow that core group of people into a bigger, only my core group of people, not other playing card designers, but working on building my core group of people. And then it's now growing bigger than that 600-700 people or whatever.
Yeah. And it's cool because, like you said, it's all about longevity, right? Look what companies have been around forever.
Yeah.
And it's not a deck that, it's not certain decks that are out right now. Will those decks have their place in the community? Yeah, I think they always will, because the community as a whole is growing, and there's always going to be your brands that people kind of dive to. You know what I mean? But I think what it comes down to is, it's the longevity, of the brand itself and what they stand for, because I think everything else comes out, the type of person you are, what your goal is, and, how much you're charging for a deck, and is it worth it, or are you taking advantage of your customers?
Yeah. This may sound like a dichotomy in the sense that may go against itself, what I'm about to say, but I think that an easy way, like I said, this is me speaking only from my experiences. But I think an easy barometer of any deck that's designed, or any deck designer, an easy barometer to tell whether or not that designer is going to have longevity in the business is like these two bookends that kind of fight against each other. Is if you were to put 100 decks of cards out on a table, random designers, random 100 deck of cards. The first bookend of the barometer is, can you pick out X person's decks of cards if you don't know anything about playing cards? Like if you're going into it, you get a random control person that knows nothing about playing cards and say, hey, like I asked my wife, come in here, look at these 100 decks of cards. Can you tell me, can you group these decks of cards into who you think designed them? Okay. So that's the first bookend of this dichotomy. The second bookend of the dichotomy of the barometer of longevity is, okay, once you have that group, if you have successfully separated into the right groups, now does all of the decks that designer makes look similar, or do they look like all the same deck? Or is the reason why you picked those decks because, oh, this person draws court cards this way, even if it's a different style and a different theme, they draw them this way throughout their whole kind of stream of deck consciousness. Anyway. And that's kind of where they fight against each other. Can you pick out this artist's work out of all these other works? So that's them. Are they able to separate themselves from other designers? And then once they've separated themselves, do they have a body of work that has a width and a breadth of work that then separates their work with their own work? I don't know if that makes sense or not.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think that's an easy barometer of, and that's not necessarily a barometer in terms of like, will this person be successful? Because I think there's designers that may not do both of those things that are successful.
Right.
But I feel like that if you can't do both of those things, you are going to stay, I think those designers are going to stay stagnant within the realm of what they're going to be pandering's the wrong word, because I feel like pandering's a negative thing.
Right.
I think that they could be totally happy with what they're doing.
I think contempt is the word, right? Not contempt, content.
If they're content with that little group, then that's fine. But I think that if they're not content with that group and they're trying to break out of that, the only way they're going to do that is by being able to successfully negotiate those two bookends.
Right. Yeah. No. Good point. Very good point.
Maybe it sounded make no sense.
Let's take a bathroom break. Who's first?
I'll go first. I need to go bad.
Go
right,
first.
Steve,
I need to go
Steve
bad
and I'll
too.
talk. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to go bad too.
You need me do you mean like play bathroom music while I'm gone or something? Or is it
yes, no. Then we won't be able to concentrate.
You're good. Yeah.
We won't be able to concentrate. All right, everybody in the chat room is going to go too.
There we go. But before we all jump off here, what questions? Don't forget, guys, drop questions in the chat if you have them. Again, if you haven't already, like the video. If you've stuck it out this far and you haven't liked the video yet, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're doing here. So
but if you've stuck out this far, you're a champ. Like we're going on 4.5 hours. That's
we still have a surprise coming up too at some point in the next undefined amount of time.
Oh, you wait till we see who's coming up next week.
Yeah, I mean, not even that. There's also potentially another half brick giveaway. I'm just throwing that out there. So There's,
I don't think it's potential. I think we're definitely doing it.
Well, it depends if we all fall asleep before the stream ends or not. So.
I'm not falling asleep. I'm gonna have to pee till about 4 a.m. probably.
Oh my God. Well, that being said, we still have some good surprises coming up, guys. Make sure to stick around. And also,
Danny came in. He's like, if you came in here thinking it wasn't going to be long.
Oh my God. Steve's been telling me all week. He's like, you're not sleeping tonight, man. I'm like, man, Steve, well, honestly, I'm so glad I have a 8 o'clock meeting. So
I warned him. Good morning, Stu. What's up, Batman?
Yeah, what's up, Batman Stu? We lost other Stu, but that's fine. I feel like we kept him away from work for too long. He had to get some stuff done. But yeah, it's Jamie.
Matt,
it is a
Matt,
talk show.
You gotta stay on, man. You gotta stay on. Go the distance, Matt. Do it.
Maybe Jackson has returned.
I thought he was gonna change his shirt or something. All right, I'm gonna go next.
I'm ready to go for another 6 hours.
There you go. Yes. Oh, okay. We're all coming out of this with kidney failure.
Exactly.
Which, dude, by the way, there have been a ton of comments about your shirt earlier on in the show. I feel like everyone who says something about your shirt left already, but it is on point.
Ultimate Warrior, Hulk Hogan. It
is phenomenal. Like, I gotta say, even the colorway on it's spectacular, but that is the dopest shirt ever. Oh my God. So for anyone who wanted to know, that is an amazing. So I'm guessing a wrestling fan. Is a wrestling deck in the works?
No, because that's too many licenses.
Oh yeah, I can imagine that would be.
I could probably make a luchador deck, but then Bicycle's already made a really crappy luchador deck.
There was actually a pretty good luchador deck too that came out late last year.
Really,
I think it was on. Well, so it went through Kickstarter. It's still in the whole process of being printed, so it hasn't been fulfilled yet. But it was pretty well done. It was by a Matt would know his name. I can't remember the guy's name right now, but Matt will drop it in the chat in a second. I'll let you know. Yeah, I can imagine wrestling unless you're going to do like fully fictionalized characters, which again, then you lose part of the story draw. It's tough.
No, I like these. I like these shirts. This is a company called the Roosevelts. Matt
just said that in the chat. Also, he knows way too much about everything.
I'm actually. I'll show you. Let me go get some right quick.
All right. I'm left by myself here, everyone. So I appreciate you sticking out with. There we go. Emmanuel Valtierra. Matt, I knew you'd know it. I appreciate you being in the show. That being said, did Steve get a haircut, Tyler, or just super shave? He just shaved.
Who shaved?
Steve. Someone just asked if Steve got a haircut. Steve will never get a haircut, but he will shave. Before I forget, Jackson, the designer who did the Luchadores deck recently was Emmanuel Valtierra.
Okay. Cool.
And he's a designer from Mexico, so obviously very Mexican themed decks. I think he has an Inca deck in the works right now.
Nice,
but very like comic styled.
Yeah.
I
like it.
So, all right, let's see this shirt.
So I really like these shirts, and I liked them so much that I wanted to like develop my own that were like it.
Okay.
And I'm in the process of like finding the right fabric, finding the right manufacturer and stuff like that, but I've already got like little samples back of the fabric. It's kind of it's like 75% there.
Okay.
I'll show you. It's nothing special. I just wanted to show you because it's something for us to talk about. Just like a King's Wild.
Oh, that would be so sick.
And it's the same it's like a 97% polyester, 3% spandex, and it's really thin. It's like almost like a wicking shirt. It's really nice. I like it.
Nice.
So that's the King's Wild shirt. This one didn't turn out well because it's like a full color print and it just didn't print well because it was fabric. But it's all the King's Wild Tigers court cards with matches.
Nice. All right, nice.
But I won't be doing that because it looks like crap.
Yeah, understandable. I like the blue background though; it looks good.
But this one's my favorite. This one is the Washington crossing the Delaware.
Oh, damn. See, that would be a sick shirt, and that reaches so far outside of the card community as well.
And it's got blood splatters because your freedom wasn't free. Yeah.
There you go.
And it's got the Declaration of Independence kind of faded in the back.
That's sick. I actually live maybe like 45 minutes away from like Valley Forge in that whole area.
Shh, don't talk about Steve. Don't talk about Steve.
Steve, you missed some good sneak peeks. So I guess I'm up. I'll see you guys in a minute.
Did you go to the bathroom now? Okay.
What the hell? You gotta show me that. You gotta show me them?
Oh, we were talking about my shirt, my Hulk Hogan shirt. And
what was the sneak peek? Show me the sneak peek.
It's that Roosevelt company. And I was just showing people the fabric that I was developing for my own shirts. So it's the same kind of fabric.
That's sweet.
So it's like just Kingswild heads.
Nice.
We had this one, but it didn't turn out very well because it was too photographic. But it was the Kingswild Tigers court cards with matches.
Oh yeah, that's too much.
But this one's my favorite.
That's too busy.
It's the Washington crossing the Delaware.
Oh, cool.
With blood splatters because freedom isn't free. That's what I've already said already.
That's the Dexter edition.
Yeah.
What? Any good questions come up?
I don't know. I'm really bad at reading in the comments.
That's good. Oh, good. Jed Bacon wants some tube tops with matching
Of course,
undies.
Bacon wants a tube top.
Yeah.
With a flash dance deck.
So I have a question. Are you going to be doing any more raffles? Not raffles.
Auctions?
Auctions?
I feel like we've talked about this just off the air.
We did, but they didn't hear it. So let's talk about it.
Going back to what I said about being totally transparent, totally upfront with people. I am a horrible procrastinator, and I'm also horribly disorganized. And I have found if I run an auction and I'm also the person that has to like fulfill the auction, then it's like, so if you win an auction in April of 2020, you may get the winnings in September of 2027.
So hold on. Yeah, but you have enough people that work for you that you could have.
The problem, here's the thing. In May, when you were coming on the playing card scene, in May of 2018, when we were doing that ridiculous moving sale May Kingswild mayhem that we were doing.
Bro,
ridiculous.
House? Don't you need another house?
I don't need another house. But when I was doing that, you have to realize that I had no shop. I had no place. Like everything that I had was in my garage. Like I had a big it was like two car garages, and one of the 2 car garages was like built out with like carpet and stuff like that, AC, and that was my office. And until we moved into the new space, that was like the Kingswild headquarters. So everything that I had in terms of inventory was in that one little garage. And so it was a little bit easier for me to like just throw stuff together that I had that I didn't want to pack and auction it off and then send it off. But now, like I basically have nothing here in Chattanooga. Like I've got a collection of like my first editions, and that's about it. And then today I got a box that has like 24 of the new VHSs, some Maduros, and some crayon decks. Just because I'm giving some away on Saturday because I roast coffee and I give coffee away in my neighborhood.
Oh, that's cool.
Nice.
And I give away playing cards too, just because whatever. That's what I do. Because I want to give away some free, and then they like my cards and they go to my website and whatever. You know, I'm not giving away for free.
Exactly.
But like that's the first time I've seen the VHS, the new VHS deck was just today.
Oh wow.
So like everything that we're producing goes straight to the place in Austin. So like doing these crazy like, oh, let's throw together an auction of stuff is hard because I don't have anything here to put together that's like rare. The only thing I have here that's rare and auctionable is like all my first editions, and I'm not going to auction those off.
Right. Yeah, but what about after all this crap is going down? You do like a Corona Gone sale.
Corona got what? Did you just say?
A Corona gone sale.
A Corona gone sale?
Yeah.
Like I did an auction a few weeks ago for because I did like the gilded 6'5" decks where I had like 20, like we had like 15 or 16 of those, and I auctioned off like the first edition, and Henry won that first edition.
Of course he did.
Like Henry didn't get his deck until like 2 weeks after like I had already mailed off the other ones, and we had sold them on the website and stuff like that. So it's just like, it's why I tell people not to email me. It's not that I'm being a douche or a jerk. It's just like, I care about you, man, and I want your email to get answered. And if you email me, it's not going to get answered because I don't know. I don't know. There's
I get it, man.
Like, I'm not going to learn to spell. I'm never going to learn to spell. And I just accept that.
Right.
And so I just have other people try to spell for me.
Hey,
You guys, you need an Echo.
What?
You need like an Alexa in your house. It will spell for you.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, Jackson, you and I have literally had this conversation during one of our lives. It's and Tyler and I are literally, this is us in Deckin Around, like literally. And the fact of the matter is, and this is, I think, in one of the books, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, whatever the fuck it's called, I don't know. Anyway, what they talk about is do what you're good at and let everybody else do what you're not good at.
Absolutely.
And the problem with that is so many people are all about like ego and it's their baby and all this stuff that they need to do everything themselves, but they're not good at like images. They're not good at designing. They're not good at the technical side. They're not good. Like, so what it comes down to is you need to allow other people to help you in this big, like, pool that you're swimming in. And if you think that you can do the money side, you think you can do the document side, you could do the PR side, you could do like, it's just not possible. So your business is going to lack until you allow yourself.
Kingswald did not start to really grow and take off. I guess you could, like take off or really grow good and get to a point where it was stable and supporting different people until I had to tooth and nail go through that learning process of giving that ownership to stuff away.
Delegation's hard.
Absolutely. It's super hard.
Yeah.
And you have to think of it as like, think of it from a standpoint of somebody that is a playing card collector, how you think about playing cards. And so I was taking that mentality of the playing card production and knowing all those details and all that kind of that nuance that went with it. Things like, hey, listen, bro, like you can't throw decks around like that when you're packing them up. Because I promise you, there's going to be some jerk ball in Boston that's going to get a dented corner, and they're going to and they're going to say the dented corner, and they're going to take a picture of it, and they're going to circle it with their thing, and they're totally right to do that, and that's totally legit.
Yeah.
But like somebody that's coming into it, like a new crew member, like a new Kingswald crew member, and that's kind of what I was talking about. Like there's like a learning period, like. They're like, it's a deck of cards, but whatever. What are you talking about, Jackson? I'm like, well, you just can't do that. You can't do that. And it's like, it's not even worth me trying to explain it. I'm just like, you can't do that. You can't.
You know what? The best way to explain it is I just say people are fucking crazy, and
absolutely
they don't like a little speck on their deck.
Yeah. And that's totally fine. And it's totally fine to do that. Because if you, let me see, how do I say this? My dad, going back to the Robisms, my dad would say, my dad said, you will be much happier in life if you set out every day with the expectation that 99% of the world's population are idiots.
It's honestly it's a true outlook. It's not the most positive, but it's true.
Myself in that 99%.
Yeah.
Like if you set out with that expectation, like I set out to know that there's going to be the guy that if he gets a little tiny dent in one of those corners, he's going to be upset. If I go into that with that expectation, I know that when he emails me, I'll be able to like, yeah, bro, I'm sorry we damaged your deck. We totally screwed up. We'll send you a new one. We'll give you a refund. Like if I go into that with that expectation, my life is going to be a whole lot less stressful.
Right. No, for sure. I agree.
And I kind of like talked to that with my crew, and it's been, it's been like probably, let's say, okay, like the fall of 2018 is like really when we started the subscriptions, is when Nick came on board. And so it was me and Nick. And Nick was there to like help me like take all the admin type stuff off my plate. And then in about the spring of 2019 is like when we started getting like, okay, getting someone to do like fulfillment and cellophane and stuff like that. It wasn't until I went through that excruciating process of letting go of those things that Kingswell was able to grow. And so like Nick's job now, like Nick's main job now is not only for like high altitude kind of vision type stuff, new business development type things, but one of Nick's main jobs is to keep me from getting involved in all of that stuff so that I can spend more time behind a computer drawing playing cards, because
where you should be. That's where you should be.
And the whole thing of, I have learned my place in the King's Wild thing, and my place is best spent, and we make the most money if I'm sitting behind a computer designing playing cards, and we make more money if somebody else is proofreading, if somebody else is packing the cards. And but it took that excruciating like learning curve of like letting go of all that stuff to do that. So now, and even when I moved 1,000 miles away in Chattanooga from Austin, like because when I was there, and even when we got a new office, I was always at the office and I was always there being part of all that stuff, which was fine because it's my business. I'm paying for all of it. I can totally do that, but that doesn't mean it's the best thing for my business. And I was always like, I was never letting them give a chance for them to bloom and and take ownership and all those things. And now that I've left, they've all like fallen into place where their strengths are, and they're now becoming owners. Like they're taking ownership of those things. And so like Delaney and Parker are like killing the marketing and the Instagram and all that kind of stuff. And that's what they like to do. And they've also been a part of it long enough to where they know the mentality of Kingswild. They also know, they know that this guy's name is Bacon. They know that this guy or whatever, they know that this guy's crazy, but
all of the above.
They know all the above, and they're all finding their place that they're really good at, and they're all finding their place with the added bonus on top that they're all part of Kingswild, and they're all part of that community.
Yeah. I mean, that's how people get inspired and want to work and want to do the work for you. They're paid well, they're respected, and they have a responsibility within that team. They are good at what they do, and they're not. You don't have Delaney coming to design a deck,
right?
Like it's not her job. It's not what she should be doing. And it's like Tyler and I. It's like I'm good at what I'm good at. He's good at what he's good at. And when he tries to do what I'm good at, I tell him don't do that.
Very rarely, very rarely happens. I know my boundaries. Yeah.
And if people did that more with their lives, that they would, because I didn't do that for a long time.
Yeah.
And like even my business, like even like when we hired Amy, which all Amy does is like the customer service stuff.
All Amy does. That's huge.
Yeah, it's astronomical.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, until people realize that they have all these weaknesses, they can't. It's just like they're so liberating when you're like, yeah, I really suck at all this stuff. Let's move forward.
Yeah, and that's what it really. Yeah.
Nothing wrong at saying it. Like today, I was talking to Tyler about like the website, and I know how to design websites, but he's definitely more technical than I am. I was technical 20 years ago. I forgot everything, you know. And I know that. And I'll talk like some stuff and I'll be like, blah, blah, blah. And he'll be like, yeah, but this. And I'll be like, okay. Like, because he does what he does and he's better at it than I am. And I do what I do and I'm better at that than him. And that's why, you know.
It's like before we started and we took like 5 minutes for me to figure out how to do a freaking swipe up on Instagram. It's like,
that was a fun adventure.
How do you do a swipe up, Tyler? How do you do a swipe up?
Well, listen, I'm gonna tell you. You now know how to build out a tutorial, so you can put this on your YouTube live this weekend. And be like, guys, just so you know, this is how you do a swipe up on Instagram.
Yes, I do a swipe. What is it?
I think we should give another half brick away. What do you say?
Okay, let me start the music.
Dude, that second. So good.
If you stuck it out this far, you're in for a treat.
Yeah. We're gonna do another half brick giveaway.
And we genuinely
you guys.
What's up?
What is this? What are we giving away?
You're giving away another
the second half brick here.
Okay.
And I just want to say too, first off, everyone who's made it this far, we appreciate you sticking on. I think all of us, we've been having a blast here. I hope you've been enjoying it as much as we have. So
totally fun. Hey, I think here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna throw something in to the half brick giveaway that they won't get for another 6 months, but I'm gonna go ahead and throw it in anyways. Does that sound good?
Yeah, it sounds wonderful. I'm excited.
Please?
Wait, say it again because
you shocked him. You shocked him.
Oh, I said I'm gonna add something to the half brick giveaway that they won't get for 6 months, but I'm gonna add it to the giveaway.
Oh, I'd laugh if Matt wins again.
Matt, you're disqualified already. Oh man, I see something exciting.
The jumbo King's Water.
Oh snap!
Damn.
In the carrot case.
So that is 8 decks, yeah, or 6 decks.
8 decks.
8 decks.
8
so
decks.
Are you getting a half brick, a mixed half brick? You're also getting
6 plus 8, whatever that is.
So can I temporarily quit the show so I can jump in on this contest?
No, I don't care what you do. There's no I can get it for 3 years.
That's fine. I gotta go to Tennessee at some point anyway, so I'll just swing by and pick it up.
Yeah. You can go at the Joker convention.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, I'm gonna drive to the 52 plus Joker convention this year, so I'm gonna bring lots of crap.
Nice, dude. We're like super pumped on it. Like again, it'll be Steven my first, so we're excited for that. We're excited for CardistryCon next year. Both going to be a good time.
Yeah,
CardistryCon.
So CardistryCon is basically like 52 plus Joker. Yeah. Yeah. You should come.
That's where all the hype stuff talks.
Yeah.
I should find.
All right, so how
cool silver. What did I call him last time? What did I call the little Fontaine Futures packet that was funny?
Oh, the silver Ziploc or silver like sandwich bags.
Silver sandwich bags. Silver sandwich bags.
Honestly, man, just buy some regular Ziplocs and spray paint them silver.
Yeah, no, dude, don't even spray paint it. Just put it in a Ziploc bag.
Oh my god! So we don't know how we're giving away this one either. So I figure that out.
Go with that as well.
I have a cool idea. No, I don't. I'm lying.
Yes. Oh man.
Okay, let's think of something.
Anybody more?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm trying to think. This may be too obscure, but we can give it a shot.
How about the best joke?
best.
I'm curious
joke,
what
they have to type in the joke on the comments.
Yeah, the one who makes you laugh the best wins.
Oh,
that's always a good go-to one. What was your idea, though? What was your idea?
Okay. This it may be too obscure, but I'll go ahead and give it a try. But it's worth it because I'm throwing in the half brick and the jumbo.
Obscure is fine.
We haven't talked about it in length tonight, but we've mentioned it kind of in passing.
Okay.
In front of me, I have a shelf of things that are like keepsake type things.
Yes.
Okay. And then up here on the shelf is something from my childhood that is a very influential thing that I loved when I was a kid. If you can get remotely close to what that is, you can win.
The first comment was corn dog.
Somebody said a corn dog.
No. It may be too obscure.
A skateboard.
Lord of the Rings book.
I'll give like 15 seconds. And if somebody come close.
A yo-yo.
Skateboard.
Nope.
A ball. The Lord of the Rings.
Nope, not
What the
not a dog. That's behind me.
Guys, he's talked about this today. He's talked about it.
Behind me is a good hint, but you can't really see what's behind me because it's blurry.
They talk about the car or the? Oh, I know what it is.
Okay, it's not a car. A model car, closer, a figure, bookends, a gun.
Are pirates on it?
There are pirates on it.
Okay.
Okay, I'll give it a couple more seconds.
A guitar. A bottle.
Not a bottle. A boat. A boat's. Okay, a ship in a bottle. We're getting close. A ship, a bottle, a boat, a lunchbox. A boat. We're really close.
Yeah.
Thinking kind of a pirate
ship.
Deck Hunter wins.
Hey, Deck Hunter, show us the pirate ship.
This is what I'll show you. I'll show you what it is.
Deck Hunter, you won. Sorry, I gave it away. There's not one behind him, is there?
So, if
I'm assuming,
just like with people that are nerds about playing cards, I'm a nerd about Legos.
Oh, nice.
I mean, there's nothing.
Somebody said Lego after.
The Caribbean Clipper released in 1989.
That is a beast. That's awesome.
Which was the first Lego that had the custom like Lego figurines, which started the resurgence of the Lego business.
That is so awesome.
So this is one
when they first started having the round, the smooth end corners like that too.
Well, like the ones that they started to have like non-regular little minifigures. The Caribbean Clipper, it released in 1989. This is one I bought on eBay, and then this one. My parents recently came and visited me, and they're like cleaning out their house because they're moving, and they found my old Legos in the attic. Remember what we talking about? Story and community.
Yeah.
But they found my old Legos, and they found like this huge, big red trash can tub of my old Legos. And in that tub were all the parts of my original Caribbean Clipper ship. And this is the original, all the parts are in there, and I'm recreating that original Caribbean Clipper ship. This is the actual one that I had when I was like in 1989. So
that's awesome.
That's cool. That is cool.
I didn't see it now.
That's cool.
Yeah, it always kills me too now, like being an adult, when you see like Legos, you're like, holy shit, these are expensive.
Well,
dude,
one of those, and it was like one in a box is like $1,800. I was like,
dude, it's crazy. The resale value on Legos is insane, but like even the purchase price on new stuff is insane. I mean, you look at what do they have on their site? They have like the Millennium Falcon or something. It's like $700.
Yeah, dude, look at that. You see that new show?
Which one?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've seen
the Lego Master Show.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, dude, the things that they're creating on that show are ridiculous.
I looked that one up, and I remember I looked that one up, and like the retail price of that one in 1989 was like $54. And like 1989 in 1989, $54 was like $200 today. And I was like, my parents definitely didn't buy me that. I guess my grandmother got me that.
Yeah, right.
But that's what's on my
good old LG. Good old LG took care of that.
Exactly. So Deck Hunter won the whatever. So
I told him to reach out.
Congratulations. You'll get your half brick probably a lot sooner than you'll get the jumbo box 2024. So.
Just keep on them about the
email
the jumbo, because the jumbo is actually
support at kingswildproject.com. You won the giveaway and tell them what you won.
Yes. So tell them what you want and they'll make it happen.
So we actually had another question come in from Bacon, which was, as an artist, is playing card design more satisfying as a career compared to another medium you're passionate about?
Well, I have to say that, I mean, playing cards has been the most satisfying only because it's the only medium that, I mean, I've made a living off of my art since I got out of school, out of my 6 years of worthless college. I've said that twice tonight.
That's a long time though too. So I'm guessing you got your master's in like fine arts or something like that.
Yeah, a bachelor drawing and painting.
All right, so you took the roundabout route.
Yeah, I work full time and got married during college. Anyways,
there you go.
The playing cards is it's the most satisfying because it's the only time that I've been able to use my skills in terms of art in a way that is provided for me professionally, where like it pays my salary and it makes my living. And in the beginning, and then it goes back to why I got rid of Kickstarter, try to get away from Kickstarter. Like, yes, I have to appease the people that are buying my products, but it's the first time that I've ever been able to use my skills and talent. I don't believe in talent, but I've been able to use my skills and not have anybody tell me how to do it.
Nice. So that's the most important thing. Like, there's so many, like, it's just like being a creative. Like, if you're a videographer, photographer, a painter, or whatever, a designer, and you have to do other people's ideas, and that's what you're stuck with. Yep. It's most of the time you're just like, fuck, I'm glad it's over. It is what it is, and separating yourself from that like emotion of like, oh, I can't believe I just did that, and put it in with, that's what they wanted. I created what they want. It wasn't my work, so to speak. But when you can create your own thing and do whatever you want and put it out, that's totally different for sure. Yeah.
And that's why, I mean, I have done commission decks before, like the Pops deck and stuff like that. And that's why it's hard to do commission decks, because I just can spend my time. If I can spend the same amount of time and design my own decks and make more money than I could on the decks that I would be designing for somebody else.
Yeah. Right. That makes sense. Yeah.
See you, Matt.
See you, Matt. Bayou.
Bayou, isn't it? Matt Romero.
Yeah. Yep.
See, Fontaine ain't gonna know who Bayou Playing Cards is, but I know who Bayou Playing Cards is.
That's right. That's because he don't have no Fontaine deck. Actually, he has Rip and Dip, so he does have one.
Oh, is that the one where the cat's flipping you off?
Yeah.
I feel like that's probably your nightmare deck. You don't like cats and it's flipping you off.
That's my nightmare deck.
So
how do you feel about people who have never opened their King's Wild deck?
I'm okay with that.
Was that part of the motivation, though, behind the golden ticket, to get more people to open the deck, or was that just a nice little kind of
It was a combination of both.
Come on. That was a way for Jackson to give Dan more decks.
Oh, my God. Yeah, Dan's crushed like 3 of them now.
Has he gotten 3 golden tickets?
I think he's got 2. Was it 2? Okay, yeah.
But
we've started signing the back and dating the back of the golden tickets to make sure nobody's. I'm not saying Dan, but we've noticed that the same people are getting the golden ticket. But
that's funny.
In the grand scheme of things, the odds are pretty good for you getting a golden ticket. I mean, because it's like I mean, we have like, I don't know. I think like, I don't know how many subscribers we have with the golden ticket, but it's not, I mean, it's not like thousands.
Right.
So, I mean, it's like, I mean, it's not that bad. The odds are not that bad to get it. What was the question?
Just the golden ticket.
How do you feel about people who never open their deck and then the golden ticket? Is that part of it?
The golden ticket was literally like an evolution of the certificate, the monthly certificate, in a sense that, okay, what's another thing that we can do? Well, it's a combination of things. It's what's something else we can do that can interact people with the community? What's another thing we can do to get people to buy more decks of cards? I mean, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
That's one of the main reasons why we do it. Because if people are opening the decks of cards, they're going to want to buy more decks of cards.
That's why people bought Garbage Pail Kids. Like, they wanted to get their name. That's why people bought Topps baseball cards. They wanted to get like the holographic one.
I went through so many playing card packets to get those little stupid puzzle pieces to make the Wagner puzzle.
Oh my god!
So like, we wanted to figure out a way that we could play on the things about like the subscription certificate that people liked, but do it in a way that was different. And then, how can we get people to open the decks?
Yeah,
I mean, that was just an added benefit of it that could make people buy more decks. But what could we do? And it was also a thing of like, what could we do that could play off the subscription thing that could also be less administrative headache than the subscription certificate was? Right. Because with what we've learned with the subscription certificate is, I mean, that's something else you got to mail out. That is 12 stickers you got to make.
Yeah.
A whole lot of, there's a lot more complexity to it. But with the golden ticket, it's like they just sent me like this box right here. Let me see if I can point to it. Right there.
Yeah.
That's all the golden tickets.
Let's see them.
Oh, do you have to like sit down and sign all these at some point?
Yeah, they sent these to me because I was like, all right, there's a lot of people that are winning it. And it's the same people. And what I didn't want, and I'm not blaming anybody, but I don't want people to like that won it once to just open up one of the new decks and take a picture of the old golden ticket.
Yeah.
This is the whole golden stack of golden tickets.
Nice.
That's cool.
And so I'm gonna hand sign them on the back, and then when we send them out, they're gonna date them with that.
Nice. Now I have a question. What? How many golden tickets are unclaimed?
That's a great question, and the reality is, I think that every month we make 25 golden tickets. And right here, this box, because the crew will send me the golden ticket tuck cases. So this is the golden ticket tuck case for Cavett.
Oh, cool.
They'll send me the golden ticket tuck cases, and then I'll sign them and then number them. But every month we make 25 golden ticket decks, and we probably have maybe 6-7 people that redeem them.
Oh wow! So a lot of people just probably aren't opening their decks.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
So, and people, I know this is going to be asked because everybody asks it. What are we going to release the ones that don't get claimed? And the answer is yes.
Okay.
November is the last month that we have a golden ticket, because the way that it worked out when we had the bicycle subscription is like next month's bicycle, and then July is table players, so on and so forth. But November is the last month that we have a golden ticket, and so we're going to give people the month of November to redeem it, and then probably like the first 2 weeks of December, and then like on December 10th or whatever, close enough, early enough in December that we can make the priority mail cutoff for the Christmas holidays.
Right.
We're gonna just dump all the unclaimed golden tickets on the website.
Oh, dude, Daniel actually does have 3, huh?
No, he's saying he got 2. They were in the second deck and the third deck.
Oh,
yeah.
I got you.
So
and we'll have And we'll have enough golden ticket decks that aren't claimed that we will make X number of those like sets, like complete sets of all the golden tickets.
Oh wow,
Right.
that'll be awesome.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool.
So
I think it's gonna be WrestleMania, hopefully.
Oh, for sure.
With the idea of the golden ticket, is there any motivation to do like a Willy Wonka themed deck?
I would have. The answer is yes, obviously, and I've thought about the Willy Wonka deck. I need to.
Didn't you do it already with the chocolate pie?
No, I need to check. I need to check on the copyright of the Willy Wonka.
Yeah.
I want to say that the Willy Wonka story is in the public domain, but it's kind of like Peter Pan. Peter Pan is in the public domain now, but you also have to tread this weird water of not getting close to all the Disney crap.
So Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is not in the public domain until 2059.
So the answer is no, I will not be doing a thought for Charlie and the Chocolate Factory deck.
Oh man.
Well, that's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. What about just Willy Wonka?
So Charlie and the Chocolate.
I feel like that there's litigation grounds for a lawsuit there.
Well, so the interesting thing about Willy Wonka too is you have the whole like candy line, which probably to some extent, granted, like you're not worried about trademark infringement there because you're not making candy, you're making cards, but there's still a lot of there's a lot behind that, and that's tough.
Well, if you're talking to Stu, he might consider it candy.
Yeah. But it's definitely interesting to see how that kind of ties in.
Bacon says, "Call it Wally Winka."
Yeah,
that's totally clear now. Like I mean, any lawsuit for that.
Winky Wonka.
Winky Wonka. Oh my God.
Samurai says, "Winky Wonka."
It's probably the same guy that has his decks touching.
Oh my God, that's funny. See, now everybody's getting tired. Tugsy in the Chocolate Factory blowing Oompa Loompas.
Oh my God.
Away.
Yeah.
Away.
So another question that came in though before, and Jamie, thank you for having a wealth of questions here. What do you plan on having another like interactive contest like you did with the logo contest? And if so, what kind of idea were you thinking?
Wait, first of all, that reminds me.
You have to send out the stuff for the logo contest?
I don't think that I've ever seen it. Oh, crap. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's why I don't do this kind of stuff.
Man, you got to write Post-it notes immediately.
Because if I'm the one,
that's funny.
Like Delaney's like the marketing stuff, and like she'll tell me, "Don't do it, Jackson. Don't do it." It's just because I'm like, if I do anything like that, it's just like, oh, I'm just setting myself up for failure.
Oh
that's
man.
Funny.
Dude, but so I think you had a lot of good like community involvement though with that with the logo contest.
No, it was good. It was good. Yeah, and now I just feel guilty and crappy now that you've reminded me to
My apologies. Whoever won the logo contest, email support@kingswildproject.com.
Three people, because I was sitting out on my porch when I picked the winners, and I was like, hey, anyways, we'll just go ahead and give prizes to first, second, third place too. Wow.
Nice. So okay, if you're on here and you won one of those contests, support@kingswildproject.com. Exactly.
Oh, God. I think actually
poor Amy.
She's gonna have like 50,000.
Yeah, she's gonna have like 50 support tickets in the morning.
Oh,
she's like, "What the hell did you do last night that you gave away all these decks?"
Oh man, I think one of the good things though too, and this kind of ties into the idea we talked about your beliefs, the involvement you actually do have with your family in the Kings Wild Project Instagram and the business as a whole. I mean, I feel like most of your lives, your daughters are popping in and out or helping you pick the contest winners and things like that. Have you ever had any, did you know from the get-go that you wanted them to be involved in whatever way they were interested in, or was it something that you originally kind of isolated the family from being a business?
I think that from the beginning that just because of the dynamic of my family and the way that we kind of operate, I work from home and my family's at home. My kids are bothering me all the time, interrupting me all the time. but I wouldn't have it any other way. Well, I mean, I would have it another way, and but like I think but that's just kind of like the way that we've raised our kids. That like they inherently know the playing card lingo. They know all the stuff that goes into playing cards. Like my 7-year-old daughter will talk about, a 2-way back versus a 1-way back. And I'm like, please don't. Please don't. And it's more of a thing of like, they're involved because they are involved in my life.
Yeah.
And that's really the reason. I have, I've been my oldest daughter, Claire, she's definitely further along than I was at her age. And she just turned 12. Yes, 12 on May 19th. She just turned 12. And like,
happy birthday.
Yes. I was showing her like pictures of drawings that I did when I was 12. And I was showing her compared to her. And she's like, and I'm not just saying that because I'm her dad, whatever.
Right.
But she's much further along than I was when I was 12 years old, only because she's had the luxury of growing up in a family of having someone that does nothing but draw pictures every day, all day. And so she's had that ability. And I tell her every day, I'm like, listen, if you practice at this, because there's basically no such thing as talent, and we can have this conversation because it's only 1:00 and we get a lot of time left. I said, there's really no such thing as talent. And if you work hard at this, by the time that you're my age, you could be 10 times what I am right now.
Yeah.
And we've talked about it, and we've talked about her like designing a deck of cards, and like us like using that as a vehicle, like for me to teach her, like, here's how it works. This is how to design a deck of cards. Here's how you can sell it. Here's how you can make money. Here's how you make a business. Blah blah blah. Because she's always talking about like wanting to like take over the business later in life. And like
she's the one, huh?
Well, I mean, who knows? Who knows who she is or not? But like, it's there, and the opportunity's there, and I think that it's answering your question of the reason why I involve my kids, and it's the only reason why I involve my kids. The main reason is because, I mean, we homeschool our kids, and I don't do any of the homeschooling, but the part that I do is this is how you take this thing that you like to do and how you make it a business, and how you can make it, because I have a very jaded opinion about college, and I have about all these different types of things when it comes to creative people. And we've learned a lot of things about that. I've learned a lot about things about that in my own experiences that we're now getting the opportunity to teach our kids about that. And so like, both my girls have got a YouTube channel, and I'm trying to teach them how to be content creators. I'm like, listen, if you want to be a creative person and a content creator, first of all, you're not going to go to school. You don't need to go to school because that's just crap. But what you need to figure out is how to do, going back to that whole thing of like how to tell a story, how to connect with the community, and then how to create content that people want to see. And so they both, so Claire has a Drawing with Claire YouTube channel, and Scarlett has a Building with Scarlett. So she builds Legos. Like she'll create. So all week we'll work on, like my contribution to the homeschooling is, I will help encourage them throughout the week to develop what they're going to draw or what Scarlett's going to build in Legos for the weekend. And then we'll shoot the little video on the weekend, and then post the video to their YouTube channels. Nice. And it has to be something they come up with, not something that like just doing like a normal Lego, like Scarlett did like a 3-set little piece of Wally. It was like a little Wally, a little boot with a little flower, and then the little Eva character.
Nice.
So that's why we involve the kids, is because there's no reason why we shouldn't, because I make a living doing this, so we should involve them, teach them how to do it, because nobody ever taught.
Yeah, for sure.
No,
That's
without
cool.
a doubt. And like you said, you know, your oldest is interested in taking over the business, but you're giving her the skills now where in a couple of years she could decide she wants to create her own business, and it completely pivots from where it is, and she could use the art skills she has. It could have nothing to do with playing cards. It could be a competitor to King's Wild Project for all you know. I mean, there's so many different avenues there. Having those skills is phenomenal. Just
being able to tell a story and tell it and create a content that people want to see, because that's, I mean, those types of positions are truly the positions that will never be automated and taken away, because you're literally creating something that nobody else can create.
Yeah,
from your brains, and then that's the commodity. That's the commodity that people are buying. You know, for me, the commodity that, I don't know if the commodity is the right word to say, but the thing that people are buying from me is the ideas that I put down on a stack of paper that I put then in another box that's made of paper.
Yeah, for sure. But I think there's
one other question that came in.
Yeah, one other question, and then I have like just a simple question. So I mean, this one's simple too. And then I think Tyler needs to go to bed.
Shout out. Paul Timmons, the guy that's right there in the cowboy hat that says Paul Timmons.
Yes.
Yeah.
Paul Timmons and I grew up together.
Cool.
So we were.
That's the question. That's the question we were going to ask.
Yeah. What advice would you give to an amateur artist? Did you like this is literally the Paul Timmons you grew up with?
Yeah, he's like my same age. We grew up together. We played football together. I know Paul Timmons.
That's crazy awesome. Shit. That's awesome. Yeah, no, that's awesome. So, that's cool. Paul, thank you for tuning in tonight. Or this morning, whatever it is.
Making me blush, Paul Timmons. I remember Paul Timmons and I would go down to his house because he lived down the street from me. And we would, and if it wasn't you, Paul, I'm sorry, but this is what I remember in my head. We would go, and where we grew up in Canyon, they weren't fire ants, but they were like the big red ants.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm talking about?
The carpenter ants.
Sure. But they didn't make like the big tall mounds like fire ants make. They would make like they would like scorch a big circle, and then there'd be like a hole in the middle.
Yeah.
And I remember Paul Timmons and I just going, and we would go, and we would just put hundreds of these ants in jars. I don't know. That's just what I remember. It probably wasn't Paul. It may not have been Paul, but
you and Paul are fucked up. So what would you what advice would you give to an amateur artist?
The advice that I would give an amateur artist is first, don't take yourself so seriously, and don't take other people so serious. Like, don't take what other people say so seriously. And I've said this. I've told this story before in my lives, and people that have followed me for any amount of time have heard this story as well. But the single greatest lesson I have ever learned in my entire life, about business, about art, I learned in a pottery class in college.
All right, let's hear this.
And here's the story. And this was the, like, out of the tuition, what happened? What happened?
Steve is dropping. We're fine though. We'll keep going without him. You're Steve again for the bit. So
anyways, but then Steve's gonna miss my most pivotal moment. My most pivotal moment story.
Well, I mean, listen, if you'd like, you can show me more clothing swatches until he gets back.
Just model more clothing swatches.
Oh my god!
I feel like we need to vamp for a little bit, because I don't want Steve to come back and then I'm right at the punchline of this life-changing moment.
We got Steve back. 1 second, let me pull him in.
Damn, I almost lasted.
It changed my life.
Dang, yeah, right. Fucked up. That's fucked up.
Oh my god.
Finish it off. Okay,
because I didn't start. I knew that we had to wait. So I went into this pottery class, and like my 6 years of college, which I only got a Bachelor of Fine Arts, was a complete waste of my time, except this class. I went to this pottery class, and the pottery instructor split us into 2 groups. And he split us into 2 groups, and then he sat down in front of both the groups. Are you yawning, Tyler?
It's an involuntary thing.
What are you doing? What are you buying fontaines or what? Okay. Anyway. So the pottery instructor split us up into 2 groups. And after he split us into 2 groups, he sat down in front of us, and then he threw like a vase on the pottery wheel. And it wasn't anything spectacular, but it was like perfect the way that he threw the vase. And then he gave us no instruction. And then when he split us into 2 groups, he looked at group A and he said, okay. And it was a beginner course. So it wasn't like our collegiate destiny was hinged on this class. Yeah. He said, group A, what I want you to do, your entire grade for this semester is going to be judged on 1 vase that the entire group turns in at the end of the semester. And you have to make that 1 vase look like the vase that I just made. Huh. Okay. And then he took the group B and he said, okay, group B, your entire grade is going to be based on the quantity of vases that you turn in at the end of the semester. They don't have to look. You have to use this vase as the what you're trying to make, but they don't have to be this quality. They don't have to be exactly like this. Your grade is going to be completely hinged on the fact of how many of these vases that you can turn in at the end of the semester. So we broke off and we started our work. Group A, that their focus was turning in the 1 vase. They spent time. They spent time, because I don't want to tell you what group I was in. That group spent time like perfecting every aspect, trying to perfect every aspect of it. Like, okay, I got to make this part look just like this, and I'm only going to work on this part. Then they would try to perfect it to make it look like that, and they got better, and they got better, and they got better. Okay, and then group B, they were just like throwing crap everywhere, making vases. Oh, that didn't look anything like that. Just making crap and then just throwing stuff and just making as many as they could. Okay. Fast forward to the end of the semester, the 2 groups are finished. And then the group A that was supposed to turn in 1 vase turns in their 1 vase. It's a great looking vase. Looks really nice. It's very well formed. It's got all the right proportions and stuff like that. It's not perfect. It's really close to being perfect. And it's almost exactly like the one that he made at the very beginning. Okay. Then group B turns in like 300 vases. Now, wait for it. Group B turns in like 300 vases that are exactly like the perfect vase that he made in the beginning. No difference. Proportions were perfectly the same. All the quality, the craftsmanship of the throwing was exactly the same. And there were 300 vases. I was in group B, the group B that we just made as many as we could. And the thing that was so important about that lesson for me was, and I say this all the time, especially with artists, especially with playing card designers, don't be afraid to make a bunch of crappy stuff. Yeah. If you're not making crappy stuff, you're not making good stuff. If you're always like, oh, I can't release this until it's perfect. I can't release it until every line is perfect and the foil is perfect and glistening off the rays of Venus. If you're doing that with every project, then you will get better over the course of time. But it's just like the stock market. If you look at the stock market, it goes up, it keeps going up, it keeps going up. And the idea of investment is that over a 10-year period, your investment has grown 5%.
Right.
However, if you make a metric load of decks of cards, and maybe half of them are good, half of them are bad, maybe half of them people don't like, maybe half people do like, over that course of 10 years, the person that was like striving for that perfect vase maybe has a growth of like 5%. The person that is like churning through as many ideas as they can to get better at what they do has a growth of like 300%.
Yeah.
And
that was like the most pivotal moment of my entire life creatively, was that stupid pottery class. And I could have not taken any more college classes and I would have not learned as much as I did in that one pottery class. And that's why
Paul, to answer your question, Paul, what it comes down to is just keep creating. Keep creating.
Create a shit ton. And don't be afraid to make crap.
Photographers, when photographers ask me like, how do you get better at photography? I'm like, just keep taking pictures.
Yeah. And it sounds like a cop-out, but it's not a cop-out.
No.
Like, if you want to be a deck designer, then design a deck and make a deck that you then can shuffle in your hands, and then you're a deck designer.
I think a lot of it too, especially on the deck side, is people have that fear of, well, what if nobody else likes it?
Yeah.
Quick answer, fuck them. Like, do it because you want to.
And a lot of people that are at that moment of like, I don't know if people are going to like it. For the majority, their life and livelihood doesn't depend on whether or not that people like them, like the deck of cards. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
They probably have a job. They probably have another thing that they're doing, which is a great position to be in.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's like when you're a creative, though, when you create something from your heart, that's like, it's an emotional thing. So when you put it out there and people are like, that sucks.
Oh yeah. And it's definitely,
it's just ego. It's just a hit to the ego, you know?
For sure. And it's definitely, I mean, that's a hard thing to learn to get through, is because, I mean, every deck that I make, even the ones that suck, I mean, that's a direct like appendage of myself in those things. And I'm okay with some of them sucking, because I can recognize the fact that even the ones that suck, that builds upon the foundation that makes me, a better artist overall. Because if I'm getting better at an exponential rate, then my mediocre decks in a year from now are going to be twice as good as the next guy below me, his best deck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And you don't learn unless you're screwing up. Like you're not learning from that. You know, it's if you're not falling on the ski slopes, you're not getting better. You're not, you always have to test yourself and push yourself more and more.
And like, whether or not, like, examples of like that through art, like, I mean, a good example, whether or not you think his art is great or whether or not he had a high sense of execution, but like Andy Warhol, when he died, they found like 7,000 like finished paintings just like in stacks in his house.
Oh, really?
Of just stuff that he didn't. And another great example of that my wife just told me about. You know who Dolly Parton is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hell yeah, I know who Dolly Parton is.
I love me some Dolly Parton. She just said something. I can't remember what it was. Like she was doing, because she's getting pretty long in her age. She said that when she dies, that she has a catalog of 1,000 songs that will go directly into public domain that have never been released before.
That's cool.
Now, I'm not saying that Dolly Parton is like the best musician ever, but at the same time, like, I think that's a great example of like, she's going to make music whether or not you like it or not.
Yeah.
Right.
And I'm going to make decks of cards whether or not this guy likes my decks or not, because I know I'm living my life and I'm going out the front door accepting the fact that myself and 99% of the world are idiots. and they're not going to like my stuff, and so I'm just going to create them anyways.
Right.
So,
on that note.
so that being said, though, has there ever been a deck where you're like, oh man, this deck sucks, and you put it out there and people love it?
No,
I think Jackson's camera is getting tired on us. Oh, I think there it is. It's back. It was all blurry for a second.
Lost focus for a second. Yeah.
Lounge now. So. Has there ever been a deck that I think that sucked and that people liked?
Or maybe not sucked. I feel like you probably wouldn't put something out there that was just like utter shit. But
I didn't think that it sucked because I thought it was good. But I didn't think that the original. Now, it could have been that the fact that where it was in the timeline of my subscription, but I didn't think the original Pi deck was necessarily. I didn't think it sucked because I thought it was good, but I didn't think that it would be as well received as it was, and it ended up being a really popular deck that we sold out really quickly. And I think it has
the original Pi deck.
Yeah, the blue one. I think it was a combination of the fact that in January of 2019, we still didn't have like the gilded edition. We didn't have like we still were making a lot less, but we were still. It was the first deck that we were printing with the United States Playing Card Company, but when we only printed 1,000. So I think it was a combination of a few things. But I think that it was well received enough that we spawned like the whole Pi series after that. So, but nice. I didn't think it sucked for sure.
Nice.
What was your largest deck run of one? What deck was your largest run?
My largest deck run was I want to say it was either the unbranded or the branded silver certificate.
Oh, cool. How many?
I think we made like 6,600.
Oh, nice.
That's a pretty solid run.
Yeah, for sure. That's great.
Now with our new kind of like model, our new business model, the way we're doing things now is we're using the subscriptions to like test the waters with these different decks. And then when we find one that really connects with people, we make like kind of like a flagship deck. And the VHS, and I normally don't tell people how many, unless it's limited edition, I don't really tell people. But I have been telling people with like the flagship decks, and I say flagship in the sense that these are the decks that we're choosing to always have in stock.
Okay.
Right.
And these are the decks that we're going to keep printing when the inventory gets low.
Right.
But like Maduro, the jury's still out on Crayon because we've had a lot of really good feedback on Crayon, but then we've had people like Steve that don't like Crayon, but that's okay. The jury's still out on Crayon.
I think it's a brilliant deck, just not for me.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
The Maduro, the Crayon, the VHS for sure is going to be a flagship deck because people like when we released the VHS today, like that was the best re-release of any deck that we've ever had.
That's awesome.
Like even better than the Maduros did when we kind of re-released those.
Right.
But that's also because we also have a ton of new customers that have come in like the last 2 months that have seen the VHS deck but weren't able to get it because they weren't subscribers. And so they were able to say, "Oh, this is my chance to get this VHS deck." So that's another reason why it's really successful. Right. But like kind of our new growth, our new like standard deck run of our flagships is like 5,000 decks.
Nice.
So, and I think that's why, I think that's another reason why like the VHS deck, like we upgraded the tug with the holographic foil and stuff like that. And it's like, it's got the foil lamination on one side. Like it's a solid deck for $15.
Yeah, for sure.
Like it's a really solid deck for $15. But I think we're in that sweet spot of like, no, we're not going to print this out the wazoo and print like 19 million of these and make them like $2.
Right.
but we're not going to print 1,000 of them and then charge like subscription prices or whatever, that kind of thing. I think we're at the sweet spot where we have enough new customers that will be able to sustain this kind of new model that we've got going on.
Right.
And like our best, and it's interesting, like when we talk about those new people coming in, we like up until about like March of this year, I had never done any kind of advertising or anything at all. I'd never spent any money on advertising just because I didn't have the bandwidth. I mean, heck, I asked you today how to make a friggin' swipe up on Instagram. You know? And that guy does not need to be buying advertising. And we didn't start doing advertising until like March this year when we had Delaney and Parker able to like, okay, Parker's taking photographs and then Delaney's, like doing the marketing and stuff like that. And when we started doing advertising and getting new people to see playing cards, Kingswell playing cards for the first time, it was interesting to see which decks that we had in inventory that became the top sellers.
Yeah.
And so like within a few weeks, like the Federal 52 second edition just like went.
Nice.
And so new people seeing the Federal 52 second edition, and these are like new people that have never seen playing cards before, don't know anything about Kingswell, don't know anything about playing cards. And so we were able to see like this new group of people coming in, this new that core group of people that I was talking about. And so like we were able to like, okay, these are the decks that we should be focusing on in terms of like our flag decks.
Yeah.
And that's like why
That's smart.
And that's like why we're making the Federal 52 second edition, a flagship deck.
Nice.
We're reprinting the legal tender deck, which let me just say this. I'm just going to take some time to be quiet about this. I want to make sure it's real clear. I truly think that the new legal tender deck is going to be the sweetest deck ever produced. That was perfect. I really think I think this new legal tender deck is going to be a head slayer. I really think it's going to be like that.
I can't wait to see it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be so bad. It's so hard. I got the proofs.
So I have a question since you're talking about that.
Okay, I'm ready.
Is there any sneak peeks that you can give us that you haven't given out yet of anything?
It's hard to give sneak peeks of that deck only because,
or any deck. It could be any deck. Like any sneak peeks that you haven't let out yet that we can be kind of like the inside cool kids.
Also, I understand what you're saying. It's hard to do because going back to that whole like community and story thing, like I'm very open about everything that I do.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's really not much. Like I'm not gonna be that whole bull crap of like, oh, I'm just gonna show a corner of the top.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
And it's blurred, and it might be gold. It might be gold, but in this slide, it's really not gold. It's like black. And I'm not gonna show you a picture of it. Like I feel like that's like the same douche moves as like the eBay stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my gosh, just have faith in your work that you can put it out there. And if it sucks, it sucks. And if people like it, that kind of thing. But that's another conversation, but it's only almost 2:00. We got plenty of time.
So one of the questions that popped in as well, though, too, from Steven was, do you have any more plans to make the acrylic encased card pens again?
The what?
No.
Pin. No. That's an interesting story about the pins. I probably won't make any more pins only because it's really easy to make pins. A lot of people make pins.
Who the fuck wears pins? They're like coins. Come on.
Pins. They're like ink pens with the like ink.
Pens. So pens, not pens.
Hands is wicked.
They're called pens.
Pen.
I'm not going to make any more pens only because No, I'm not gonna make more pins. It's just because it's like I got some other stuff that I'm working on that I think is way cooler than pins that nobody else is doing. Because everybody's making pins.
Is
Yeah.
Everybody makes pins, and that's a whole nother little hobby that's out there that works that people are doing, and that's great for them. I completely support those people. Like, make your pins. That's great. Do it. But it's just like, oh no, I'm not gonna make any pins. Mm-mm.
Yeah, I hear you. There's some things in this COD community that you're kind of sick of seeing. What?
I may have somebody else make pins for me, but I'm not gonna make pins.
Yeah, I hear you.
Well, listen, I'll tell you for sure. If you make some Red Kings Wild logo polo shirts or button-down shirts, I will be rocking them at a picnic for sure. So, Steve's very confused.
I will.
Steve, the clothing samples.
I thought it would be cool for the members, the subscribers of the Kings Wild shorts. I thought it would be cool to somehow make a members-only jacket that had the Kings Wild.
Yeah. Dude,
that would be so good.
Like beige members only.
No, dude, it's got to be maroon. It's got to be maroon
with the captain's little button.
Dude, the barracudas,
Oh yeah,
dude, the barracudas were dope. I'd rock a barracuda now.
What's the barracuda?
Bro, what's a barracuda? Come on. What?
This might be before our time, Jackson.
No, it's not. It's not before your time. Barracuda jackets. Here's one. Oh my god, they're $400 now.
What the hell? Remember jams? Remember jam shorts?
Remember skids?
Oh my god.
Remember Ocean Pacific and Body Glove?
The bro. Oh, here. Oh, dude, this thing's $400. I just shared it. I just shared it in the chat. Look at how long that fucking link is.
So while Steve's sharing stuff, one of the questions that just came in from Jamie again was,
Jamie,
what is the most recent experience that made you want to walk away from the grind?
There actually, recently, there hasn't been an experience that's made me want to walk away from the grind. I'm at a point now where experiences fuel my competitive nature to shut people up.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
No, that definitely makes sense.
I like shutting people up.
Like, I don't know. I think that I'm 3 or 4 years past the whole kind of like, oh, there's a playing card bubble. There's too much playing card saturation. And I feel blessed that I've been able to build a brand that I think that I'm past that. And it's at a point where I think that people have accepted. I think people have accepted me for what I am and what I create. And I think at this point, I'm just like, I'm now at a point where I can actually start working and creating stuff in a way that I can start developing that kind of depth in what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it makes total sense. You just started your stride, you know? Yeah, it's like all the work that you've done up until now has been like the legwork, and now all of a sudden you're just starting to get into the tunnel where you can like hibernate in a way. You know what I mean?
Like Nick and I, because Nick is my best friend, and he's also kind of like, he's like my right-hand man and everything. Like, and we've talked about it before. Is like, I've been doing Kings Wild since like 2012, incorporated in 2013, but I don't really think that Kings Wild really was birthed until we started the subscriptions.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
I think up until then, it was just me being just a hobbyist artist trying to make it kind of a thing. And now it's kind of like, it wasn't until we did the subscriptions until it was actually, oh, we have a business. This is a business now. And it's going to affect people's lives, and it's going to provide for more than just you.
Yeah, for sure. Like a lot of people's lives, not just a couple.
Yeah. And even now, like we're like, because I live in Chattanooga and I'm such a community driven person. I mean, the COVID-19 stuff is, I mean, that will pass, whatever. But I'm such a community driven person that, I mean, even from day one when I moved here, I was like, okay, what does the next 5 years look like? And how do I get all the people from Austin that work for me to move to Chattanooga to be a part of it? Because, I mean, my health in Austin was just like deteriorating and bad. And I was really dying in Austin because of all my lung and asthma stuff. And when I went to move to Chattanooga, just my health went out of the roof and was great. Nice. And so like I'm trying to figure out like what does it look like in the next 5 years to like what does Kings Wild look like in the next 5 years?
Nice. It's going to be interesting to see that.
Yeah, and it may be a thing where because the machine that is the Austin crew works really well. And it works really well from a bunch of different reasons. And one of the reasons that I like a lot about it is because I'm not there. But we're talking about we're talking about establishing. I'm trying to figure out the right way to say it. Almost like an R&D experimental arm of Kings Wild here in Chattanooga, because I'm here and that's where the experimenting and the R&D would be happening.
Yeah.
And so like we're looking at like, okay, we're looking at hiring a person here in Chattanooga that is here to help facilitate like the stuff that we make for the experimenting. And the stuff that's artistic in nature, but not necessarily playing cards, that we're starting to develop and think about, and have someone here as a research and development arm that we're creating things that are playing card that utilize the playing card art, but not necessarily that are a deck of playing cards. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, of course. Totally makes sense. That'd be cool. It'll definitely open things up for you as well, working with someone else who's creative,
Yeah. And, it's also good because I desperately want to work. I mean, just the way that I work, I want to work with people. And that's one thing that I miss most about leaving Austin was all those people that were really close friends of mine that I worked really well with, and, collaborated with my ideas and bounced my ideas off of. Like, I don't necessarily have that here. I have my wife, but I mean, my wife and I, we purposely kind of like, I mean, there really is no off switch with me and Kings Wild. And so I kind of have to like protect my wife from just the constant 24/7 barrage of Kings Wild ideas and talk. And so, I mean, she's the 50% owner in Kings Wild. So, but
who you fool? She's like 80% owner.
Exactly. What are these questions? People are asking questions.
Yeah. They mentioned like my hair a couple times. They're like, why hasn't I have my hair down? I only had it down with ECAT on. The reason why I actually have a hat on is because my girlfriend went crazy and tried to do this braid.
Like what?
Yeah, that's the crazy thing about having long hair is your girlfriend gets to like try like French braids on you and these Dutch braid things that she did, and so I have a hat on and I just basically tucked it up.
That's awesome.
So that's why it's not down today.
So Jamie actually had a good question though too here. I also like that he's started using all caps question to catch our eye in the chat. But
it's smart. It's working,
dude. It is. What is the most bizarre concept you have conceived of, whether you plan to produce it or not?
Maybe the most bizarre. Going back to the story that I talked about with my brother, Taylor.
Yeah.
He's 4 years older than me. And it was his idea originally for the original Federal 52. When we were talking on the phone. What are you doing?
I'm trying to kill this stupid gnat that's in my fucking room. It's been in here for hours and I'm like just staring at it, like flying by the camera.
My brother had this idea. To do a deck. And this idea is like 5-6 years old. And he bothers me about it every time. And I think that one day we'll do it. But he has this idea and the concept that the story that we tell is that we come from a point of view that I'm the guy that's the authority on creating beautiful playing cards. And so this is just the point of view of the story that we tell. So I'm the guy that's the authority of making beautiful playing cards, and my brother. What was?
I didn't mean that. Sorry.
My brother is the authority in making awesome videos, like making awesome Kickstarter videos, because mostly all of my videos that have been like with the original Federal Video 2 and a lot of my really powerful Kickstarter videos my brother has made, and he owns a production company and he's a great storyteller as well. And so the idea is for the people that have been following me for years, they know that my brother makes the videos and they know that I make the playing cards. And so the idea is for us to switch roles. And for me, that I'm not the authority of making videos. And so the idea is for me to make a really crappy video, and then my brother to make a really crappy deck of playing cards. And then we call it the pathetic deck. However, and as the story continues, my role in this idea is kind of the authority of beautiful decks of playing cards. And then that my brother will draw and create the deck of cards that just looks crappy. All the cards look crappy. We'll break all the rules that you're not supposed to break. And I'm there as the authority to make sure that in fact this is the crappiest deck of playing cards on the planet, because I'm the guy that's the authority on good looking playing cards. And then like the tuck case will be all crappy, like the embossing will be not even registered. I mean, it'll look like a normal United States playing card deck. Then,
like 90% of all the decks that come out of that.
Yeah, the foiling will be all off, and it'll just look like crap. And like the limited edition will be like just like a brown paper bag wrapped around with a glue stick and a magic marker with the edition number. But then I will create a beautiful certificate of authenticity certifying that this, in fact, is the crappiest deck of cards ever created. And
can you make the border like this thick?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it'll be awful. It'll be awful. And then it'll be totally off and everything. And then the whole story that we tell is I'm the authority, and I'm there the whole time to ensure that this is the crappiest deck of playing cards. And we play it from the standpoint of like, if you are a true playing card collector and you want to have a piece of history and you want to collect a piece of history, and the piece of history that this is the crappiest deck of playing cards ever created. And then we have got the authority. We've got the authority figure here, Jack, authenticity, the certificate of authenticity, the fact that it's the most crappiest deck on the place. That was a bizarre.
That's a good. You should roll with that for sure. Do it.
And he drew me a concept of like a king. Oh man, it was bad. It was like a ballpoint pen, and it was like a king, and he had like chest hair that looked like pubes, and it's just it was awful. It just looked so bad. It looked so bad, and I was like, "This is great. This is great."
Dude,
and we were gonna just like, and our plan is just like to poke fun at all the stupid stuff in the playing card world. Like
there's a lot of it. There's a lot of it.
Like we'll have limited edition sandwich bags, but they will literally be
sandwich
bags that have like Sharpie on them.
Sharpies with masking tape.
Yeah, and we'll have dealer coins, but the dealer coins will be like
Hanukkah geld. Put Hanukkah geld.
Like cut out cardboard boxes or like Pog with like Sharpie on them or something like that.
No, you can have the Jewish Hanukkah geld.
Oh yes, yeah. Is that the chocolate?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Like we just wanted to like look at all the the things that are funny about playing cards, and just like blatantly make fun of it all and make fun of the whole thing.
That'd be cool.
Nice.
That'd be cool. And then you could have like people like me. I could do the cottage video because I don't know how to do cottage.
Yes. It just like bumble stuff around.
Yeah, that'd be great. I could do that.
And we wanted to like find like reviewers to like just review it and just be like, God, this deck sucks.
We'll do that. We'll do it.
And then like do a really good review about it.
Yeah, do it on Kickstarter for sure.
That would be too good. But I think on that note, I will be the one to call it.
Well, hold on. We gotta at least wait for 6 hours. Let's wait 6 hours.
Well, it's going to take
a minute.
Spin it down at least. So
okay, go ahead. Spin it down.
The roll. It's on 5:59:07 right now.
Have we been talking for 6 hours?
6 hours. And mind you, we tested earlier before this, and we got on early for the show. We'll probably talk for 30 minutes after this. Yeah, it's been a fun. I'm gonna tell you, it's been a fun one. I think.
Yeah, dude, the show's not over when we hang up here. We go on with you. Go on with us
because I'm a competitive person.
Dude,
we knew it was gonna be. Dude, you have
no. Has it been the longest show you've done?
Oh, yeah, the longest show.
Yeah,
the second place show is 2 hours and 4 minutes. So you tripled the longest previous show.
Yeah, all right.
That being said, I do want to thank everyone who stuck it out with the length of the video. Everybody who popped in and out as well. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure having you on, Jackson. This has been an amazing.
Dude, you rock. You're a savage in the community, and thank you for coming on.
I had a blast.
We're gonna hold you. We're gonna hold you to our Kickstarter review when my deck gets on there.
Yes, and we look forward to seeing you at 52 and Joker this year for sure. I think everyone who was in here probably had a blast as well. But thank you so much, everyone who won.
We still have 16 viewers. That's a lot for
that is
the morning.
Yeah, no. It's been a crazy journey. We'll say that much. Any stream where you got to take a bathroom break is a good one and do cycles on it. But I really do. I think we really appreciate all you've shared with us tonight. I know a lot of it has been stuff you've shared in the past, but some of the stuff that you really showed off, like the clothing swatches that Steve missed, and all just the talking about the business and getting to where you are now. It was a great story to go with the already great story that you regularly build. So we do appreciate that. We appreciate the place you hold in the community.
Nice.
Yeah, dude. So thankful, and it was awesome. And I look forward to part 2 when that is going to happen.
Yes, this will be another one. And also, for anyone who was out there who won stuff tonight and isn't sure, make sure to email support@kingswildproject.com.
Support@kingswildproject.com. Do not email if you email Jackson at kingswildproject.com. You will get no response.
And just before Tyler forgets, and people are asking, but people are asking, they want to know who it is.
All right. So for next week's episode, we are really excited to welcome on Chris Orbit Brown. So make sure to check out the episode. We'll post up for that tomorrow. And for anyone who won the Deckin Around Part 1 giveaway, I will be posting up a story about that tomorrow and DMing everyone with kind of the instructions for the second part, just so that no one is left behind. We are at 6:02 right now. And I think on that note, I just want to say thank you again, everyone. Make sure to like the video if you haven't. And if you are not subscribed to the channel yet, please subscribe to the channel. We would be super appreciative. Keep an eye out for comments below later or tomorrow, just to make sure that everything we talked about.
Yeah. Thank you. Jackson, you want to roll out with your music?
We need a soundboard.
Everybody, peace out, y'all.
Have a nice night. Thank you so much for being on.